communism.
So your universities are free.
No, there are some state-sponsored schools, just like SUNY. You can go to the State University of New York system. California has a system.
Okay, how about healthcare? Healthcare is free.
What? Where is it free? Which country are we talking about?
In Israel. What do you mean?
Yeah, but it costs money. It costs taxes. There's no like golden handout.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that you tax for it. You tax your fair state. What do you mean?
No more than the U.S. is a well. And in a country with 10 million people, that may work better. That's what they chose, but it's not because they're communist or socialist.
Yeah, socialism.
Michael, are you a communist?
I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, I thought you meant the other Michael.
What happened? Wait, which one?
Oh, no, sorry. It's just that this is Michael as well. Oh, but he always chooses his name, Michael. I have to.
I'm just trying to illustrate that whole idea of coming with religion wasn't a thing.
Well, there is one thing. It's why the Soviet Union voted for the creation of the state of Israel, because they thought it would be a socialist country. But Herzl and the other people weren't espousing socialist propaganda, and this is the be-all, end-all, and the whole state is going to revolve around socialist practices. No, that it's farthest from the truth.
No. It's just because we come from those countries, the idea of the foundation.
Switzerland is a socialist country?
No.
Herzl comes from communist country.
They have a little bit of welfare, but it's not a lot. We pay very, very little taxes. We pay like 12%, well, all in all, like 15% taxes.
Where do they go?
What? You're in the Matrix. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Pearl?
He was born in the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Hello, she said Pearl. I was just remarking on.
I didn't hear that.
Just remarking on which countries they actually came from. That's all. That's all. It should be we're all a product. Hold on. We're all a product of our environment. And I feel like people don't understand that someone from Gaza is a product of Gaza. Someone from communist Russia is a product of communist Russia. Now, does that mean Karl Marx? Does that mean they're going to be totally communist socialist? No, but I think it does influence that if they go and establish another country.
Which ones? Which people are you referring to? Give me names. Which people? Like, Austro-Hungarian Empire was not communist. Where Herzl was born, and then, he did a lot of his work in Switzerland. No, that wasn't a communist country.
All right. You're right. None of them.
No. About the closest you can come to, you could make an event-like case, barely. To be honest, is Golda Meir was born in Ukraine, but then spent a lot of time in the U.S. before going to Palestine. She had a Palestinian passport from 1922 to 1948.
One of the things that you can sure there was no communist sort of socialist influence of U.S. But can you guys hear me?
Yes.
But one thing that Bibi doesn't get credit for is he really tried to make the system, like in his reign, he's been there for a long time, he really tried to copy the American capitalist system, and I feel like Israel's economy is better because of that, hopefully.
That was always there. It's just only ramped up since it became many things, venture capital, startup country.
Which is why he said he doesn't get credit for it. Just like you're not giving him credit for it.
I'm not, because the system.
Always there.
The system.
No,
the system was there.
One second, I had a question. How long has been Bibi in power there?
Long fucking time. Yeah, but a lot.
He's had two stints. I think he was. Hold on, let me pull it up because I want to speak from.
He came on board around
2005, like early 2000s, and then he went out.
He's been there for like 30 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been in and out of different.
So you guys in Israel don't have like a limit of terms, like he's just being re-elected.
Yeah, most parliamentary democracies don't. It's only the U.S. that has these term limits. Russia has term limits.
The whole of Latin America has term limits. Spain has got as well. No, Spain doesn't actually.
But are there parliamentary democracies where you form governments that have term limits on how many terms a prime minister or how many governments a prime minister can be part of as a prime minister? I can't think of any, to be honest.
The Republican democracies, they have term limits in the whole of America continent. Yeah.
I think it's you need fresh blood. You need to be forced to get some fresh blood sometimes.
Wow, I didn't know that Bibi has been in power.
Yeah, hold on, let me get to the action. Let me get to when he was prime minister. There's been two discontinuous reigns.
So he's been there for half of the life of Israel.
Yeah.
No.
Well, okay, yeah. So I was close.
A third.
He 1996, 1999.
I told you not.
2009. This was what I was thinking. 2009 to 2021 straight through. No, that can't be.
So when Bibi first came into power, Israel was kind of in bad shape. Like cafes were getting exploded, buses were getting exploded. When Bibi came in, he pissed off some of that.
Yeah, no, it's 1996.
So that's why. Hold on. That's why it's such staying power. That's why they keep re-electing him, because they can't forget.
He's been a badass and kept his country more safe. Yeah.
But now that the country is more safe, because you know how it got more safe, they took him for granted. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, we don't need the muscle anymore. We don't need someone so aggressive. Maybe we can get somebody a little bit more moderate. Maybe because
that will negotiate with terrorists.
No, not moderate on Palestine. There's no moderate on Palestine anymore. That ship sailed. That ship is done. I mean, the idea that they would ever accept to escape it. I mean, even with surrounding pressure. I mean, listen, it's not the worst idea in the world. It's not the worst.
But they cannot trust them anymore after all this shit. Yeah.
They never did. They put out gestures, but it's been 3 times. I didn't realize.
Go ahead, do the years, do the years.
I just swiped 1996 to 99, 2009 to 2021, which I can't believe, but I found on 3 different things, and then 2022 to current. Yeah, so.
So just 1 year between 21 and 22?
Well, no, it was several months, actually, because he formed a new government.
Well, because you know what happened? They tried to bring someone in. I think they brought in a guy named Naphtali, whatever, and they just can't hold the government together because it's a bunch of, listen, you got to think of Israelis, I'm sorry, no offense to all you guys, but they're from the Middle East. So they're basically, they're going to act a little like Arabs, which means a lot of arguing, hard to rule over, 20,000 opinions from 3 people. So it's tough. I feel like
definitely have to be that
government.
I would say they're like, look at Italy post World War II. How many 50+ governments, like parliamentary democracies, come and go?
Yeah, but it goes to what Daniel was telling to Michael and I before, which is Arabs respect strength, and so if you don't stand, you don't stamp your foot on the ground, they will think that you are not to be respected. So that's the reason why they respect someone like Trump, because he's unpredictable. Like he just does what he says he's gonna do, and he is not.
It is not what unpredictable is, stupid.
Like exactly.
You are all watching the dumbest people in the world. But I'm going to stop this now.
Yet he does exactly what he said. How unpredictable is it? Like in the beginning, I thought, oh my gosh, this guy's a TV host. He is unpredictable.
That's right. I am the 99-cent store Andrew Tate. Go to my 99-cent Andrew Tate store to buy all of your home furnishings. Thank you. Like, share, and subscribe.
president has said it in the past. Every
That's
US
not
president
true.
has
No.
made that promise in Utah.
Yeah,
A
they
lot
have
of
said it.
US presidents have made that promise. A lot, not all. I don't.
Okay, you just said all.
In
That's,
totalities. Okay, this semantic. Okay, Yaka. People from the Middle East speak in hyperbole, and I understand.
I understand, but
Okay, while I understand your stickler for the correct terminology, when I say all, I mean most. I'm telling
okay,
you that.
okay, now I know. Going forward, Pearl
When
means
I
most.
say all, I mean most. Okay, we speak in stereotypes. I know that's terrible. I don't speak in stereotypes about Jews, just about the Middle East, because it's mostly true.
So,
Because when something's mostly true, it's mostly
always
true.
Okay,
so
English
when
chick,
you
by the
It
way.
say,
doesn't
like,
be always
She's
true.
totally
Latin
insane.
America.
communist countries, that could say maybe some of them, oh, actually none of them, like,
Listen. If you don't think that some socialist ideas were used in the foundation of Israel, I don't know what to tell you.
no, no, you said communist, and was my
But
trigger.
this is the socialism aspect is the one, semi-attractive thing about communism, right? That's why so many people say communism.
Okay, I don't want to go back to the attractive part of communism.
Yeah, let's keep talking about baby and that the Muslims
Hi,
are
Rabbi.
someone that is
Yeah,
because
so
that's the only thing that they will respect.
When Bibi came into power, cafes exploding, buses exploding, he really put a firm hand on all of that. Got that under control. Then when things were calm, I feel like they took it for granted. As far as Trump, yes, this show of strength. Bibi was an enormous show of strength in Congress. Without a doubt. It looked monstrous. It looked larger than life. And the way the Americans were clapping for him was shocking. It was shocking. The man got the most standing ovations in history. So,
Yeah, but I think that was also a little bit, I don't know, like off-putting.
I know.
I haven't seen really the whole speech. I just saw like clips of it. I want to see the whole speech, but I was
What's
almost getting the feeling like when you're on TV, that they are commanded to applaud and commanded to, like, oh, everybody now clap your hands, like I felt like it was a little bit like that, a little bit
you
over.
felt like it was excessive. We overdid.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we did overdo it. It was for a reason. Sure, many different reasons. Obviously, one of the reasons is APEC. We can't ignore that one of the reasons is APEC. But, Israel's always been an ally of ours. Now, you have to understand, like, the way most Americans who have a brain view Israel is that it's just an extension of the American experiment. So we take great pride over that small land, But
Yeah,
we feel like we helped build it. We feel like we helped build it. And yes, indeed, many American dollars helped build it. So,
Diego would disagree with you. He is anti-Israel, right, Diego?
is he American?
Yeah.
American.
I'm anti-government.
Fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well he's anti-government, that's true. Anti-any government, that's true.
Oh, okay. So are you a
He's an anarchist.
Anarchist.
Well, I would say as a percent of GDP, American
God.
assistance was a drop in the bucket. Yeah, it helped if
You're
help
right.
means contributed.
$350 billion over the course of Israel's lifetime is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, and it's yearly. Just now, it's yearly. GDP is like 500.
But we've given
30.
more to this country than any other. That's for sure. That's 100%.
Okay, that's a different statement.
Argue with
Yeah,
that.
that's a different statement.
Way more to that. By a mile. Not like by a little bit. By a mile. And that's because we're invested personally. It's not just, we think Israel's cool because it's a democracy. It allows the gays. And, the media. It's not nightclub. Which is, and it has the stations of the cross also. On the other hand, it's a holy place. I mean, there's a personal investment for sure. Definitely. And especially in their technology.
Oh yeah, I love that about Israel, the technology stuff. I'm really fascinated with all this.
The first desalination plant in America is in California. A desalination plant is one that changes salt water into
like desalinator or something like that. It's called.
It's the Israelis were big on that because they had no front quarter.
The Israelis made here. It was designed by Israel. It's sitting in separate schools. So, like, I know, there's always going to be, like blowback for support from Israel. There's always going to be blowback, personally, on a personal level. And our country gets a lot of blowback for supporting Israel. And we put ourselves at great risk, and we make more enemies than we need to, for sure.
But one question. So the money that the U.S. gives Israel, is it just like?
What? You're joking.
Wait, you cut off.
It's just like that's the question.
I'm sorry. I closed the app again. So
Whoa.
the money that the U.S. gives Israel, is it like charity money or is it money like we are investing because you are developing, for example, weapons for us? You're doing something, for us. Because I doubt that it's charity. I think that it's
They
just
buy
business,
weapons.
because
They
Israel
buy
has got
weapons.
so much advanced stuff. Exactly, and the U.S. is buying from them. It's buying services.
No, but they buy U.S. weapons. We give them money, and then they buy U.S. weapons.
No, it doesn't work that way. We give them
Yeah,
credit.
But Israel is also doing working on development and research of warfare. I don't know, equipment.
Yeah.
There's
So
two
imagine
things
America can. I know, Jakob. I know you have the real answer. But
No,
this is how I'm as a
okay.
non-Jew. as the
Why are you
average
beefing
American-
with Jacob? Like,
non-Jew average American knows that, like, imagine we make a new gun. Here's the thing. Nobody really goes to war with America, right? So, like, we can't really use our weapons, but you know who can use our weapons? Israel. So often they're the first ones to test out our new weapons, our new guns. And when we make a new gun, we send it there and they improve it dramatically.
yeah,
Like,
but
they
my
do
question
little
is,
things to it and improve it, and then they send it back.
my question is really because, and this is because I really don't
It's my
know.
ex-wife.
Is the U.S. getting something in exchange for that money, or is it just like, oh yeah, we're gonna give this money to Israel and that's
Usually
it?
she's
Like,
always a moron.
Okay,
and we're
It's
not getting
She's
anything.
being
And
extra
I mean,
moron.
I don't know. I thought that there was some sort of like a business, deal between the two, and they're just giving the business to Israel, and Israel is benefiting from that from the U.S. But I don't know. That's the reason why I'm asking, because I have no clue.
Diego, what's your theory?
Oh, you don't want to hear my.
No, what is your theory as an American? What is your theory? It's not a theory. It has to be supported by facts.
I want to say the things that we're getting in return for that relationship, but I think I'll get kicked out.
Well, what are we getting in return?
You're opening the can of worms, Pearl.
I'm just here for the kicks. I'm just gonna when it's time for me to make a good joke, I'll bring it.
All right. So we can't. We are just going to be a circle jerk of the same opinion.
Pearl, he just doesn't want to say it with his chest.
Okay, listen. If you're going to be a bitch and a pussy about standing up against Israel, then don't ever fucking open your mouth again. Okay?
Wow.
You don't ever fucking open your mouth again about Israel.
I went
Somebody asks
0
you
to
again,
100.
Hey, I don't want to say in front of the big bad Jews, you fucking bitch. Then don't talk shit about Israel to begin with, ever again.
Amazing.
Very good point. Very, very, very good point.
She's right.
Keep it going.
America is not getting paid, or it's not getting anything in exchange for the support, because Israel, I think, owns America. This is like the Jewish people. They're so talented and controlling.
What do you mean Israel
Oh
owns
my
America?
That is just like what I think. It's my opinion. I think they
Yeah,
own.
and Israel owns the world as well, right? Like,
Yeah, we control all the publications, all the media, all the banks, all the insurance companies.
I honestly don't understand. I don't understand this this position, just because like America could buy Israel like over and over and over again. I mean, like what is there for Israel to buy that they own America?
exactly.
The only thing they could buy that America can't produce is real estate in the Mideast. End of discussion. You want to put a
Well,
base in the Mideast, you want a
I
friendly
hear
partner.
Gaza has some good deals right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Jared Kushner was pretty much an idiot when he talked about new beachfront property in Gaza. That was the last thing a Jewish
my
person
God.
in the United States should be talking about.
Yeah, well,
It's
apparently
free.
it's not going to
As
work.
they say, it's
out.
free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently it's not working anyway.
I hear
Oh,
you.
Yeah, because you're not getting
I don't want it. Israel doesn't want Gaza.
Apparently, is that true? Apparently it doesn't. So like all this idea, all these Americans sprouting about how they're going to buy a beach house in Gaza, so just
Yeah.
But that's how you become
I
a
don't
good,
even want one on East
Not even
Campus.
gonna get shit.
that's how you become a good property negotiator. You say you don't want it, and then you take it all for free.
Yeah, but they're saying it to you, free Gaza,
Yeah.
Yep.
free Palestine, free.
How is everybody on the Zap today? Everybody doing well?
It doesn't look like you're going to take it.
I missed you. Where have you been?
I've been on an expedition to find the best beachfront property I can find in Gaza.
Oh, Pumalu.
I think I found
Is
it.
it a coincidence that you just disappear when they take down this guy in Tehran?
What did they take that? Oh, that.
Last night, Pumalu wasn't around. You're suggesting he was part of it?
Exactly. Were you on a mission, Pumalu?
Oh my God, that's hysterical.
A mission. I was on a mission, yeah. But I can't say for my ears only.
On
By
my
the way-
side,
By the way, did they give an explanation how someone managed to kill Ania in front of everyone's
I
eyes?
can't say, otherwise if I
Yeah,
tell you,
it
I'm
was
gonna
an
have to
inside
take you
what?
out.
Hold on, hey, guys, someone is talking.
I'm 5 minutes late to work because of you guys.
Because
Go
you don't have
ahead,
discipline
Liv.
on mouth control.
You are talking, Liv. You were saying something.
No, it was just a question. Like, did they give any update
nice.
how it was done? How would someone reach near the
Yeah,
security?
apparently, well, the Israel Times says that Mossad hired MITRS, whatever the name is.
IRCG,
Yeah,
IGRC,
that. And they planted.
IRGC, excuse me.
They planted the weapon that he was killed with 2 months before, which they intended to do this for the other president for the funeral, but they didn't do it because it was too many people in Israel, and I don't know, it was not a good time, so they delayed it, and now they had the opportunity, and they just did, apparently, but they are claiming that it was, well, they say that it was Mossad. I mean, let me find the article. I'm gonna post it.
It could have been an inside job.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, Israel hasn't said it was us.
Well, would it?
Well, they, I guess that they have been honest when they have done a strike.
I mean, I think the best example of being honest was Operation Wrath of God after the '72 Olympics. It was clear, they said in advance, everyone associated with this will be hunted down, tracked, and killed. And they did. 29 Palestinians.
That's the article. You can
part
guys
in
read it there.
72.
It kind of like explains
Yeah, but
their theory.
there's no corroboration. I've read this, yeah.
Yeah, so they're agents, and they planted that. But also, it sounds just weird, because are you telling me they didn't check the rooms for 2 months? This thing just stayed there?
But
So that's why I lean more towards an inside job.
But all of these things that you're saying contradict
What's up, Diego?
from the
Hold on,
official
America.
sources. They're saying that it was like from a rocket launcher.
No, that
No.
has been already debunked. It was
Yeah.
not a rocket launch, no.
In the initial hours, first it was an airstrike,
I
then
heard
it was
it
a
was in the
spike missile from
shower.
across the
And
street.
No,
it
but
was
I'm not
there
speaking
for
about
2
rumors.
months. It was in the
I'm not speaking
shower.
about rumors.
Hold on, Liv. What,
It
Rina?
was in the shower. It had been planted like 2 months previously. It was like they were able to tell that he was in the shower, and then that's when
Hmm.
he was found dead in the shower.
Oh, I wanted it to be on the toilet. I wanted a C4 toilet.
No,
Was it that
was it
they killed the
confirmed?
bodyguard as well?
the conspiracy was that the bodyguard was in the shower with him.
Was it confirmed that the black dildo found was actually his?
The
The bodyguard.
He did.
Bodyguard was in him.
I want that dildo.
No,
That's
but
a
that
really
is a
well-made-
meme that is going around where there is an explosion and there's a big explosion.
Can you post that in the Telegram?
I don't have it. Let me look for it.
Oh, you gotta save that shit.
Yeah,
Hold on. I'll post it. Hold on.
Please, I need that. I need to laugh.
The
Oh,
shower one was the funniest.
And why
we
was
need
it
to
a
figure
black?
out how to text or WhatsApp each other, Simon, so we can save this stuff.
Why was it a black dildo? Was it a black dildo because it was charred?
I'll put it in the Israel.
Those are the only ones that can't.
Really?
M was
Speaking from
saying
experience
that he
or
was
just
in the
rumor?
toilet.
Come on, you left yourself wide open for that one. No pun intended.
Wait, what the fuck? Is this?
The figure of speech, Rena.
But Liv, no, it was not a missile as they were reporting at first.
I don't know. It sounds
Only his room blew up, right?
Well, no, if you look at the picture in that article, it was more than just his room. Look at that. Can you imagine that? What a bang. What a bang.
Detonated right in the right moment.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yakov, I just sent it in the group.
It's
Let me know
either
if you
gonna
can
be
see
one
that.
of the two. It's either gonna be some sort of like cooperation between Iran and Israel, or we just have to admit that security and information intelligence is a big lie. Because how can someone just like sneak in and kill like a big figure just like that? How can someone shoot at the next president potentially like Trump?
No,
And
but
get
it's
away
not
with it?
shooting.
How is that even possible? In my country, when like the king or like the leader one is like doing any sort of like public speech or anything, it's like extremely like you can't even go to your own house if you're around. So how is that even possible? And how is that guy who was able to sneak into the IDF? He was not even a soldier, and he was able to sneak in, and he had guns, and he took pictures with Netanyahu, which is the prime minister, and all of that. Like how, like so fishy.
Are
You
you
know that,
living?
right?
You say your country? Are you living in North Korea, mate?
No, I don't live in North Korea. What are you talking about?
So which is your country?
Why is that
Which is-
relevant? Why is that
Because
relevant?
you
'Cause
said
you
in
mentioned
my
it.
country you cannot do, the president or the prime minister cannot do anything without being taken care of. So that's the reason why he's asking you what's your country.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think only North Korea does that. I think that's normal because a lot of people would normally want to hurt like the supreme leader of any country, not only North Korea.
Supreme
No, he's not a
leader.
leader of any country.
Supreme
Here, he
leader.
was. He was not the leader of any country. He's the leader of a terrorist gang.
Exactly.
That's right.
Diego, what's going on in your gift?
What are you doing? Are you washing your hands or are you savoring some sort of attack?
So what happened? What happened in the last hour? Like I'm reading that some.
I had lunch in the last hour. I had lunch. What about you?
No, this morning there was an attack with a drone by
with the drone.
Hezbollah,
Yeah.
and it killed, I think, like 9 people or something like that. I haven't read the article. It was done in.
No, kill.
Kill.
International Zionism is behind the civil unrest in Venezuela. Has nothing to do with this autocratic rule.
My God, that is some serious
Oh no,
gaslighting.
I watched yesterday
Oh my God.
a black girl, talking about how the opposition of Maduro are Zionists, and now they are the ones trying to bring down the whole social experiment of Maduro, and that the international community shouldn't allow this to happen because it would be a coup, and that Maduro is actually standing on the good side of history because he has supported Palestine since day one. And I don't know, it was like it was a confusing video, but clear propaganda. It was horrible.
Yeah. And he was linking, like, he made a comment about Elon Musk and Zionists together. I didn't understand the Musk connection. The man's off his rockers. I mean, even the troops there are starting to take, according to my friend in Caracas, some of the troops are starting to take off their uniforms, but not enough, unfortunately.
But I got to give it a BB. He did a fantastic job in Congress. He really did. What a fantastic orator that guy is.
Yeah, our showmayor didn't even, or he did stand up occasionally, but not as much as he could have.
Yeah, did he not find it kosher enough?
I know, Chuck Schumer's turned out to be quite the disappointment lately.
Sure.
I can't find any mention of this drone strike. Oh, here we go. 7 injured drone strike near Nigeria. Wow, that's about the farthest south they've gotten.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah, Nigeria. Yeah, in the north.
This was into Israel.
No, sorry,
7?
one
7?
dead and 8 injured.
Oh, sorry, 7 injured. Yeah.
7.
Wow,
Well, here.
propaganda.
Is it propaganda,
Propaganda?
do you think?
Like when Israelis die, it's propaganda? I thought it was propaganda when.
9 people died.
See, Israelis die, but Palestinians are killed, are murdered in the international press. That double standards just. What happened last week in the village in Gold. They said Jews died, they weren't killed, but Gazans are killed or murdered.
This is fucking retarded. Going for work.
He just likes to complain out loud.
I thought he was agreeing with me. I thought he was agreeing with me.
No, he just likes to complain out loud so that people ask him what's going on. He's an attention whore.
Whoa! Wow. I left the message, son.
Yeah, don't you know? Next time, don't ask me. Don't give it to me.
Don't give it to you?
Yeah, don't give it to me. Don't give me the attention, Yakov.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you do, then he will keep doing it.
That's right.
Rena, what's new in the socialist state up north? Any new taxes today?
Actually, Canada has this really great plan for climate change to protect the world. So basically, in Canada, we've solved this problem by paying more taxes. And so all you have to do is pay more taxes, like give money to your government, and that will solve climate change. In fact, you should even emulate Canada, call it a carbon tax. Just pay more money, and all of the climate issues will be solved. So that's the news from Communist Gazeta. That's happening here. And back to you, Jakob.
Thank you.
I think you meant China.
China? No, it's more like Gazeta now.
Gazeta better, because it has this, destruction and delayed siege and waste. And
yeah.
I heard they're cutting off air links between our two countries.
I fucking hate everything that Canada stands for. Like I
Maple
literally
syrup? How can you hate maple syrup?
Fuck.
I think he's talking politically, not culturally.
You're becoming a very hateful person, Simon. You should
What happened today?
tone it down.
I just have no patience for like socialists anymore. Like I literally have zero patience anymore.
That means you used to have patience? Like you actually I never had patience for socialists.
He fakes patience.
I don't fake patience. Anybody who knows me is gonna say that is one patient kid.
And how old are you?
29. Yeah.
Yeah, he's become very hateful lately.
Yeah,
Same
fucking
with
hate
his
the
decline.
communists, hate the fascists.
Who do you like? Let's go to who you like.
No one. He
hate
doesn't like
capitalists.
people.
Capitalists.
Is there a problem with capitalism that you can identify?
Nothing.
No.
Not a single thing.
There's not.
No,
Well, how about you? I don't
wait a
see.
second. There is one single thing.
Yeah,
you
but
would
it's
not
not
want. You would
implemented.
not want courts to be run by capitalism. You've said that many times.
What?
You've said many times that you don't believe in courts being run as a private enterprise.
That wouldn't even make sense. If a court a court is there to just adjudicate laws. So
Thank you for telling the room that. We were a little unclear.
What?
Yeah, but I remember. So he still wants a governmental entity to be, let's say, the arbiter. And I think, I mean, I am for a small government, but I also think that this can be done by private organization.
What, a court?
Yes.
Okay, how?
Do you notice how he doesn't actually accept that what I said was 100% correct? He just tap dances around it. He's literally saying that he doesn't believe capitalism works with courts, but he wants someone to tease it out and like he wants to kind of divert the attention from just acknowledging the simple fact, which is what I said. And
no,
that's a typical observer.
What are the laws? I'm asking what are the laws that the courts are upholding?
I don't know. Which court are you talking about? Divorce court?
Well, what court are you? You just asked me the court. So I said what?
I didn't ask you anything. I said a simple statement, which you are like tap dancing around, but not denying, which is that you don't believe in capitalism for courts.
I'm asking.
Someone said, do you think there's anything wrong with capitalism? You said, no, there's nothing wrong with it. And I said, no, actually, you do think there's something wrong with it. Courts. That's just number one. We can tease out more things for you. But courts is like your number one thing.
To say that there's a problem with capitalism.
Can you explain what capitalism for courts is first?
To simply just make the statement, I have a problem with capitalism when it comes to courts.
You don't think that courts should be run by private enterprise? You've said that a billion times. Everybody knows your position.
Yes, and I'm asking you, how would that work according to what law?
That's not my concern. I'm not running a business of courts. I'm not going to tell you how McDonald's is going to be profitable either.
And strawberries.
Hold on, Simon and Diego, hold on. The way that you put capitalism into the courts is by privatize the courts. You know, not having them as a governmental institution, but actually having a private organization being the arbiter of what's right and what's wrong.
Where is that run at the moment?
No, nowhere. No. But that's the thing.
Wait, what do you mean nowhere? What about private Jewish courts? They exist all over America.
What are you talking about?
If you are, hold on,
what do you mean, what am I talking about?
If you are a full-on capitalist, you want everything to be run by individuals, you know, and by private entities. And so you cannot say I am a total capitalist or an absolute capitalist if you still believe, let's say, that the government should run certain things. That's Diego's view. I am a little bit in the middle. Like I am still pro a minimum government.
Which is fine, but you just have to be honest that you don't think capitalism what he said was there's nothing wrong with capitalism, but he was lying when he answered like that.
Well,
he was
no,
being
I said,
effectively he was violating his own morality by not telling the truth.
Because the
Yeah,
question
yes.
that I asked
that's
you
exactly what you were doing.
undermines the entire concept of what the court is. So I'm asking if there is a law, okay, that is enforced by the monopoly of violence.
Courts don't enforce anything. That's not how that works.
They adjudicate what's right and wrong.
That's correct. That's what they do.
Force the law on people.
No, they don't.
Yes, they enforce the law.
The judge does not come with a gun and say you have to do this.
Yes,
No, but if
that is
you're
exactly what they
violating the
do.
law, you will be put in jail, or if you violate the law in a civil matter, you will be found guilty and you'll have to pay compensation.
Unless
Yeah,
you're
but the
gonna make it.
courts are the referees.
That's what-
They are not.
Yeah, the
That's what the
Right.
piece of paper says. But
Right.
someone actually has to enforce it. Simon thinks that it's the court. That's not what the court does.
No, I didn't say that. I just said they adjudicate what's right and wrong. I didn't say the judge points the gun at you.
So really your question should be, your question should be, how would private enterprise adjudicate matters privately? Well, not unlike the way matters are adjudicated through the publicly paid court system, obviously.
Well, I mean, there's no comparison. I mean,
there's no comparison.
Simon, it is
no
simple
comparison.
because the thing is that you would, let's say, you as an individual would have your court system that you adjudicate to, and Diego would have his. And then when you enter into a contract, the two of you would agree to what court do you want to abide by, or do you want to intervene if you guys have got a conflict. It's just like it happens today. If you do business, if I'm in the UK and I do business with someone in Switzerland, one of the two has to agree to which country we want to put the contract, which laws.
That's what you pay a lawyer for.
Yeah, but you
No,
still
a lawyer
agree
knows
on
the
that
law so he can protect
voluntarily,
you.
and so you can also do that personally. Like I want this court to be one, I don't know, doing my trial or whatever, and you can agree between the two parties about that. Or yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
I did have something that.
So wing. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, let me know when we're off the court thing, because there is something that I've been wrestling with in my mind about capitalism, a flaw. And
I was just going to say, all the Jews in the room should understand that there are organizations of adjudication which are private and work very well within their own communities.
yeah, we know about Based-In, so just some of us may.
Yeah.
But they're voluntary. They're meant to.
That's the beauty of capitalism, is that it's voluntary. Now, Simon doesn't agree that all things should be voluntary. He thinks that there are some things that people should be forced to do against their will.
Yeah, you can't use the Based-In for felonies. Like, it doesn't work that way. They're meant for
Why couldn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't work that way because you're abiding to the country where you're living. But that's Diego's
You
point.
follow the rule of
That
the land.
if you would privatize all the courts, it would also work like that.
But here's my big point. My big point is that if Simon truly thought there's nothing wrong with capitalism, then he'd have to conclude that's the best way to deal with the problem. He couldn't then say, actually, you know what, guys? What I really want is to force you to have to use the court that I decide, or that a mob group decides. It doesn't matter who the decision maker. You don't want it, and you have to do it against your will. That means that Simon thinks that there are certain things that voluntary association cannot solve, and therefore he does think that there are things wrong with capitalism.
And what if we can't come to the agreement of what courts?
But see, when you ask a question like that, that doesn't kill the principle. That's why you're a bad object to this.
Well, no,
there will be, and hopefully there will be time for people in Israel to be able to get into their bunkers, which is more than what the people of Gaza have. And there'll be an opportunity for them to be able to protect themselves. Israel's got a good defense system. I think we all hope that it doesn't get overwhelmed. I'm sure that what they've been doing from the north with Hezbollah and from also Gaza and Iran in recent months is to be able to actually stress test Israel and its defense systems, just to be able to see if there's any weak points. The reaction of 350 rockets and drones coming into Israel was, I think, a test. They were, Israel was underwhelmed. The IRGC was left, I would imagine, feeling quite embarrassed of their efforts because there was little to no yield for their efforts whatsoever, and they probably lost face to the likes of China and North Korea and so forth. So anyway, let's see how things pan out.
Yeah, I think we're.
Very much. One second, Sir. I'm going to go down. Just going to say one word, and I'm just going to go down. Regarding your question, Rohan, if the Israelis are not.
Bullshit, Adam. Bitch ass.
الزنجية بنت المتنكة عملت لي تقريبا شالتني.
John, what's up, John?
What up? Welcome to the Clown Town. This is the CEO of Clown Town. How's the president of Clown Town doing today?
Somebody let us know how so much you know what they did. They gave me a fucking house. And, you're the CEO. I want to make you happy.
How many people are in the house? Oh wow. You got to go to the settings in the house, and then I have to join the house first, and then you can make me an admin. What's the name of the house? The official clown house? Let me see. Iranian clown's house? The Hustle House, House of Hustle. So I'm just typing in house and I'm joining all the biggest houses, which was kind of cool. Wow, Roger Mayhem has 7,500. Well, it's no rush. I mean, you know. I called doctor last night, or he called me. I think he was shit-faced. You gotta recreate. You have to close this one and then create a new one under the house. Oh, you can't. Okay, this is poetry read by the poet. Hey Hekima, what up? This is Poet. I'm gonna read some poetry. I don't know if you like, but do you like poetry? Okay, this is book club. Do you even read anymore? Phoenix is here. Oh my god, my friend Phoenix, how are you, sir? Are you still gay?
How are you? Hope you are having wonderful, mind-blowing, satisfying, full of love time.
That's right. Do you love Israel?
Yeah, I love, but this time is very sensitive, so
Oh.
I love that. I love the music.
Alright, well we're gonna do the Shema. Here we go. You gotta do this every Jew has got to do this every morning. This isn't the best version, bro. Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Woo! I got it done. I did it. Woo!
Ah, that's beautiful. And I am not.
You see, the best version is actually it's a Sephardic version. It's really the best version because they use the shofar. It really wakes up your tuchus. Okay, we're gonna read about Haman. Okay, this is called Haman's intention. Because Iran is about to attack Israel. So this is called Haman's intention. Wherefore Haman sought to destroy all the Jews. Esther 3:6. To what may the wicked Haman be compared? To a bird that made its nest at the edge of the sea, only to have it swept away when the tide was high. What did the bird do? It proceeded to take water into its beak and pour it out on the dry land, then take sand from the dry land and drop it into the sea. Its companion stood by and asked, "What are you doing, wearing yourself out so?" The bird answered, "I will not budge from here until I turn the sea into dry land, and the dry land into sea." Its companion said, "Biggest fool in the world. After all this effort, what do you think you can accomplish?" So too the Holy One said to wicked Haman, "You are the biggest fool in the world. I said I would destroy Israel, and found if one dare ascribe such words to God, I could not. As Scripture says, God intended to destroy them, but then Moses, his chosen, stood before him in the breach, that he should not destroy them. Psalms 106:23. Yet you expect to destroy, to slay, and to cause to perish by your life. Your head will be removed and not theirs. They are for deliverance, and you are for hanging. Haman's slander and Ahasuerus's decree. Haman said, "There is yeshno one people." Esther 3:8 Rava commented, "There never was a slanderer as skillful as Haman." Haman said to Ahasuerus, "Come, let us engage them in battle." Ahasuerus answered, "I am afraid that God punishes anyone who engages them in battle, Haman, but they are negligent, yeshenu, of God's precepts." Ahasuerus, "Nevertheless, there are righteous men in Israel who will seek mercy for the transgressors." Haman, "But they are one people. Should you argue that by obliterating them, they will make a barren area in your kingdom? Please remember that they are scattered among many peoples. Should you say, but surely there is some benefit to be derived from them, remember that they are meforad. They are like a furda, a mule that bears no progeny. Should you argue, but they are outside my domain, so you cannot act against them. They are in all the provinces of thy kingdom. Beside, the laws are diverse from those of every people. Esther 3:8. They do not eat with us, drink with us, or intermarry with us, neither keep they the king's laws. They spend the entire year dawdling and lolling about. They say it is the Sabbath, it is a festival, and thus get out of doing the king's work. Haman then proceeded to reckon the Jewish festivals: the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles, New Year's Day, and the Feast and the Fast of Atonement. At that the Holy One said to Haman, "Villain, you would cast an evil eye on the festivals. I will cause you to fall down before them. And to celebrate your downfall, they will add still another festival. Haman went on, It profiteth not the king to suffer them. Esther 3:8, For they eat and drink and hold the king in contempt. If a fly falls into the cup of one of them, he flings it out and drinks the wine. But if my lord king touches the cup of one of them, he dashes it to the ground and will not drink from it. Therefore, if it please the king, let it be written that they will be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver. Esther 3:9. And the king said unto Haman, The silver is given thee, the people also, to do with them as it seemeth good to thee. Esther 3:11. Rabbi Abba said, By what may the give and take between Ahasuerus and Haman be illustrated? By the parable of two men, one of whom had a mound in the middle of his field, while the other had a ditch in the middle of his. The owner of the mound said, Who will sell me that ditch? The owner of the ditch said, Who will sell me that mound? One day the two met, and the owner of the ditch said to the owner of the mound, Sell me a mound. The other replied, I wish that such a request had been made long ago. Take it for nothing. Then were the king's scribes called. There was written, letters were sent. Esther 3:12-13. What was written in those letters? The following to all peoples of diverse races and languages. May your well-being increase. Be it known unto you that there came to us a man who is not of our city or of our land, an Amalekite, Amalekite, the son of distinguished forebears, and his name is Haman. He put a small, one may say trifling request to us, saying, In our midst there dwells a nation more despicable than any other nation, arrogant in spirit. They are ever ready for treachery and corruption. They hold us in contempt and rejoice in our misfortune. Evening, morning, noon, the cursing of the king is habitual in their mouths. They keep saying, The Lord is king forever and ever. May the nations vanish from his earth. Psalm 10:16. When he wreaks vengeance upon the nations, punishment upon the peoples. Psalm 149:7. The scions of this despicable and arrogant people are notorious ingrates. Look what they did to poor Pharaoh when the forebears came down to Egypt. He welcomed them with extraordinary kindness. He even allowed them to settle in the very best part of his land. During years of famine, he did not merely feed them, he gave them choice viands. Then when he asked that they build him just one palace, they came with a trumped-up tale, saying, Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice unto the Lord our God. After that we will come back. In the meantime they said, Please lend us silver vessels, gold vessels, and garments. So the Egyptians lent them their silver, their gold, and their finest clothing. Then each one of these ingrates loaded ever so many asses until they emptied Egypt. After that they made their getaway. Naturally, Pharaoh, he and his entire camp had no choice but to pursue them to retrieve their stolen treasure. What did these ingrates do? They had among them a certain person whose name was Moses, son of Amram. By means of his witchcraft he took a staff, uttered incantations over it, and with it smote the sea until it became dry. Then all of them went into the midst of the sea on dry land, and all of them got across. I do not know by what means they were able to cross the sea, or by what means its waters were dried up. When Pharaoh saw this, he went in after them. I do not know how they managed to push him into the sea, but he and his entire host drowned in it. The ingrates, you see, chose not to remember the good things Pharaoh had done for them. Then do you know what they did to Amalek, Haman's ancestor? After they had come up out of the sea, Amalek went to Balaam to seek advice from him, saying, "Look what this people has done to Egypt. Now if they have done this to Egypt, which bestowed so many boons upon them, how much more are they likely to do to other peoples? What do you advise?" Balaam replied, "Go and wage war against them. If you cannot prevail against them, no mortal will ever prevail against them, because they depend on the merit of Abraham, and so do you." At that, Amalek went to war against them. What did the leader Moses do then? He had an understudy named Joshua, son of Nun, cruel, utterly without mercy. Moses said to him, "Choose us men and go out, fight with Amalek." Exodus 17:9. I do not know the kind of men he chose, whether they were wizards or just mighty warriors. But Moses took a stick in his hand. I do not know precisely what he did with it, and also took a stone and sat on it. Again, I do not know what incantations he whispered over it. All I know is that Amalek's strength grew weak and powerless. They fell, slain by them. Then they attacked Sihon and Og, the mightiest warriors in the world. No mortal could stand up to these two. I still do not know how they managed to slay them. After that, what did Joshua, the person's understudy, do? He led Israel into the land of the Canaanites, not only taking their land, but slaying 31 of their kings. He then divided the land of the Canaanites among the Israelites. Even the Gibeonites, who made peace with them, they forced to become men's servants and maid servants. Then Sisera and his multitude attacked Israel. What they did to him I do not know, but the book of Kishon swept away Sisera and his multitude, carried them off, and cast them into the great Mediterranean Sea. As their first king, they had a man named Saul. He went to the land of Haman's ancestors, Amalek, where in one day Saul slew 100,000 horsemen. He had no pity on man or woman, child or suckling. How he managed to slay them I do not know. Then what did they do to Haman's grandfather, Agag, whom they first had spared? After a while, one of them, named Samuel, came forth, cut him in pieces, served his flesh as food to the birds of heaven. I do not know why Samuel felt he had to inflict such a horrible death upon Agag. After that, they had another king, David, son of Jesse, by name, who destroyed and exterminated ever so many realms and showed no pity to their inhabitants. After David, his son Solomon rose up and built for Israel an edifice he called the Sacred. What they had in it I do not know, but whenever enemies came to fight them, they entered that edifice and performed their witchcraft in it. And when they emerged from it, they killed enough to destroy the entire world. There was not a virtue they did not boast of having. Because of their extraordinary prosperity, no other people of tongue was deemed by them to amount to anything. But when that god of theirs grew old, Nebuchadnezzar attacked them and burned that edifice of theirs, and the wizardry no longer availed them. Some he slew, others, after fettering in irons, he exiled from the land and brought into our midst. But they still did not change their ugly ways. Even though they are in exile in our midst, they mock us and mock what we hold in awe. In their eyes, we are an abomination. So now all of us have agreed to cast the lots to determine the best time to exterminate them from the world. The lot against them fell on the month of Adar, the 13th day in it. Accordingly, when these presents reach you, get ready for that day. He who draws a bow, let him draw it. He who wields a sword, let him wield it. Be ready to kill, to exterminate in one day all the Jews in your midst, young and old, little ones and women. Do not allow even one of them to escape or get away. Subnote. All this is a masterpiece of satirical parody of a people's history. I know only one other work in this genre, Count Alexis, no relation to Leo Tolstoy's parody in verse of Russian history, as murderous in its characterization of the Russian Tsars as this is of the Jewish leaders. Perhaps there is an English counterpart. I cannot recollect a German or a French one. Voltaire, Heine. I can't remember. There is certainly no Arabic one. The following is the text of the letter Haman the Agagite wrote and sent to all the kingdoms of the world and to all the notables of the peoples of the world. I, chief officer of the king, second only to him, first of all prefects and most distinguished among the nobles in the realm. I, in full agreement with the king's epochs and officers, satraps and governors, speaking as one, in the same language, using the same words which King Ahasuerus has authorized, do herewith indict this writing, which is sealed with the signet and is therefore irreversible. The writing concerns the great vulture, Israel, whose wings had been spread over the whole world. No fowl, no beast, tame or wild could withstand him, but then came the great lion Nebuchadnezzar, who dealt the vulture a mortal blow. His wings were broken, his feathers plucked out, his feet hacked off. From the day the vulture was forced out of his eyrie until this day, the entire world, all of it, his head bestowed upon it calm, quiet, and serenity. But now we see the vulture determined to grow feathers and wings once again, determined to overshadow us, the entire world, all of it, as he once overshadowed and plundered our earliest forebears. Therefore we, all the foremost regents of Media and Persia, with the authority of King Ahasuerus, with common consent, are writing to you as follows. Okay, I'm going to take a quick reading break and we will come back. Set snares for this vulture. Entrap him before he renews his strength and returns to his eyrie. We advise you to pluck his feathers and break his wings. to feed his flesh to the fowl of heaven, to crack his eggs, to crush his fledglings, and to root out his memory from the world. Let not our counsel be like Pharaoh's, who decreed only against males, but let the females be. Nor like Amalek's, who smote the stragglers and left the strong unscathed, nor like Sennacherib's, who exiled them to a land like their own, nor like Nebuchadnezzar's, who only exiled them but let them live, even seating some of them near his throne. Clearly aware of the threat, we are resolved to slay, to exterminate all Jews, young and old, so that there be left of them no memorial, no name, no posterity in the world. Thus they will be unable to do to us what they did to our forefathers and fathers. For whoever did them a favor, they paid back only with evil. After the letters were sealed and given to Haman, he, together with his entire band of associates, left the royal palace overjoyed. When Mordecai met them and learned of the fate in store for the Jews, he happened to see 3 Jewish children coming from school and hastened to catch up with them. Haman and his band, seeing Mordecai hasten after the children, followed him to find out what he might say to them. When Mordecai came up with the children, he asked one of them, "Recite for me the verse in Scripture you studied today." He replied, "Be not afraid of sudden terror, neither of the destruction of the wicked when it cometh." Proverbs 3:25. The second child followed him, saying, "Today in school I studied the verse, take counsel together, and it shall be brought to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand, for God is with us." Isaiah 8:10. The third added, "Even to old age I am the same, and even to whorehouses I carry you. I have made, and I will bear. Ye, I will carry, and will deliver." Isaiah 46:4. When Mordecai heard these verses, he not only cheered up, he became jubilant. Haman asked him, "What did the children say to you that made you so joyful?" Mordecai replied, "They gave me the good tidings that I need not fear the evil counsel you devised against us." Enraged, wicked Haman said, "I will make these children the first to feel the blow of my hand." Then Haman said to Ahasuerus, "The God of these people hates lewdness. So make a feast for them, and seat women next to each one of them. Order that all of them come, eat and drink, and do whatever they desire." The king gave the order. At once Mordecai rose up and issued a proclamation, "My children, go not to the place of Ahasuerus' feasting, so that Satan will not be given cause to make accusations against you." But they disregarded the words of Mordecai, and all of them went to the place of feasting. Rabbi Ishmael said 18,500 men went to the place of feasting. When they ate, drank, became drunk, and committed acts of depravity, giving no thought whatever to the destruction of their temple. At once Satan rose up and, in the presence of the Holy One, brought charges against the Jews, saying bluntly to the Holy One, "Master of the universe, how long will you cleave to this people who keep provoking you? If you please cause this people to perish from the world," the Holy One asked, "but what will happen to the Torah?" Satan replied, "Master of the universe, you will have to make do with the allegiance to it of those on high." Indeed, the Holy One himself became reconciled with Satan's counsel, said, "What need have I of this people, because of whom I have had so many reasons for anger? I will make the memory cease from among men." Deuteronomy 32:26. At once the Holy One said to Satan, "Bring me a scroll, and I will write in it, extermination." Satan went and brought God a scroll, which he inscribed and sealed. At once the Torah went forth in a widow's garb, and lifted a voice in weeping before the Holy One. The sound of her weeping, the ministering angels too cried out to the Holy One and said, "Master of the universe, if Israel were not in the world, of what use are we?" When the sun and the moon heard this, they withdrew their brightness. Heaven and earth and all the works of creation went into mourning. At that moment, Elijah, ever remembered on good occasions, ran in all haste to the fathers of the world and to the first prophets, and said to them, Fathers of the world, heaven and earth and all the hosts on high are weeping bitterly. The entire world is seized with pangs like a woman in labor, and you lie here unruffled. They asked, What is happening? Elijah replied, A decree of extermination has been issued against Israel. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob said, If the decree against them has been sealed, what can we do? Elijah turned around and went to Moses, to whom he said, Alas, O faithful shepherd, how many times did you stand in the breach in Israel's behalf and cause a decree against them to be nullified, so that they were not destroyed? How will you respond to this present peril? Moses asked, Is there one virtuous man in this generation? Elijah, yes, his name is Mordecai. Moses, go and tell him about it, so that he might stand in prayer there, as we will hear. Elijah responded quickly, But, O faithful shepherd, the decree against Israel is already indicted, already sealed. Moses, if it is sealed with clay, our prayer will be heard, but if with blood, what must be, must be. Elijah, it is sealed with clay. Moses, go and tell Mordecai. At once Elijah went and told Mordecai, and in every province whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was intense mourning among the Jews. Esther 4:3. Why is it spoken of as intense mourning? Because it is the way of mourning to be intense the first day, but as it continues, it grows less intense. This mourning, however, kept growing more intense as it went on, for each man would say to himself, Tomorrow I am to be slain. And the thing pleased Haman, and he caused the gallows to be made. Esther 5:14. What did he do? He went and cut down a cedar in the palace garden, and with chants and songs had it taken out and set up at the entrance to his house. Then he said, Tomorrow morning I will hang Mordecai upon it. After he had set it up, he measured himself against it, that a divine voice spoke up, saying, These gallows fit you fine. Indeed, these gallows have been ready for you ever since the 6 days of creation. After Haman made the gallows, he went to Mordecai and found him seated in a house of study with young children before him, their heads sprinkled with ashes, sackcloth about the loins, engaged in the study of Torah. Even though they were crying aloud and weeping, Haman counted them and found there were 22,000 of them. He put iron collars about their necks and fetters of iron on their legs, set guards over them, and said, Tomorrow I will slaughter these first, and then hang Mordecai. The mothers of the children came to bring them bread and water, and said to them, Children, eat and drink before you die tomorrow. Do not die hungry. The children put their hands on their scrolls and swore by the life of our teacher Mordecai, We will neither eat nor drink, but will die worn out from fasting. Then each child rolled up his scroll, returned it to his teacher, and said, We thought that through the merit of Torah we would live long. But now that we have no such merit, take the scrolls from our hands. And all moaned loudly as they wept, the mothers lowing like heifers outside the house of study, and the children bawling like calves within it, until their cry reached the height above. The Holy One heard the sound of their weeping at the end of the 3rd hour in the night. In that instant the Holy One rose from the throne of justice, seated himself on the throne of mercy, and asked, What is this loud noise I hear? Like that of kids and lambs. Moses, our teacher, stood up before God and said, Master of the universe, these are neither kids nor lambs. They are the little ones of your people, who have been fasting now for 3 days and 3 nights, and tomorrow, like kids and lambs, they will be made to stand up for slaughtering. With that, the compassion of the Holy One crested, and he broke the seals, tore up the letters of doom, and that night cast dismay on Ahasuerus. The fall of Haman and the exaltation of Mordecai. On that night could not the king sleep. Esther 6:1. Rabbi Hama bar Gorion said, All those who wished to sleep had no sleep that night. Esther was busy. Mordecai was busy with his sackcloth and fasting. Haman was busy with his gallows. At that time the Holy One said to the angel in charge of sleep, My children are in peril, yet this wicked king is sleeping in his bed. Go and cause his sleep to desert him. At once the angel came down, stood over Ahasuerus, and disturbed his spirit, saying to him in great, Go and repay with favor him who deserves it. Ahasuerus began to muse, Who has served me well and has not been repaid? So he commanded to bring the book of the records and chronicles. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Hope you enjoyed it. It's a reading from Mordecai. Okay, that's the Sefer HaAgadah. That's on Haman and Mordecai.
Margin of victory in the equivalent of the Senate are House of Parliament, so they can't really be challenged. So there's only way that Kier is going to change his position is if he gives into the guilt, or members of his own party are going to threaten him with a vote of no confidence, which I don't think either is going to happen. So it depends. Is he going to continue with this rhetoric of coming out and only demonizing one portion of society, which is the natural born citizens, and that will determine how things go. But so like Diego brought up a question about, like, he thought this would peter out very quickly because, like, oh, people have jobs and they go back to it, but yet yesterday was one of the more newsworthy days of these events. And then we like to have politicians stepping on their dicks, right? And Sky News deleting news clips because they end up like inadvertently showing things which are counter-narrative on television. So yesterday was a very sort of significant day in the information war.
But so in reality, kind of like the strategy or the good thing for Brits to happen, it would be for there to be chaos, right? So that these guys cannot control it, and so they have a reason how to take him out, no?
Well, I don't think Keir Starmer's going anywhere, to be honest. The guy's a fucking... He's not going to resign. He's not going to have I doubt there's going to be a vote of no confidence unless they have a huge majority.
I agree.
So
I think he's too stuck.
They will win is if they convince the Muslims to go back home and do nothing.
But you don't convince a Muslim.
But I don't think that they are, because they're literally putting out messages. Even after the Labour government said that, like, immediately they came out and said, we're going to give £26 million in additional funding to protect mosques. Muslims have come out and actually said, we don't need the money. We will protect ourselves. We don't, like, they're like a state within a state, right? Like, they are rejecting the Labour, the government.
Yeah,
so the question is, do they listen? And what would be best for them and the government, approved narrative, is if tensions die down and things go back to normal, and then they escalate it again and then die down, like they step you there. But if things continue to escalate, like citizens being beaten in the fucking street, them like taking over in large numbers, street roundabouts and roads, and the police running away in fear. If these clips and these events keep happening, like, it's going to wake more and more people up. And then it's actually people in America which are doing the real fighting for us. It's people like Elon Musk and other commentators which are because our politicians can't hold them to account.
Dude, Australia is amazing with the reporting. Sky News Australia is great.
But because our politicians can't hold the government to account because they have such a majority, it's people like Elon Musk which are holding them to.
Do you see like a potential civil war? It could be civil war or something.
Well, we've got Muslims waving AK-47s in social media videos. So
really?
Yes.
Where the fuck do they take it from? Do you get the guns from?
There's always illegal. Do you think
the Jewish arms traders
are illegal? That means
Come on, Diego.
I'm not joking about that. I mean,
what do you think?
The Jewish arms traders.
Well, what I would say is
traders.
The conflict
Jews will never be on the side of the Muslims.
The conflict where I am at home, they were so determined to get weapons, they went as far as getting them from Gaddafi in Libya, right? So there are weapons here. There are drug dealers with fucking guns, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you see, this is the reason why it's so dangerous to give that. You see, Simon, to give complete monopoly on violence to the government, because then something like this happen, and what the hell do you do to defend yourself?
And that's another thing. There is a government,
and they selectively enforce those laws. So the higher you, like there was a bar, a pub, where Muslims surrounded them, and the white native Britons had to like blockade themselves in, stacking tables and chairs up against the fucking doors because they beat a white Briton outside. You know, so like.
Oh, I have seen
But do you think the police responded? The police didn't even call after the fact, right?
They're all scared. They're being intimidated.
But what are they intimidated? What are they scared of?
Dude, they're running in the streets with machetes. They're running in the streets with machetes and knives.
No, that's not it.
They're afraid of being
They've
called
got batons, they've got riot shields, they've got guns. What they're afraid of is being called racist.
Yeah.
Also, we've had a couple of MPs murdered in the last few years, especially like the Labour Party. So it's the Labour MPs who fear for their heads because they're targets, because they'll die.
Yeah, I remember this woman. I met her husband on Tinder. I remember this MP that got stopped right outside the House of Commons.
Is it Joe Cox or is it
No, there was a police officer.
A woman. No, it was a woman. No, but this was an MP and she was a woman. And
I don't think it was directly outside the House of Commons.
Her house. It wasn't outside the House of Commons, it was outside her home.
Yeah, I don't think it was outside the House of Commons.
Yeah, well, she was stabbed.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't remember right now the name.
Joe Cox and David.
Yeah, that one.
There's also another MP who was killed, David Ames, at his constituency office.
But dude, I'm really worried what's happening, and this is not only in the UK, like Spain. Oh my God, Spain is starting to look like the UK. Everyone is on the street.
No, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. Like, I'm not unhappy, right? Because I am more afraid when nothing was happening. Okay, there's now at the moment more people than ever talking about this, and you see these fucking foreigners posting up videos and getting little sympathetic fucking reviews about, I don't feel safe in my country. I'm like, yeah, it was never your fucking country, right? And you don't feel safe. Well, guess what? We've not fucking felt safe. Our children have not been fucking safe. So good. Oh, I don't know if I can see my future here. Good. Like, I'm fucking hopeful. The more of them that live in the natural born citizens of our ancestors that have been here for fucking thousands of years have been modifying our behavior. I wouldn't say I've lived in fear, but I've certainly modified my behavior to stay the fuck away from people, right, who shouldn't be here. I'm thankful. I'm hopeful. Like, I want to burn more, right? Keep protesting. Like, keep it in the fucking news. Keep the pressure on. Like, it's the only way things are going to change. So, no, I don't want things to go back like they were 2 months ago, right? Like, I want them to show their true colors, right? And I want things to escalate. Because that's the only way we actually get to a solution.
T-Robs, did you see there was some British network and they were like reporting about the far-right fascists who just burned a hotel. And they're like, we have protesters behind us, and as he's talking, protesters run up to the camera and start using gun signs, shooting the camera. They had to cut this because they're just, they're completely wrong on what's actually going on.
Yes, the journalist who was standing in front of a large group of Muslim men making a show of force, because there was actually no protest that showed up, and that was fake news. But more interesting is a TV people what these people are really like by coming up and intimidating the fucking camera crew, saying free Palestine and fuck whatever, and showing like trigger fingers upon leaving, got their tires slashed, which there's video of, by the Muslims. So
and then they removed
that's how fucking well driven.
They removed that footage as well. So.
Yes, they deleted the tweets, and before deleting it, of course, they turned all the fucking comments off because you're not allowed to talk about the truth. You're not allowed to see what's going on, okay? So when the BBC then goes on to report about these things, about, unrest and whatever, if you listen to it or read what was put out, you'd never know who perpetrated it, right?
I saw the BBC.
They lie by omission.
The BBC put out 2 days ago that far-right extremists were throwing acid at Arab women, which then caused 2 Arab men to throw acid to a white British man and burn his face off.
Don't say anything, Diego.
Don't
say anything, Diego. Don't say anything.
Oh, they retracted it and still oh my god.
Lisa, do you want to continue what you were saying about Spain in comparison to the UK? I was interested in that.
Oh, no, I was just saying that they're going in the same direction of the UK because there are a lot of protests, anti-immigration and anti-Muslims because they're doing exactly the same thing. Girls are being raped in streets and people are just tired.
In like 48 hours, 2 men in 2 separate incidents were beheaded.
Yeah, exactly. So everything everywhere it's going crazy, and that's what I was saying, that this is not just the UK. It's happening in Spain, and I'm sure it's happening somewhere else as well that I have seen. But it's happening everywhere in Europe, dude.
Where are these protests? The only protests in Spain are against tourism.
No. The protests in Spain are against the Muslims, and they're taking place in Madrid, in Barcelona, and in some other places, because I think that the beheaded guy was in the southern of Spain, but I'm not really sure where it was, to be honest. I cannot really say.
I respect your opinion. I'm just I can't relate because I am in Spain now, and I've been.
It's not an opinion, and your inability, you're low information. This is what this is, and you're offended by the fact that you are low information.
No,
that's
I'm not
your problem. Okay, go look on Twitter, buddy. Okay. Don't get up in your feelings. Go look on Twitter and see with your eyes.
I'm about to go to gym. I asked her.
Okay, that's cute.
Elaborate on her point.
Sure. Okay. If you're really interested,
in Barcelona, I have
really
seen these protests. I don't know where in Spain you are, but I have seen these protests.
But I'm telling you, can you link me? Can you give me articles about these?
Yes.
Listen, no. Listen to me. You see, you're asking him to be a doctor.
I think
he would go and look himself.
I think that in the group, I have posted it under the Islam channel, so you can see it there. I'm pretty sure I have posted it something there, but if not, I will add something about it.
I'll check it after I come back from gym. Meanwhile, you can enjoy these little emotional.
Emotional, you're a fucking.
Dude, it's not emotional. It's not cool. I mean, this is the reason why Islam is not compatible with the West.
I mean, what do you mean? You just started attacking me for no reason. I wasn't even talking to him. I was talking to you. What are you talking about?
No, I am saying that these type of protests that we're seeing everywhere in Europe is the reason. I mean, they all are happening for the fact that we are not compatible with Muslim ideology. And I know that you're Muslim. I know that you say that you're.
No, it's not even about that. It's not even about that because I live in the country and I know that the country is actually shifting in favor of immigration.
Because the government, which also voted to the right, but the government actually did a coalition. And now it's completely progressive. And listen, I am also Spanish, and I watched all the process of the election. I watched the whole debates, when they were, I don't know how they call it, la investidura, the meeting they do for the investidura of the president. And so I watched it all, and I saw the shit show that it was, and how the people on the right that were actually constitutionalists and they're actually for the country, they're being shut down. And what's happening in Spain is actually very dangerous. You have a very progressive government at the moment. And I know that they're pro-immigration, but they're shitting on the country. It's exactly what's happening.
I have a meme for shutting it down.
Why would the country be pro immigration if it's
the government does not equal
because
the
it's the
country?
government. It's
The
very
government-
progressive.
No, the
They even
government,
have
say, for
a
example, is
ministry.
entirely pro the minority. But the
Spain
people,
even opened a ministry of diversity, for fuck's sake.
Do you know? Okay, so you're Spanish. Do you know what immigrants do for Spain?
He's not.
I am Spanish.
spiced food, okay, and taxi drivers.
But that's Tim's point. You're saying I'm Spanish by virtue of your papers, but you're not Spanish in the way that you live. Just like most people are not British the way Tim is.
I love
Tim is a real Brit.
these people are like, oh, well, what would you do with the poor immigrants? It's like, motherfucker, the British Empire ruled a quarter of the fucking surface of the earth. We don't fucking need you, okay? You add nothing. You add nothing of value.
Listen, last time I was in Spain, which was like 2 months ago, I was really shocked. Like, it has changed so much in so little time that you get to Spain and you don't feel you are in Spain. That airport, it felt like I was in the middle of a market in Latin America. You know, I felt like I was being in Guatemala. No, not even Guatemala, Dominican Republic or Cuba. You know, like even worse. And so it was horrible, and there are Muslims everywhere, and yeah, it doesn't feel like Spain. I'm so sorry, it doesn't.
Hey, did you ever notice at that airport they have no signs on how to get anywhere?
Is Spain a country or a county? I'm so confused.
Spain is a shadow of its former self.
Yeah, and actually, Diego, what actually happened in Spain last time I was there, I heard 2 people. I was there for like a week or a week and a half. I was working on a project there in La Castellana with Real Madrid. And there, in front of the offices, like 2 mobile phones got stolen. And I was like, shit, you know, I felt like I was in Guatemala, because when I'm in Guatemala, I am not able to speak with my phone freely in the street because somebody can come and take it from you. So it was exactly the same thing in Madrid.
It used to be just Barcelona was the place where you'd get shit. So now it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's pickpockets in Barcelona.
I still don't know what's the point of what you just said. Like that is
immigrants. That's the point.
Outlander house is the point.
100%.
Okay, so you're saying that all immigrants should leave?
Yes.
No, yes.
You got it.
You guys are too stupid. You guys are stupid.
Not all immigrants. But
Why? Because it's bad business for you?
The one that
You're
does
fucking
not.
moron. Like the countries demand skills from abroad, from
Motherfucker, the Europeans built the free world.
Immigrants.
Your shithole countries, what the fuck have they ever contributed? We don't need you, okay?
A lot of
We don't
people are not
you
even
need
working,
us,
dude. A lot
okay?
of people are
We
just
don't
sucking
need
from
you.
the system and sucking from the government. I mean, the ones that are there legally, stay. The ones that have a job, stay. But if you don't have a job and you have a criminal record, yeah, why should we keep you?
No, you're not getting it because
Now
then the chain
you're
migration
going
takes
sideways. Because no one spoke about people with criminal records. No one wants people with criminals, but we were speaking.
What about illegal
immigrants.
ones?
You were speaking about immigrants, not criminals.
Yeah, what about the ones raping? Yeah, what about the Muslims raping the kids? What about the Muslims being
Okay.
I want my country what Israel wants for itself, okay? I think that's fair. Is that fair?
What about the Muslims beheading people in Spain?
Give me
Should they have a place?
Give me proof. Give me proof.
Okay, that was being used 2 days ago.
This is why I got
you're a beheading denier
for this fucking idiot. This is in the mainstream news. You can go and read it. And this motherfucker wants you to go and like do homework for him. This guy's A, not firstly acting in good faith, and B, You couldn't convince or change this guy's mind even if you tried. Okay? This is literally fucking futile, and it only goes to show, if anything, that these fucking people don't deserve to be here.
Don't stop the rant now, Tim. Keep going.
Just ignoring.
Sure. Just ignore like someone that actually speaks sense.
Just shoot yourself in the foot. Why won't you, Englishman?
Because you need to provide proof. Because the only reason why I spoke, I was actually going.
Okay, so
the only reason why I spoke.
here it is,
because
El País. I'm going to read it in
something.
Spanish, but I know that you speak Spanish if you're living in Spain. So, El País, 9th of April 2024. Un hombre decapita a su padre en Asturias y lanza la cabeza contra un septuagenario. Luego, 5 days ago, marca.com. Decapitan a 2 hombres en Valencia en tan solo 30 horas. 5 days ago.
Wait, are these like in the back pages of these newspapers, not on the front pages, or what?
What?
They put it in the back, like they don't need, like
It's in the paper. It's online, okay? Everything's
there you go.
on the first page.
So Liv has no excuse.
A Google search away. Everything's on the front page.
There you go.
This one, where is Soto de Rivera? Let me say, is this Madrid? I don't know where this is. But it's not Valencia, this is another one. So, 2 machetazos antes de ser decapitado a las puertas de una casa en la que pidió auxilio. That's another one. And that was also from April, a little bit earlier in April.
Okay,
So what the hell am I talking about? This is what I'm talking about.
Perfect. So three crimes in 4 months?
No, 4 decapitations.
We're talking about people having their fucking
4
heads removed.
decapitations in 2 months.
Hey, listen to me. This is
One is enough. One is enough.
This is crime.
One
Like
is
it's hate
How many
crime.
do you need?
Like in your culture, if you think this is like relatively normal, this also shows that you're not fucking compatible here.
Can you just shut the fuck up for one moment? And
Have a clean dicks, okay? Go back to fucking children, bro. All right.
I'm going.
I know,
Okay.
I know we're not.
Where you from?
6 days ago, a different one than the other 2. Investigan la muerte de un hombre decapitado en el barrio de Nazaret. La Razón. These are public sources. These are reliable sources. These are
Isa, read the one I sent you on Telegram. Read that one in Spanish.
This is not what we're talking about right now.
Oh, we're not? We're not talking about people that are coming and visiting Tampico.
Okay, or contact this. Someone did the math, right?
First of all, this is you just trying to poke Jewish people in the room. This is from 2 years ago and it's in Mexico. So yeah, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. We're talking about right now the migration problem in Europe in general. What has happened and what's cities that have immigrants than the actual people from the city.
One of which
You have
is
that-
Birmingham, right? Here's something which is undeniable. It is a matter of fact. A man did the math. I posted the link at the top. I just figured out something insane, he says. There are 4,581 rapes in 2022, 2021, and 2020 in a minority white Birmingham. Quick math, approximately 1,527 rapes per year. That's a rate of 132.89 per 100,000. If Birmingham were a country, it would by far have the worst rape rate in the world. That's what happens when you have minority native citizens in their own fucking cities and their own countries.
Dude, I don't know, but really, the only thing I'm saying here is that It's okay.
Diversity equals crime. That is it.
It's okay to have immigration. I am an immigrant, but when I move to a country, I abide by the rules of the country. I feel in the obligation to assimilate. You know, like you cannot expect the country to bend over.
I also
You don't expect the country to bend over for you and your needs.
I didn't assimilate when I went to Portugal. You didn't assimilate when you went to fucking Switzerland, okay? You're just a European Christian, right? That's it. It's just compatible. You didn't assimilate.
You guys were nasty to the Polacks when they came as immigrants. You guys used to make terrible jokes. Treated them terribly, didn't you?
Who?
The British treated the Polish people extremely bad. Made them the butt of many jokes. And I think they regret it now. I think they'd rather have Polish immigrants.
Fuck yeah. I know a couple of Polish people, and they're great people. Lovely, family-oriented people, and perfectly compatible with us. But that's just in-group. Like, I fucking fuck ginger people. They're cunts. It's just in-group, out-group stuff. Look, what you don't understand, right? Like, and I kind of don't expect you to, but I wish people did, right? There's 30 years of actual conflict, and there's been allegedly 20 years of peace where I live. But yet, even just a couple of years ago, before COVID, there was a bomb found under a police officer's car, right? So stuff still goes on, is what I'm saying. So there's thousands of people killed, 30 years of fucking violence, where we were like noted for having like the most bombed hotel in Europe. Politicians and fucking like members of the state and security forces fucking executed. All the things that you see like in Iraq, but just not to the same high volume. What occurred over the weekend is something I've never saw in my lifetime, and I actually never thought that I would, which is that we had the two sides of this conflict, right? This would be like the equivalent. Imagine if BLM and MAGA had been at war for 30 years, and there had been thousands of deaths, all right? Bombings and murdering. What happened where I live in the UK was that BLM and MAGA came together to oppose a invading foreign entity. So you had two people who were at war previously with one another, to the point where I couldn't wear, like I'd never been able to wear my uniform when I was in the military in public in my own country for fear of like the threat that could be placed on my life. These two sides came together and marched together, like arm in arm, flying both flags simultaneously. And people are realizing that we're putting all our differences aside because we've actually realized that we're more alike than we are different. And that these fucking complete crime-ridden foreigners are the greatest threat that we've ever seen in our lifetimes. That's
the religious sectarianism on ice for now.
No, like maybe forever. Like honestly, like I don't from the other side of it. That's my personal view, and it's hilarious because our politicians are like, oh, they're like United Ireland, right? So we literally had. Imagine BLM, right? It's just about two different groups. Leaders of the BLM were drinking in a bar in a MAGA area with the leaders of MAGA and were treated like heroes. This was reported in our local news, and our political leaders are like, oh, these people have to be identified, and we're going to, confer with the police in the north of Ireland and the south of Ireland to make sure, they're like, when people are truly actually coming together, right, and putting their differences aside, if they can't exploit it for their own political gains, this is why you've not heard about these things. It's not been in the news. But what actually occurred over the weekend was fucking monumental. And I hope that sort of thing continues. And I hope that sort of thing also wakes and inspires people up in England that maybe are aware of these sorts of things. Because the foreign invading, it's an invasive species. Listen, we know about this in nature and biology. It's a fucking invasive species. Fucking ecosystem. It can destroy everything that has ever existed.
Okay, so hold on. I don't like to talk about it like that.
Why? It's the fucking truth.
Because they're just people like you. However,
really? Are there people like that?
Oh my god! I'm gonna talk. that, I mean,
That's an insult to say.
Yeah, I don't believe in 9-year-old child porn. So don't fucking compare me to these fucking people. Don't compare me to these fucking
I
people.
haven't finished my sentence. I think, for example, in the U.S., you have a melting pot. You have people. The U.S. was founded in the base of that, of immigration. So I think that you need to have some sort of common ground, some sort of cohesion for these people to actually be able to live together. Now, it can be a language, it can be a religion, it can be values, it can be ideological, it can be many things. But in this case, the immigration that Europe is having has nothing in common with them. They are not loving of the country. They put their religion before the country they live in. They don't have any particular, how do you say when you are faithful to something? When you are, oh my God, my English is gone. This happens when I was reading things in Spanish. Like
Loyalty.
Loyalty, thank you. Loyalty to the country. They have loyalty. They are Muslim first and then they are British. They are Muslim first and then they're Spanish. So there is no common ground. There is no common ground in religion, no common ground in values. They come from a complete different perspective when it comes to values. Even the interpretation of death is completely different. The purpose of their lives is to die so that they can actually go to heaven. It's martyrdom, the way of going to heaven. So this is not the way that we see things. And when you don't share language, you don't even share the law because they want to be ruled by their own laws, like the Sharia law. They don't even adapt to the banking system in the West. They have their
Don't
own
adapt the
bank.
line.
They
How
don't-
many of the fucking
They don't adapt.
never
I know who that could be
English?
But they don't adapt on any of this. So there is actually no common ground. So how can people actually share any values and share a territory when they do not agree on the most basic things? So if you are a Muslim and you come to the country, you have to know that you're living in a country that has Christian values, that has freedom values, that has freedom of speech. That means, yes, they can talk about Muhammad. They can say, oh, Muhammad was a pedophile, and they can draw Muhammad. And you should be okay with that, because if that makes you uncomfortable, it means that you are not a good fit for that country. Then you have to go where you can feel comfortable. But don't try to impose on these countries what your beliefs are, because then you're trying to turn that, they're trying to take advantage of those freedoms to take those freedoms away, which is ridiculous. Those freedoms are the first reason why they are in these countries. They make more money in these countries. Women are able to have a voice in these countries, but then they want to turn them into the shitty countries that they're
I don't
from.
know that they make more money. They're given more money, but there's a difference.
Well, that's good.
I wish replays would have been on for this. It was amazing.
No, but honestly, I mean, this is the reason why I think that they are not compatible. Now, if they're willing to adapt, they're willing to accept these rules, it's fine. But don't try to turn it into Sharia law country. This is not going to happen.
But if that's the reason, then there's other groups. I'm sure Tim can find other groups in England that also don't
Yeah, of course, you want to talk about the Jews. Yeah,
I'm just saying,
we're talking about the Jews. We're talking here right now about what's happening right now. If you want to talk about the Jews, go open a room and call it "Let's Talk About the Jews."
Holy shit,
But we're
I
not
read
going
the
to do
piece
that
that
right
doesn't
now here.
talk about the Jews.
It's the fourth time you're trying to do that.
No, I said no. You said they don't want to assimilate. I said, well, there's other groups. They're not the only
Guess
problem,
what?
are they?
I don't see Jews being a threat to Christians. I think that they are secular.
Maybe your eyes are closed.
Just like Christians, we have separated religion from the state, and we're able to live in secular countries. And this is the reason why we are compatible. This has never happened in Islam, and it never will. Anything that goes against the Quran, it's forbidden for them. They are banned from following any other rule that contradicts the Quran. I don't see that happening in Christianism. I don't see that happening in Judaism. So I don't know why your fucking need to always bring up the Jews. It's just boring, dude. I don't know. Like, yeah, you can have your opinion, you can hate them, you can. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to
it's
tell you,
boring
but
because
we're
it
not going
doesn't
to be
have to do
hanging.
anything
We're
with
not
what
going to
we're
be
talking
hanging a
about.
fishing line around my city, okay?
What? What
She
did
doesn't
you
even
say?
know what that means.
Yeah, she doesn't
I didn't
know.
hear what
She
you
doesn't
said.
know.
It doesn't know.
I don't know what
Lives
you
with them
said.
every
I
day,
didn't
but
hear.
doesn't know. And he said we're not going to be hanging a fishing line around the cities.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, I don't care. Honestly, I am very concerned. Thank God I'm living in Switzerland.
She's so concerned that about an invasive species that she won't call it an invasive species.
What is an invasive species, Tim?
Okay,
The
okay.
The Irish is a fucking invasive species.
Okay.
He's like, I'm glad you're
around the world.
So
You are part of an invasive species, Tim.
Invasive. Okay.
Yeah, just like Diego. He's also an invasive species. He's a fucking Mexican. What are you talking about?
Introduce species to an environment that becomes overpopulated.
Correct, like the Irish or like the Mexicans.
Really? So where are the Irish taking over?
I mean, you guys want to talk about species? That's ridiculous.
Okay, let's
talk
go with
about
this for a
culture
second,
and
right?
how it's actually impacting the way that we
entertain this, right? I'm willing to entertain this, right? So where have the Irish went to that they have rapidly reproduced?
Okay, gone, not
they've rapidly reproduced that they have a competitive advantage.
Unbelievable that a Guatemalan has to come here.
The existing system. Where? Where have the Irish went? No, this would be the definition.
They are overrepresented in positions of power in the U.S.
Okay. Americans, given by your previous statements about America.
Well,
because America's a melting pot, okay? No, America's a melting pot, right?
They're all Irish people.
Listen to me. There's no such thing as an American ethnicity.
They need
So
to
wait,
get.
listen to me. You're losing your own argument here, okay? By something you said like fucking 3 minutes ago. There is no such thing as an American ethnicity.
Yeah, because I am not talking about fucking race, Tim.
Yes, you are. You just start talking about Irish.
Hold on.
You literally start talking about
You
Irish.
and Diego always want
Why
to
is
make
your
it
knickers not
about
twist with this?
just
Because I fucking
one
called you out because you
reason.
won't say an invasive species?
No, I'm gonna.
Amazing. She literally undermined her own argument about 4 minutes ago, okay? And then I'm the bad guy.
No, I didn't undermine it. I'm just telling you that I am not making the argument about race. I am making an argument about ideology, and I'm making an argument about culture that is incompatible. I don't give a shit.
That's exactly what I was saying.
When did I mention race? I didn't say Pakistani. I didn't mention anything.
Hold on. I am not making the point. I don't care what color the Muslim is. All I believe is that they believe in a Quran, the Quran that gives us a set of rules that are not compatible with the West.
Yeah, fuck out
that is what I care about.
whatever.
And because they don't have, they are incapable of conceiving a state of the law separated from the law of their religion, and that is a conflict because these people, regardless of how quote unquote moderate they think they are still ruled by Quran, and as long as they go against the Quran, they are punished. They are deserving of punishment, and that punishment is death. So they're not allowed to think outside of the Quran. So that is a problem for me. I don't care what they want to believe in, as long as they don't want to impose that on other people. I believe in actual freedom of faith.
It's almost like you're saying faith is bad.
Throughout my entire life, there's been Chinese restaurants. There have even been Indian restaurants. There have been other foreign owned. Guess what? Those people have come here and they don't cause trouble and they're fine.
Correct, that's fine.
But the difference about what they are to others is that they are not a fucking invasive species that rapidly reproduce and they overtake the existing fucking ecosystem.
They're more like servant class.
Yeah,
they're more like servant class humans, right? Okay.
No, it's not
Yeah, it must.
Actually,
No,
you know what? The other thing is
that they'll never have those.
They influence each other,
Their
they're
children
low
never
IQ,
will.
they go.
The other thing this guy was talking in Joe Rogan that there is a lot of inbreeding in the Muslim community.
There is.
They said
Well,
that
and in the Jewish community.
he was saying that in
Gavin
America,
McInnes is his name.
he was saying that in America, no, in the UK, about, was it like 40, 50. Let me actually look for the clip because it's
Okay, but I don't know what this has got to do. I don't know what this has got to do with anything, right? Like what
well,
they
no,
inbreed.
because
Sure.
that is because Diego said, oh, they are a lower form of humanity or something
No,
like
I think
that. I was
I
gonna
took
say,
that
well,
as if
actually
you were
take
talking about,
kind
for
of odd
example,
because inbreeding leads you to
how about
lower
we ask Diego
IQ.
what he meant? Were you not talking about, like, for example, the Chinese people here who don't actually come and take over, that they are like second-class citizens?
No, but I am talking about the biological case for inbreeding making you inferior. So yeah, you get a lower IQ when you inbreed, and actually they were studying the personality because apparently it impacts the people that are inbred tend to be more aggressive and less rational, and I think that all of this has to do with the IQ. But they were talking about it at Joe Rogan, and I thought it was very interesting. And there is actually an article, I need to look for it. I didn't this morning when I heard of this. Let me play the clip, it's like 1 minute long. Let me look for it.
What happens, Tim, is that when you have massive immigration, you have two problems, right? On the one hand, you're not making any dent on helping the third world. On the other hand, you're also removing typically the smartest people of those countries and bringing them into your country. And three is that when it comes to massive migration, they don't have an incentive to assimilate because they have these sudden risings of like Birmingham, right? It's like a community where they don't have to change.
Diego?
Yeah.
You say they bring the smartest in?
Yes, so when you have immigration,
that would be legal immigration.
No, not
okay?
illegal immigrants.
That would be legal.
That filter goes off.
Even with the illegal immigration where they come on the boats, you have to be smarter than the idiots that stay behind.
And also keep in mind the money that they have to pay the smugglers, and they're probably the more entrepreneurial type ones.
But Diego believes in open borders.
And they're still retarded.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, here it is.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. You don't believe in any borders. Sorry.
Let me play it and let
They
me
have walls on my house.
Oh no, wait. I'm gonna look for it on my phone so I can play it on music mode.
You believe in public roads. That's your problem, Simon.
No, I don't.
Wow, Simon, that's crazy.
Oh no, the public.
You're right.
Well, I mean, how else do people travel around freely?
Draw the line in public roads.
Right?
Well, how else would, I mean, there's a market solution for that.
Okay, I'm gonna play the clip. Hold on. It's just 1 minute.
I think part of it was inbreeding. This is your own theory. No. Someone else is inbreeding. Major. I've never heard this before. Especially with immigrants in Britain, like the Pakistanis in London, they'll have all kinds of serious inbreeding problems because that's an even smaller sample size you're dealing with. Strap yourself in for this. 70% of all Pakistanis are inbred, and in Turkey, the amount is between 25 to 30%. More stillbirths among immigrants, a rough estimate reveals that close to half of everybody living in the Arab world is inbred. A large percentage of the parents, and this is blowing my mind. So listen to the BBC investigation in Britain several years ago revealed that at least 55% of the Pakistani community in Britain was married to a first cousin. Holy shit.
Hey, Tim, you know what other group is inbred?
Discovered that while British Pakistanis account for just 3.4% of all births in Britain, they accounted for 30% of all British children with recessive disorders and a higher rate of infant mortality. What in the fuck? Labour Party MP has called for a ban.
Those statistics just because they don't do abortion.
The consequence of inbreeding is a 100% increase in the risk of stillbirths. Wow, that is insane. I also read some of this. A lot of the symptoms of inbred people are irrational rage, fanaticism, and they end up just describing ISIS. Look at what it says here. The IQ points. It says findings on intelligence. Research shows that if one's parents are cousins, intelligence goes down 10 to 16 IQ points. The risk of having an IQ lower than 70, a criterion for being retarded, in quotes, they use that word, increases 400% among children from cousin marriages. Let me say that again. The risk of having an IQ lower than 70 increases 400% amongst children from cousin marriages. Jesus Christ. And why do we know this? Because people don't like the truth. Islamophobia. They don't like being called Islamophobic by even discussing it. Like, we're going to be called Islamophobic for even bringing this up.
So why don't you say that in America, a lot of the people in the hood where they don't know who their father is.
I apologize. What's the top line? What percentage? Like, what was the decrease in intelligence from cousin marriages? Did he say? I missed it.
400%.
400%. Yeah.
Decline? Wait, 400% what?
It's not true though.
No,
it was a 400%.
Probability of having an IQ lower than 70 is 400%.
Wow.
Or increases
Okay.
400% when you marry after first.
But that's just not true, or else we would see that in the Ashkenazi Jewish population.
No,
we're not marrying our first
they are
cousins
not
by and large.
Jews. They are from everywhere.
Why
And
the
actually, you
DNA
see-
test?
The reason we know that you guys are is because, you know, the difference is that you guys believe in abortion, right? So when you have the genetic testing, you eliminate the child before the problem actually becomes
Yeah,
something
but
that can be measured.
that's only a relatively
You
new
believe in
thing. That's a new thing, Diego. That didn't.
Yeah,
that doesn't account for
That's what I'm
2,000
talking
years
about.
of breeding.
We know about Tay-Sachs disease.
Yes, in
We know about the
Jewish
problems
you
that
have
have.
progressive, you have conservatives, you have all of it. They are not one. They are not a monolith.
Yeah.
What are you even talking
Yeah,
about?
we're talking about inbreeding.
They have 7, 8, 9 children.
Why do we have a statistically significant increase as a group on IQ than the average population?
Exactly. That was my point. That was exactly my point. That's why I was attacking it.
It comes from over 3,500 years of breeding, not from the last 100 years when we figured out.
Really, I looked up on the world statistics, the average IQ of Israel, and it's equal to that of Mongolia.
Is that true?
That's a fact. Look at Israel with 20 disparate. Look at Jews as a whole.
Are you not from
Across
Israel?
countries.
Are you not from Israel?
No, I have a lot of family in Israel. Doesn't matter. I mean,
Oh, so you're not from there?
I never said I was.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Never claimed.
It's a homeland, but you're not from there. Amazing.
Yeah, it is the homeland for the Jewish people. Like,
Lot of inbreeding going on in
But we're not from there. Okay.
Israel.
That's a very interesting
Good argument. It's a statement that has no validity.
Frankly, it was a
That's your
self-assessment.
people.
Like,
Your self-assessment? Oh,
no,
okay.
you said it out loud, bro. I just
Yeah, but there's no assessment.
It's in the quiet part of
You
it.
asked the question and I
Bro,
answered
you
it. I didn't.
accidentally said the thing that you're not meant to say.
No, I
You said it. You said it,
I
not
said it
me.
on purpose. Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna put you aside and deal with everybody else.
Sure. Hey, where's McZed?
He hasn't paid you yet.
Being productive and
He's avoiding paying you.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Tell him
You had a bet with
I
him?
think you yesterday in the room when he came around and you didn't come in, so I don't know. Do you
Guys,
want to say?
does he have a bet?
Sorry, I got a little.
Yes, he does.
You know,
On what?
$50.
On what?
For
Is it
betting.
on bet?
Check interest.
Diego, what was the bet on?
Well, okay. Before I tell you the bet on, here's what he said when I brought up the $150. He said $140. What do I owe him $130 for? And then he said I'll probably pay him $120.
Whatever, what's the bet? What
That's
was
what
the bet?
McZed said.
McZed,
No,
Diego, what was the
no.
bet that Diego, Diego, what
I
was
already
the bet?
told you. So it is about Biden stepping down before the next debate.
No, there's two bets. One, that Biden would not be the candidate, and an additional side bet for another $50 that he would not be the next candidate by the second debate. Both of which have come. It was like so abundantly fucking obvious, but he
The
took
next
the
candidate
bet.
or the candidate?
The candidate.
Yeah, the candidate.
And the second would be the bet about, it would be before the second debate, which, like, so this was done on the night of, pretty much, or like a day or two after, maybe, the crazy bad debate, the first one. I actually thought they were going to run Joe Biden after
Wait,
that.
he took, which side, he took the, he will be the candidate?
He took the losing side.
He took the losing side. That's all you needed to know.
Right, I thought it was meant to be high IQ. That's what the fuck
High IQ and high IQ and,
After what point
and
would,
ability
what
to bet
side
are
of
two
the
distinctly different
bet would
things.
he be on if he loses? Come on. Basic reasoning here.
By the way, I heard that IQ thing is actually a myth. It was like a very small sample size, putting them at the very tippy top. I think the Asians still hold #1 place on the IQ.
Yeah. Speaking fast doesn't equal
but
IQ.
they hold 214 Nobel Prizes.
Or 100
Wow.
more likely.
Actually, hold on.
Wow, you know, they give one to Obama for doing nothing.
With my argument.
They're so worth, they're worth so much.
I'm not done with my argument. If it weren't for Jewish contributions, Diego wouldn't be a capitalist. He wouldn't be an Austrian school economist.
That's true.
Yeah, he wouldn't have. So all of these guys have been Jewish. So
Capitalism is the default operating system in which humans operate under.
Contributions to philosophy, economy, politics, and all of this.
Okay, that's good. That's
you
good.
would be living like a fucking Muslim if you
Yeah, okay. Really?
I think he says he'll take his chances.
And its values. No. The British Empire and its values are all thanks to Jews. Thanks, no problem. Isa,
No,
okay?
I'm
Back the
saying
fucking
the values.
Guatemala,
I'm saying,
okay?
I'm not saying the values. I am
Fucking
saying
shithole
that
if you
some
think
of
that's
the
about it.
biggest contributions to philosophy, economy,
Sure.
and all of these cool theories we have been
Cool
Jewish.
theories, yeah. What the fuck?
Diego, am I lying, Diego?
Yeah,
Am I
they're
lying?
so
really do.
20%.
Okay.
Diego,
I haven't been able to
20%
build
of all Nobel Prizes.
Okay, hold on. One mic on Diego. Am I lying, Diego, that it's the Jews having contributed to the Austrian School of Economics, objectivism, and a lot of other philosophies that we now preach? Can you please confirm?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Ludwig von Mises is my nigga. Like, I love that guy. But I will say that he himself said that everything that he taught in the book Human Action was merely a reiteration of what Karl Menger had already written.
Okay, hold on. I am not saying that he took that from the Talmud or the Torah. I'm saying that the bright brains have come from Judaism lineage, and that is true.
Yeah.
And whether it is because it's genetic or it is because they every Saturday get together to read and debate and think, which maybe if the black community did that every single week. Hold on, America. If the black community did the same thing as the Jews do every single week, maybe they would be smarter. So I'm not saying it might be genetic, but definitely there's something in the culture that makes these people smart. So you're going to agree with me that some of the biggest contributions in philosophy, in economy, and all these things that you and I adore are coming from the Jews.
Yeah, my favorite book is written by a Jew. That's true.
Oh, amazing. Okay, Tim, now the mic is yours. I only want to make clear.
So some Swedish fucking jerk-off awards, define
No,
what...
again, I am not talking only about
awards. It's so great, but who gives a fuck? Obama simply for being black. Okay, give me a fucking
I'm not talking about all of these Nobel
I don't
Prizes.
care.
I am talking about foundational philosophy
Oh,
theories.
okay.
I'm talking about foundational economic
You
theories.
saying that
School
like
of
3
Economics
times as
and
if I didn't
capitalism and Ayn Rand and all of these guys. What have they been? Jews. So it's thanks to them. You need to appreciate that. Otherwise,
how many Jews? Okay,
It's a peer review
responsible for the finding of the
physical
United
sciences.
States? How many Jews are responsible for the finding of the United States?
Christopher Columbus was Jewish.
Isa, when you ask people that study philosophy, they do say that Western philosophy is basically thanks to the Catholic Church. It's not thanks to the Jews, on the whole.
well, I don't care what they say. I care. Listen, the influence you can have it from different places, but the brains, Diego, the methodology, the thinking capacity,
That comes from the
ability
Germans.
to lay down these theories, it's the Jews. So
No, it's from German Austrians. And it's
Well,
from the
yeah,
Austrians.
German Austrians. Yeah,
Well,
that's right.
okay,
They were
okay,
Jewish.
it's
They were
also-
thinking
okay,
this is
hold
what
on,
they
okay,
do.
let's-
Guys, I've
And
been
Spanish
trying to talk.
scholastics.
I've been trying to talk.
Let's for a moment
It's
just
not
say
just
what you're saying
philosophy,
is
it's
correct,
hard
blah, blah, blah.
sciences.
If we're meant to
Yeah,
actually care about
science,
this,
philosophy,
all of these
economy, all of
theories,
this.
what about putting shit into practice? What the fuck have they really done? Oh, they jerk off another theory, or who gives a fuck?
Germans were really advanced during World War II.
That is true. The majesty of the British Empire is something you can touch.
Today, Today my friend Daniel made a joke, and it was funny because it's true. Do you know why Jewish people are forced to be successful?
Back against the wall.
Do you know? Because they cannot blame it on the Jews for their misery. So they have to be successful.
That's funny.
Yeah, so exactly. So that's the reason why they have to be successful. Now you guys have got the Jews to me.
So that's an interesting thing. That's a
Anyone use Google? Anyone use Google?
No, there's a truth there, right? So it's like, because the problem is it's the Jews causing the trouble, right?
What trouble is that?
The trouble that
The worst kind.
countries over 3,000 years.
Oh my God, to yours.
So let's talk about the Jewish guy.
I know, let them spew,
I'm
let them
just
spew.
quoting Jewish people, right? So like,
Was polio our fault?
What, Norm?
We cured polio.
No, but HIV could arguably.
Polio vaccine.
Yeah, and they tested it on 1 million Congolese where the HIV virus came from.
Are you a big fan of polio? By the way, he gave the
are you a big fan of coin clipping?
Yes, he tested it on rhesus monkeys in the Congo.
So we created
Are the decorative marks on our coins, are they considered anti-Semitic?
So wait, you don't want to talk about polio anymore?
No, do you want to talk about coin clipping and manipulations of currencies? And the what do you want to talk about what actually matters?
You about
Okay, no, let's just talk about some other joke stuff, okay?
Polio was a childhood disease that was almost eradicated.
Okay, and then guess
without
what?
the
It's been
vaccine.
fucking reintroduced from the vaccine. The only modern day fucking diagnosis of it are people getting it from the fucking vaccines.
Jews look like they have polio.
Did you not know that polio was a massive problem?
Did you not know that no one gives a
It was not a massive problem in the late 50s. It was not. It was a childhood disease. It was almost eradicated through herd immunity. That's a big myth.
That is delusional, and I'll show you the evidence. And it is the vaccination campaign that eliminated polio.
A Jewish doctor went to the Congo and she cultivated the polio vaccine on the liver cells of rhesus monkeys, tested it on 1 million Congolese, and all of a sudden, the HIV. I don't remember what. I only remember the important parts.
She did not do it. Talking about. Now we're talking about some imaginary woman. So you're, I guess, an anti-vaxxer as well. In any event, Jonas Salk, feel free to look his name up, invented the polio vaccine. I gave it away for free. And then,
capitalize on the money?
No, he gave it away for free.
That guy wasn't Jewish.
There was a race to develop the vaccine. Okay, there were 3 main doctors that were working on it.
Right, and Jonas Salk solved the problem and made it available to the world, and then virtually eliminated polio. And I'm sorry you're jealous, Frankie, but go do something with your life. And you
Polio was already dying. The problem now is that if you eliminate the vaccine, many people will die from polio because we don't have the herd immunity anymore.
Okay.
It actually made it worse and more dangerous.
One thing I can tell is that you're not a Jew.
That's right.
Oh, we didn't want to give it away.
The lack of ability to think.
There you go.
Hey, Norm says it, therefore it is true.
But these rhesus monkeys, right, had the simian 1 virus. It's a very strong lead that the this
Why
polio
are we
vaccine
talking
might
about
have.
monkeys now? Are we? I mean,
No, because HIV may have been an outcome of the polio vaccine.
He's talking about his in-laws. Let him share.
Oh no! Oh yeah, because I was talking about inbreeding in the Muslim community.
Is that what Muslim is discussing?
That was a very bad joke. You're starting to you're starting to behave like a Jew. These are very bad at jokes.
No, I think they're very good.
Now they are. When they're in power, they're very bad at it. But when they're like the underdog, they're hilarious.
Jews have always been hilarious.
Yeah,
really. Then why are you guys always shutting it down?
You know, in that, I mean, I will not be giving that to you, Norm, because I don't think Jews are funny. They are intelligent and they're super up for business and whatever.
You
but
might not get
funny?
the humor. Watch the producers by Mel Brooks.
I don't know. Well, here in Clubhouse, you guys prove me right every day.
You don't like Mel Brooks? You
can watch the producers, but just don't develop any anti-Semitic sentiments when you watch that movie because of how they're trying to make money.
So where did Kevin go? I was waiting for T-Robs to confront Kevin.
Why would he confront
I want to
Kevin?
know, is there anything that T likes about Jewish people?
Nothing.
Just like we're doing our capital.
He loves Ben Shapiro's sister. He told me that.
I like Haagen-Dazs, right? That's Jewish owned, isn't it?
Yep.
Have you even tried Jewish food?
He's done nothing with. He's tried nothing and done nothing with his life.
I don't know.
So he uses Google, right? You use Google T, or you go to a different
He
search
sits
engine?
there smoldering and
Amazing. So like, I need to be.
Why
I
have the
need to be
Jews done
embraced
so
by
much?
the
I
Jews.
can't even
It's
figure out how to do
amazing
it.
because like life.
I got one. Do you know what he likes Jews for?
Okay.
Do you
It's
know?
so special.
The
Do you
guy
know
at
what
Motorola invented the cell phone.
Do you know what he likes Jews for? To blame them. Because if there were no Jews, he wouldn't be able to blame
The Jewish guys in the room are way
Israelis and
funnier than
Romans.
that. So like, come on, this is like you could like you're mocking people for not being funny. You come up with this shit. Like, give me a break.
I'm a woman. I'm allowed to come up with.
Women, you notice like they're like no good women comedians.
Yeah, but I'm a woman. I'm not supposed to.
If you look around,
Yeah, you're meant to be
family,
British,
it's funny.
right?
There's so many Jewish comedians. You're just not exposed to them.
Tim told me that he likes Kat Dennings. I'm sure he's
Actually,
too good to
Yeah, I
be
don't know who that
She's
is.
a comedic actress. She's not a comedian.
I have a serious question though to ask Alomo or anyone else who knows this. Are people actually gonna have the balls to call Kamala Harris anti-Semitic now for moving past Josh Shapiro? And secondly, how about Josh Shapiro getting on stage saying, "You fucked me over because I'm Jewish, but I'm still endorsing you, and I'm proud to have you here in Pennsylvania." And
Say that, or
Was that his exact
He did.
words? Wow.
Listen to his statement. Hold on.
Over?
Well, no, he didn't say that. Listen to his statement. He said, I will work every day for this. I will work to make sure that the Harris-Walz campaign, is going to win Pennsylvania and defeat Donald Trump and all that. So,
There's
what
no
I'm saying,
resentment for not being.
what I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying is like even Van Jones on CNN. I don't know if you guys saw the clip that's going viral, but he basically said, look, the reason Josh Shapiro wasn't chosen was simply because he's Jewish. And he said, unfortunately, the Democratic Party has a lot of sentiment against Jewish people, and Kamala Harris placated to the squad, and she did it to shore up her base. But then he gave a great point.
Who said that? Lemon said it?
No, Van Jones.
Oh, Van Jones.
But Van Jones said something else I thought was
There's a
fascinating.
difference? Those are not the
Hold
same
on,
man?
hold on. So just a question. So another interesting point they brought up. And I posted this on my Twitter before he said it, so I'm going to take credit for it. But I said, Kamala Harris pulled a Joe Biden. What it means is she chose someone that if she wins, no one would want to remove her because this guy is even more radical than her. And so she pulled a Joe Biden because you're like, shit, I don't want Joe to go because you got Kamala there. And so it's like, all right, well, let's tread water so that we investigate him, but let's not impeach him, and let's not get rid of him because we got to deal with her. And I think it's almost the exact same choice she made at this time. And I will say this, every member of the squad, including Ilhan Omar, has endorsed Walz immediately. Like as soon as the news dropped, they were so excited, they said they'll be on the campaign trail now, supporting the ticket. Amazing.
I think she's lost the race today.
Well, if Republicans are smart and play some of the words he said, and also are able to, play what Van Jones and others in the Democratic media are actually saying, because a lot of them are pissed that it wasn't Josh Shapiro. Like, she got CNN pissed, she got MSNBC, because they're all touting, like, how great Josh Shapiro is.
Why are they pissed? Just because they called it wrong? I mean, that's not something to be
No, they're pissed because they feel that they actually feel it was anti. I'm being honest. Like, if you look at Twitter, people are saying
it's anti-Semitic to pick one guy over another. That's
no. Because the reason she didn't choose Josh Shapiro is because the people that are protesting her are pro-Hamas, right? And so you're choosing the guy who's an IDF. They're saying that
you're reading her mind, though. I mean, you're making up this explanation.
Yeah, that's what commentators do, bro. That's what they're saying, the political commentary.
Nav is not a political comment.
That's
No,
his
no,
job.
I'm not. I'm reciting what they said.
They're being
But,
as dumb as anybody if they're just making shit up and projecting it into our mind.
I see Kamala Harris still having a chance if Trump does his thing and keeps opening his mouth and trying to bash her for being a woman or the race stuff or whatever. But he will trip on his own shit, you know, like he should just stay quiet, try to be nice, and yeah, let the Democrats burn themselves.
If he turns it down by 50, stands there and looks presidential, she'll look ridiculous. If he handles it the way he handled the Biden debate, just sort of stand there and shake his head.
Exactly. He doesn't have to do anything at this point, but he will not be able to help himself. He can't help himself.
He did it during the Biden debate.
Well, look at the last week when he went to the National Association of Black Journalists. That was a complete and utter PR disaster.
But I love it.
It was classic Trump, but it's not what you do to get elected.
I know that. I mean, like doing that is what's going to lose points.
Exactly.
The people that are thinking about not supporting Kamala, you know.
He
just needs to stay quiet, look pretty, and yeah, just
be presidential.
nice.
Give a path going forward. Don't talk about the past. Like, don't be harping on that.
Don't hurt my feelings, but we can tolerate war, as long as my feelings aren't hurt.
Okay, good.
He could run on his record. If we go into a recession, she's cooked.
Unfortunately, we don't have a parliamentary democracy.
Yeah, I think that we're already in one that just, they keep updating the definition of it.
If we are, she's finita.
No.
Yeah.
We haven't had successive quarter. We haven't had the definition of recession.
But what somebody said the other
growth.
day, that guy Chamath from the, I think it's the All In podcast. He said that the growth is spurred by government spending, which is based on debt. So it's kind of a sugar rush, which is it's not sustainable. So as soon as the sugar rush wears off, we're going to have a real sense of where we're at. Keep in mind, prices are up like 20% over the past 4 years. So everybody's taken a 20% cut in income across the board. I mean, the prices are a little bit ridiculous at the moment. Don't you think? Yaakov, have you noticed that? It's like
certain price. Some things are much more expensive. Yeah, food, especially food. Yeah, but other commodities have come down.
Your energy prices are only up 20%.
Well, let's see. Let's say it's under $5 a gallon, right, Yaakov?
Yeah, well, it's well under.
I'm talking about energy, electricity. I'm not talking about your gas price.
For something. Our electricity is
My
not
electricity bill went so high.
My electricity bill is like double.
What's that?
Your electricity prices up double.
Not in the United States. How much was gas before the pandemic? Like 3 something. Now it's up. So that's
if you're Floyd, when he's got his knee in his neck, there's a gas sign on the back.
It's up like gas is up 30%. That's a big cut in pay for people.
No, it's eggs and it's a lot of people. The Democratic base lives in cities which are less dependent on cars. And you talk about food prices, rent, insurance.
They have increased my rent $300 in a year.
Meat.
Hey,
milk.
El Normo. I posted one link. I posted one link on top. Let me post the Van Jones one right now. Okay? And so you have Van Jones cited the Jewish Insider, which was the previous one that I posted. And he talks a little bit about it, and on his podcast talks as well about anti-Jewish, in the Democratic Party, where more pro-Hamas leaders led by Squad as well, like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, are making a larger dent in the politics.
I think that's true, but I don't think it's anti-Semitic of Kamala to make a bad vice presidential.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that people were advising her, saying that, by choosing a person who worked for IDF and previously, and who is going to stir up a lot of.
She would be alienating.
The optics of a
How did he work for the IDF?
where one was in the IDF and the other VP candidate was in the fucking U.S. military isn't a good look.
How was Shapiro in the IDF?
He even stated he served in the IDF for a couple of years.
No, he stated that he was a volunteer on a IDF base. He wasn't conscriptor, and he wasn't full-blown.
Right. He wasn't like a full-blown soldier. I understand. I'm saying, but
he's handing out water bottles.
Did he take an oath of allegiance?
But that's what I'm
right?
saying.
Like,
Van
like
Jones
these
saying,
things matter, right? Like,
I'm not
how do you
You
do
can
that?
volunteer. I can volunteer for the British.
No, but Tim has a point that you cannot plead allegiance to another country and then try to serve, the United States. I mean, like, United States
He
didn't serve.
Well, I don't know if it would be an
He didn't pledge
issue.
allegiance.
I feel that it would be a conflict of interest.
Do you not do that in the IDF?
The America's interest and Israel's interest are aligned.
Well,
In the
but what would
IDF,
happen
you
if
take
actual
oath of
points are
allegiance
not
like
aligned
every other
anymore?
military.
You would have
What
someone.
about dual nationalities? People have two
Yeah, that's a
passports.
conflict of interest.
Exactly, it's a conflict of interest. That's the reason why you need to plead allegiance to one of
America
the.
is
All
made
of
up
the
of
members of the
hyphenates.
French Foreign Legion are.
America's made up of hyphenates, and you don't need to pledge any allegiances to serve in the IDF.
Yeah, but that is part of the problem that the U.S. is going through.
What problem is that?
Yeah, there's all these Chinese dual nationals in the administration, and that's a big problem.
America first.
Do you guys practice talking over each other?
Yeah, every day.
Yeah, Tim does all the time.
Yeah, there's all these dual national Chinese.
No, actually,
Oh, sorry, there we go.
actually. I was actually started speaking first. What were you saying, Lisa?
Current administration, and people should be losing their minds that there are dual passport holders in the highest levels of.
That's another
fantasy. They're not Russians. Got it.
Yeah, you just made it up. Isa, what is it that you were
Oh,
saying?
you gotta mute. You gotta mute.
I don't remember.
Okay, we're talking about dual nationality and hyphenates. I said America's made up of hyphenates.
That people that feel America second and another nationality first can be a conflict of interest.
Well, who thinks of America second?
Hold on, you asked me a question, then let me finish. So when you are,
This is a straw man.
all right.
When you were what?
I was saying, especially when you are in positions of power and government where you can have access to national policy. That could be a conflict of interest, and that's the reason why I think you need people that plead allegiance to the country, to one of the country first, so that you can show your, your loyalty.
Josh is in
But
America.
But this is not just for the Jews. I'm talking in general.
Biden is Irish. He goes to Ireland. He's part of his Irish heritage. This is the way the American identity
No, but one
is
thing
formed.
is heritage, and another thing is that you are able to plead for two countries.
So he never pledged. So to be clear here, since I brought up the topic, he didn't pledge for the IDF. But what I'm saying is that what Van Jones and others are citing is that this information, that the choice was essentially Josh Shapiro. This information came out, and people like Rashida Tlaib voiced major concerns, saying that this would alienate the base of progressive voters and others if she made that choice. I was pointing out, saying that in itself is in my view anti-Semitic. Now, that doesn't mean Kamala Harris is anti-Semitic, but the decision-making process and the people that influence this process are anti-Semitic because they do. It's politics, I understand, but I'm just saying that if it was a Republican who did the same thing, it would be all over the news saying, anti-Semitism rooted in this. And Van Jones, who's not a fan of Donald Trump and not a fan of Republicans, in fact hates them, is basically calling that out, that anti-Jewish bigotry in the.
If the reason why he was not chosen was solely and only because he was a Jew, then yes, it's anti-Semitic. If not, that was not the reason, yeah, you can see it as anti-Semitic if you want to make that argument, but I don't think it was the argument, you know?
Well, what
If
Rashida
it wasn't a pro,
what Rashida Tlaib said,
Wikipedia
let me
like
just say,
50 times and
what Rashida, sorry, go on, Tim.
okay. Why, if it wasn't an issue, why did they have to go and remove that part from his Wikipedia page?
Correct. And Rashida Tlaib made a statement saying the minute people find out about his IDF connections, they're gonna revolt. They'll sit out the election. So while you could say it's politics, it's also, well, the greater question is, what does that have to do with his ability to run the country as a vice president? He's not allegiance to it or anything. He just happened to go there and serve and support help. Like Al said, he handed out water bottles, right?
Correct, but that's the reason why I was saying, they would have to give a reason why they chose the other guy. But if it's only because these guys do, then yes.
They're not going to say that openly, but
of course they won't.
But the people that made what I'm saying is, you took a decision earlier from party elders and stuff, and then now it's Rashida Tlaib and others who are coming and saying, hey, this is going to be a major issue. You want to get the Muslim vote in some of these areas like Dearborn, Michigan, and other areas, right? If you put it, their exact words. I mean, you can read what Van Jones says too. If the feeling was that if you put a Jewish guy there, Muslim people aren't going to vote for him, and they're not going to turn out. Now you put a guy who is very has made very pro-Hamas type rhetoric in the past. Before October 7th, he's made pro-Hamas rhetoric. Now you have those people who will go, well, okay, yeah, you're not going to be all in on Israel. We don't want the policy all in on Israel. We want the policy to be more like, okay, yeah, Israel should defend themselves, but, there's no need to decimate these people. You know what, they're fine, they're good people, and you should come to a two-state solution, and if you have to give up some land, you give up some land. That's what they want people that are going to do, and if that comes in, great. Now, Rashida Tlaib wants a one-state solution called Palestine. I hope she has no say in that in the future.
Of course, now, the strategy, I think, it would be for the Republicans to actually try to call them or put them on the spot, about like, oh, what do you think about Jewish people, or what do you think about the state of Israel? So that regardless of who the pick was for vice president, they are obliged to actually say what their opinion is. So that, yeah, it doesn't matter, but they still have to speak either against the Jews or against the Palestinians, but they will have to take a stance.
Well, that's what they're doing. The problem is Kamala won't take interviews or take questions, but hopefully this Waltz guy will, because he's a governor, he's a sitting governor, so I'm assuming he's going to take questions. So it'll be interesting to see how he answers those questions. He's supposed to be the attack dog. That's what VP candidates usually are.
I'm hoping that Trump doesn't decline the debate.
Well, so you realize that Trump proposed a debate earlier, and his exact rhetoric point was great. He said September 4th, we'll do it at on Fox News. We'll have it at an auditorium or a coliseum where we can fill out the audience. We can give the money to anyone we want, and it's before early voting. It's much earlier. Kamala saying, no, I want the September 10th debate that was at ABC. Why are you too chicken to do that debate with the same rules that Joe Biden was giving? No audience. You get muted whenever you're not speaking.
She's asking for no audience?
Well, she's asking for the terms that Joe Biden and her agreed to. That's what I'm saying. You got to read it. They're calling Trump chicken. Trump is saying, I don't want to go to that stupid debate. Let's give an earlier one. Now, with an audience, I only agreed to that because Joe and I were negotiating. I didn't negotiate with you, Kamala, so I don't want to do the 10th debate. They're saying, oh, Donald Trump is chicken. Donald Trump is chicken. So now he's calling her chicken, saying, why are you scared to go on the 4th? Do a debate on September 4th, Fox News.
So what's
right?
the difference between the 4th or the 10th?
So the 10th has Joe Biden's rules, which is muting, mute when you're not, you can't interrupt, no audience, right? The moderators are chosen by the network, which is ABC, which Trump is in litigation against Slopadopoulos, right, and ABC News for calling him a rapist, okay, and so and they're the moderators, they get to choose it and all that stuff, okay. The fourth debate is with an audience, no muting, right, normal debate, okay, and it's on Fox News, but Fox News chooses the moderators, right, but Fox News is not going to choose Sean Hannity, right, whereas ABC will choose the most Trump-hating person.
That would be a terrible idea to do a Hannity thing.
But I'm just saying, I mean, they'll never, but see, that's the difference, right? Yeah, go on.
His position was, well, I made a deal with Biden. He's no longer there, so the second debate on ABC, I think it was ABC, isn't going to happen. And I believe she said, well, no, I'm still on for the ABC.
Yeah,
What is she going to have? One podium?
Regardless,
Yeah, it's like there's going to be one podium and essentially a press conference. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, she said she'll do a town hall that day, but then are they going to suddenly allow an audience in? Because there was no audience.
No, they agreed to no audiences in both, which was
correct. So no, they didn't. No, the Fox News one. Fox News one.
No, I'm talking about the original debate deal with no audience. Yeah, exactly. So that's why Trump.
But do you see the gaslighting that happened? Right. The terms of it is Trump is backing out of the September 10th debate. But it's a debate.
No, you backed out with Biden.
If you change, right? See, if you change the terms of a contract, right? It's right. But the American people don't know that, so they go. The average American will say, "Why is Trump backing out of this debate that's set up? Why is he so scared?" That's because they got that. Oh, there's a debate set up. Trump is scared. So Trump smartly. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving him credit. He smartly came in and said, "Okay." You think I'm
but he didn't read the room. He didn't explain it in those simple terms that you just did.
Sure, he did. He did. Did you hear the Aiden Ross podcast yesterday? He said it on there.
That's not big enough. A podcast is not national.
But where did he do an event that was big enough? I mean, in two of his rallies.
No, but you should speak to Fox and just.
So you think
I haven't seen a press release that put it like that.
So you think he should do a press conference to explain?
No.
A
press release.
Did you read? So convoluted. It was one paragraph, like you just said.
Naveen.
Did you read his last press release?
Naveen, hold on. No, just let Jacob say.
Okay, go on.
It was so convoluted and talks about, and it uses like names calling on Biden, and it was just so obfuscated. The point of we had a contract. I love the way you put it. It was very succinct. And it was just the way I look at it. We had a deal. You changed the terms of the deal, so the deal needs to be renegotiated.
Which is what was released on his Truth Social. But I guess that doesn't count. But
it doesn't count because it wasn't an official release from the campaign. That's like a soundbite.
And also, it doesn't count because people are not looking at his social.
Yeah, but it's self-selected. It's a self-selected group of people.
Or something. Just release a statement, just like
So you're saying when Trump releases a statement, ABC and others all play that statement. They don't. So what's the difference?
You could make it public so that people know what's happening.
He did make it public. He posted it on his Truth.
Yeah, that's a self-selected group of people that go there.
What are you talking about? It's retweeted everywhere.
Truth. Hold on. The people who go to Truth are people in love with him, supporters. It doesn't have a broad base.
It was retweeted officially from his campaign on Twitter. Is that not? It's not an official statement. You're saying it has to be on ABC and they have to air it on ABC. Like, how do you get it?
But it would be more powerful if he went to mainstream media. But if he doesn't want to,
that's what I just said to you.
It's fine.
So
it's okay. We're gonna fight about his marketing strategy.
So ABC, you're saying if ABC doesn't want to release it, his strategy is ineffective.
No,
that's
but the more official he makes it, the more
they don't release anything officially. He says unless it's derogatory against someone.
We don't need to fight about it.
Let's move on.
But you guys aren't answering that. You want him to go to mainstream media.
Yes, we think that would be the way to do it. But you don't think that we're not going to move from that position. And
he released a statement, and the mainstream media is not willing.
We already know your position, and he's not going to do what we say. So let's move on to keep the topic. But this specific thing is not
Amazing.
Not gonna do it.
Okay, how about this? This is pretty interesting.
Listen to what I said.
In the UK, we had the former First Minister of Scotland, so this would be like the Governor of Scotland equivalent. And this is someone who came out and made radical speeches saying, you know, in their House of Parliament, basically in Hollywood, about lamenting the fact that, you know, the leader of the opposition, white, the chief of police, white, the head of the whatever judiciary, white, and this is a famous, very divisive speech. And in light of what's going on right now in the UK, he's literally just done an interview saying that he is uncertain if his in future is in Scotland or perhaps even in Europe, right? And what does that reveal? It reveals these people, even though they may be born in Scotland, they may call themselves Scottish. He, for a very short period of time, actually led the Scottish government. He was selected, not elected. But the first sign of fucking trouble, these people reveal by their actions that they know that they're not from here, and they flee. No one who's actually from here would flee. It's amazing.
Wait, so this guy is he Muslim?
Yes, he's a Pakistani Muslim. His name is Humza Yusuf. I can play a bit of this clip if you want.
About as Scottish as they come. Born in Scotland, raised in Scotland, educated in Scotland, just welcomed my third child here in Scotland, was the leader of the Scottish Government for just over a year, leader of the Scottish National Party. You cut me open, I'm as about as Scottish as you come. But the truth of the matter is, I don't know whether the future for me and my wife and my 3 children is going to be here in Scotland or the United Kingdom or indeed in Europe and the West.
Amazing. What type of fucking leader of a nation or a state would flee at something that's not even personally affected them, right? He didn't get caught up in riots. He hasn't been targeted. The most mild pushback that the native population has actually taken upon, and they talk about fleeing for the fucking hills. It's amazing, actually, and good. I say.
That is back to what we were talking about, the allegiance. I mean, these people. I mean, he feels Scottish just because he was born there, but he's not really breathing the Scottish values. He's not really feeling Scottish.
If I take a shit in my kitchen, does that make it a meal? No, it's still a piece of shit.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, Tim. It's very graphic.
Anyway, by their actions or their description of their thoughts of future actions, right? They reveal something that we all know to be true, but it's amazing.
Yeah, but that's the thing, and that's the reason why I was saying that they do not assimilate. And actually, you might be right. Like, for example, if I am living in Switzerland, well, I am not Swiss, you know, I don't have the passport, but I would expect the Swiss government, if they were to give me a passport, that they would expect me to put Switzerland first, you know. But then let's say that my heart would be divided. It actually happens to me, like my heart is divided between Guatemala and Spain. You know, like I consider both of them my countries. Like I have very tight relationships in both, you know, like my whole mother family is in Spain and my whole dad's family is in Guatemala. I was born in Guatemala. But I still feel like, yeah, Spain is my country. But it causes a conflict, you know. If I were a man and I had to go to war, and for example, they would ask me to fight against Spain in Guatemala, I don't think I would be able to do that. Neither the other way around. So yeah, and that's the problem. When you have people that are your citizens, I guess that you want them to be really Scottish or really Irish or really Spanish. Like you cannot have
You want the captain to go down with the ship.
For
want
Islam and then for the country.
You want the captain to be willing to go down with the ship. You don't want him to flee at the first sign of fucking trouble. It's pathetic that these people call themselves, and that the other natives that vote for them actually consider them fucking Scottish. It's pathetic.
When you ask them, if the UK entered in a war, say for example, right now they decided to give support to
Israel.
to Israel, correct? And they would need them to enlist to go and fight and kill Palestinians, they wouldn't do it. They would never do that.
Because they have a conflict of interest. They have
correct.
A different elite.
And they feel first Muslim, and then they feel from the whatever country they're living in. And that is what I'm saying.
And it's not just that conflict. I've literally seen, if you're referring to the same thing I'm talking about, I've seen a man in the street interview where it's actually a foreign guy doing TikTok videos, right? And he's interviewing other foreign guys, and they say like if Britain were to go to war, he was like, nah, I'd go back to Pakistan or where the fuck he was from, you know?
Exactly. So what are we doing?
It's not even just like an individual conflict, which is like, for example, say Israel and Hamas, right? It's not even just an individual, but that is a very good one to point out. But it would be any war. They would not die for this country. Like,
they are taking advantage from the country, but they're not doing anything to the country.
That's right.
The country is not gaining anything by having them as citizens. So go back to Pakistan. That's fine.
And what's even worse is we're being in the West. We are essentially being forced to dig our own graves. We are paying for these people, right, to come in and actually eradicate us, right? They are going to come in and take over. That is the equivalent of making someone an incredibly evil act to make them dig their own grave.
Well, that is what actually pisses me off, you know. It's not the people, it's not the fact that they can live, you know, in a society that is multicultural and all of that. Like, I believe in freedom of religion, I believe in freedom of belief, all of this kind of stuff. I don't care. But the fact that you want to weaponize the freedoms that we have in the West, like, for example, freedom of speech, although freedom of speech in Europe is really bullshit. But anyway, let's say we have it, like in the US, you're weaponizing those freedoms that you are enjoying so that you can take them away from us. And that is not cool, it's not fair. Like, why should a Western country that is based in freedoms allow someone to weaponize those freedoms so that they can take it from you and then put Sharia law? It's ridiculous. If you want Sharia law, go to a Sharia law country. If you want to stay here, you have to adapt. You have to live with the fact that, your religion can be mocked and your religion can be criticized, and that your religion is open to everyone's opinion, just as you are able to have an opinion on everyone else's religion. And it will be okay, you know? As long as nobody is committing violence on you, people should be able to criticize your religion. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's really scary, very well.
Okay, I'll be there.
The boss is calling.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, my dog, we have the carpet. I didn't realize there was unmuted. I apologize. Yeah.
Okay.
Our dog is freaking out from the carpet cleaner machine. Dogs don't like loud
the
vacuums.
exact same thing.
Yeah, really?
Freaks the fuck out. The vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. There's something about the tone or the frequency. I don't know what it does.
Her dog is the same. But my dog is fearless of no living being, horse or, you know, big dog or whatever.
I mean, your dog is a living being.
But
like, it's massive.
But terrified of cardboard boxes and plastic bags.
Yeah, it's like how do they have that split personality? My dog will attack people.
No, but there's no cardboard boxes on the fucking savannah or the in nature, right? So just some object that they don't have a DNA memory about, right? Like it was funny, the first time she saw a spider, instantly just like 2 paws crush, right? Like kill, right? Just instant death, right? But if I shook a plastic bag and I open a whiteboard, she shit. What the fuck is this? Yes, talking about you. Moved my whiteboard and she like straight on my office.
I love watching these animal videos on Instagram or X or whatever, where they do something the exact same thing to the same species, you know, and they react in the same way. Like when they put a cucumber next to a cat.
That's right.
And they just jump like I don't know what's with cucumbers.
It doesn't happen to every cat, right? But like, yeah. But cats are born, like, there are house cats who have never seen a snake
in their lives, right? They existed just inside the homes of people, right? And yet they have this like DNA memory that they recognize the shape of a cucumber, and upon seeing it, like freak the fuck out.
I like this kind of talk. Every once in a while we should talk about that.
I literally posted something. The Undertaker, the WWE wrestler, who's like one of the scariest wrestlers, is deathly afraid of cucumbers for some reason. And he posted a video about like when Paul Bearer like had one of his drink, and I posted and said like the Undertaker and a cat have many things in common. This is one of them.
What's going on in your PTR?
It's Snoop Dogg was a member of the Israeli dressage team. He's going everywhere.
What's dressage? Is that when they just walk around and the horse look pretty, it's no jumping or stuff?
Yeah, he was talking about how he was doing a crip walk.
Dressage is horse dancing.
Yeah, so there's nothing really athletic. It's all the horse. Like, does the horse get the medal?
It's a dance.
I mean, the jockey is really good at training the horse to do exactly what it needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pretend to understand the sport, but
yeah, I don't. But I'm a complete neophyte when it comes to that.
It's not much more complicated than what I said. It's horse dancing.
Horse dancing.
It is.
No, it's quite literally what it is.
Wow.
And they're bred very specifically for it, right? It's
people like it.
Yeah.
The Austrians, as a callback, the Austrians have some of the best dressage people, and for older Olympians, it's quite appropriate because it doesn't involve, the spine smashing, jumping stuff.
I think that was her sport too. I think. And,
what's this?
I think Princess Anne and Zara Tindall, that was their sport that they competed in the Olympics.
Yes, they. Sarah Tindall. That's a familiar.
Zara Tindall.
Zara.
Princess. Yeah, Zara. Yeah.
Is that cousin of somebody, right?
She's like 12.
She's an extended royal family
or something.
I have a friend who won an Olympic medal for Canada in dressage.
Well, the German lady that just won the medals would be probably 50.
Huh?
There's a German lady who I saw win one of the dressage events, and she would probably be 50.
Yeah. But I was actually asking her to Rabbi Matt. What did you say?
I'm not sure.
Something about dressage and Tyndall and horse dancing?
She's Princess Anne's daughter.
Princess Anne's daughter. And Israel just won, didn't Israel just win the medal, I think, in what, dressage or something? Or is that some horsey thing?
I don't know. The only ones I know of are the martial arts ones and the windsurfing ones.
Oh, windsurfing.
Amazing.
I haven't checked this morning.
Although Northern Ireland is a portion of the UK, someone did the math, and that per capita we have won the most amount of medals at the current count of any
Only Australia is the whole
country.
per capita thing.
Yeah.
Israel won.
I look at per capita at the Olympics. Per capita at the Olympics, it should be medals divided by team numbers, not medals divided by population.
Why? Small countries can punch above their weight. Like, if a small country gets it in an outproportioned size, oh my God, you bang on all of us day long about Nobel Peace Prizes and we're so fucking special, but yet we're so few. Oh, like God, you don't get it?
No, I get it completely.
The Aussies also spend more time training than any other team.
Yeah, they're 8% of our population. 8% of our population, 76% of our team size. They're 9 times more likely to field a team that large than the average country. So, yeah, it should come down to judging a big team versus a small team. And the only way to do that, like Guatemala only has 2 people, but if you look at medals per contestants, then that's a much more valid way to that.
And then maybe I was in the matrix because you mustn't have heard me. I'm saying that someone did the math, and Northern Ireland, which is about 2 million people, has the highest medals per anyone at the current medal count, which is subject to change, right?
How large is the
The
team?
US has more medals than anyone.
It's not a team, that's the thing, right? The members of our people from Northern Ireland can compete for the Ireland team and also the British team. So it just depends where they choose to.
Guess which one are you counting them for?
Well, we're counting anybody who's born here.
To the Northern Ireland team, I was.
Yes, the number, like per head of population, and as a country size, the amount of medals that we've won.
Okay, so how many people in the Northern Ireland Olympic team?
I don't know. There is no Northern Ireland. You're not getting it. There is no Northern Ireland Olympic team. People here can choose whether or not they.
Great Britain.
It's either Great Britain. No, but it's also Ireland. They can.
I understand.
Both.
So okay.
Depending on. It's actually depending on the spots and the.
But he's responding to you, Jakob. So.
Yeah, I understand. Well, not the vagueness, but the problem statistically is that they're part of the UK, so they could go south of the border and do Ireland, or they can go southeast and do Great Britain.
It doesn't matter because, like, if you win a medal, that means you're better than the other guy. So it doesn't. I don't get it.
Yeah, but in order to do that,
When we talk about Australia versus the US, or countries that don't have split allegiance.
And
it doesn't matter. The team, whether they were able to field, doesn't matter, right? Jeez, what are you talking? At the end of the day, the population has a certain number, and the amount of medals that population ends up getting awarded by the people that reside there is something you can calculate. It doesn't. Yeah, you can apply other filters to it or whatever, but like, we're not.
How many medals do they have?
Can't see it. So much.
Australia has a 470 member team versus 630 for the US, with 8% of the population. So they're putting an outsized team on the field.
Yeah, well, we would actually, we're not going to be putting an outsized field, so it would actually lean more.
I understand. I'm just talking about just the mathematics of looking at country by country, not this. Northern Ireland is a very unique case because of exactly what you said, and I agree with that. But when you look at country to country, it's not the population, it's the number of team members that got there through whatever means necessary, whether it's a lot of extra training, because a country with 8% of the U.S. population should have a team that's 8% of the size. Yeah, in general. But no, they're 9 times. So they have 76% of our team size, 470 to 630, yet it's 27 million to 335 million. So they're fielding a huge team for their relative population. Therefore, mathematically, team performance, not population performance, but team performance is medals divided by number of people on the team representing that country.
Didn't someone almost drown in the pool because they didn't know how to swim in the Olympics?
I don't know. Who was that?
I don't know. Some African country. I don't remember which. I was reading it the other day.
I remember that.
Not just the descent people. They become like they're representative of their team and they'll lose in the heats.
Did you not see like the pole vaulter from Estonia that didn't even get past the fucking vertical point and fell back to the ground?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I found the French guy.
That must have been so humiliating.
Knocked it over with his dick.
Yeah, the French guy who said it was a big disappointment. His team was gotten away. Oh my God, that will go down in Olympic history.
I know, but here's the thing: it's like you miss out on a medal, but you're remembered for eternity for having a big dick. Which you prefer?
Yeah.
Do you want the gold medal?
That's why the statement.
His girlfriend or his wife. I mean, she'll feel very proud. I mean, she doesn't care about all that. It's like, oh yeah, that's my boyfriend. Huh.
Exactly. What he didn't realize was there was a double entendre when he said it's a big disappointment.
Yeah, that's right. Now here's the thing: like, you can go on and win other Olympics and medals, but
where is he from?
Gold medalists are 10 a penny, right? Actually, there are many every single year, but to be remembered for that is like, I think that's pretty amazing.
More heroes have been remembered, legends never die. But with Australia, you have, a country, when you are in prison, you spend all day working out. And it's a prison colony, so that's all they spend their time doing in Australia. I wish Rowan was around to hear me say that.
Yeah. We've had this debate on and off. He hasn't conceded yet. I spoke to one crime analyst, friend of mine who analyzes crime comparing big cities with small cities, and two financial analysts on Wall Street. And they understood the desire to have it based on per capita, but the fact that some countries do really well at recruiting and training means you need to look at it. He agreed. You need to look at it, or to two financial analysts.
I told him you're not
team member level.
You're not winning the bet if you're going to say you have to win 1/11th of the amount of medals the United States wins. No, that's not the bet.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly correct.
Well, I have
U.S.
heard that
won the most
Guatemala
medals
has
in the last
got
7 Olympics straight.
Okay, I'm not my desk. I'm gonna put it in the chat. And there's the link.
I'm proud that Guatemala has got 2 medals, 1 bronze and 1 gold, and they're both in shooting. Dude, we're good.
Yeah, you're good at
something. Who's ever put this table
We
together?
know our guns.
Who's ever put this table together has made it per 10 million people. Northern Ireland's 2 million, so I don't know why they're doing it like this.
For 100,000.
Exactly, it doesn't even make sense. But we are
We
above.
have 18 million people.
Amazing. We are 21.1 gold medals per 10 million people, whatever the fuck that means.
How many did you guys win this Olympics?
I don't know the total yet. I just saw this post and it's going through the math.
Like so far?
Yeah, let me look it up. It's hard because I don't know if you heard that earlier, but our quote unquote team is divided between 2 countries. But that's the beauty of living in a conflict area.
They are the state of North Ireland.
That's right.
They're not even a country. They're a state only. Yeah, they shouldn't be. They should treat the UK also as a country for the World Cup, because this is allowing the UK to actually participate like 3 times. No, 4 times. You got Wales, you got Ireland, you got Scotland, and you got England.
Yeah.
Should we let the Palestinians play with the Israelis?
No, I think there shouldn't be. I don't think there should be a Palestinian delegation.
Oh, wow.
No country.
They didn't have a country, dude.
No currency, no president, no UN membership. No.
That's funny, though. Plenty of other countries have recognized them.
Yeah, recognize.
Well, okay, then we should have.
Recognize.
But they should also have a gypsy delegation then.
Who's recognized the state of gypsies? No, who's recognized the state of gypsies?
There should be a Kurdish team.
There's a lot of people, but there's no team.
Who's recognized Kurdistan?
Not enough countries, that's for sure.
Nope.
Precisely.
But a lot of the ones that have recognized Palestine do so for anti-Semitic reasons, not because they care about the Palestinians.
Exactly.
Hey, recognizing it is recognizing it.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's a ceremonial thing on paper.
Listen,
Is it? If they issued a passport, if they issued a passport, they would have to accept it.
Nobody cares about the Palestinians, and proof of it is that not even. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. Not even the Muslim Arab countries are receiving any Palestinians. They don't want Palestinians in their country. The 53 or 56 of them, they don't want them. They are trouble. Every time they receive Palestinians, there's some shit going on in their country.
It's funny, there's another group of people that keep getting kicked out of countries that are a lot of trouble.
Oh my God. There we go again.
I love people to do the inversion and say the Palestinians are like the Jews of today. It's a ridiculous argument.
It was ridiculous for the past 2,000 years.
I just said there's another group of
They were
people that are
welcome to
also
those
trouble.
countries and they start blowing shit up, and then
The Irish are such
gangs.
trouble.
Right,
Yeah.
Karina, the Irish, they are overrepresented in positions of power.
No. But what trouble did the Irish people bring to
What
Australia?
trouble have the Irish not brought to the people of the...
That's an amazing statement without an answer to the previous question. What trouble have they brought?
Well, it's exactly what you did, Tim. I was talking about the Palestinians, and you had to throw it to the Jews. So now we're throwing it to the Irish.
I didn't take away from your point. I didn't actually deny it.
Yes, you did it.
No, I didn't deny it. Whoever just spoke tried to deny. Anyway.
But listen. I don't care talking about
Historical
people's
facts.
different opinions on Jews, on Israel.
Historical facts.
It's just that it gets
No, it's
boring.
Holocaust.
No, hold on.
Standard.
It just gets boring, dude, all the time.
Really? They never stop talking about it. That's all I fucking hear when I come into rooms. You know?
What?
Like, they get to talk about it. But if someone else talks about it, it's anti-Semitic.
No, nobody's talking about it.
Why are people from Ireland so obsessed with
We're not obsessed. We don't care. I've never even seen a Jewish person in real life.
That's the rest of the rabbi doing circumcision.
Yeah. Keep sucking
Why
on.
would you do it to him if they
No,
were not?
sucking
there we go, the anti-Semitism thing.
No,
Okay, yeah, bro. Keep sucking on.
No, he was not. He was observed by a police, however you call that, what the police force starts with a G, Garda, whatever it's, how do you pronounce it?
Gestapo.
No, I didn't. I'm not going there, but it was observed.
Ireland is quickly turning to Nazi Germany.
Really? It's looking more like Mogadishu these
They're
days.
starting to be very anti-Semitic.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry, Matt. I gotta push back. Matt, it's not looking like Nazi Germany. It's looking more like Mecca.
Exactly.
There's 2,400 Jews.
I wonder who
that allow
instigated that.
circumcision.
I wonder who instigated Germany's downfall.
The Germans.
Side now?
The Germans instigated their own downfall.
Really?
Yes, really.
Yeah.
They started killing their own. You think that they were going to last very long?
The Jews weren't part of them.
They killed.
The Jews weren't part of them.
Yeah, they killed the ones that were not.
They killed homosexuals. They killed the elderly, and they killed the mentally ill. Those were the first to die.
Yeah.
You know, Jews.
What books did they burn?
What?
What books did they burn?
It started with the Talmud.
Yeah, the Talmud, Bible, Torahs, anything.
Oh, they burnt the Bible?
Marxist paper.
No, did you just say they burnt the Bible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's
I
something.
use that in the English phrase. What you guys call the Old Testament, which I don't call it that, I call it the Torah. Old Testament, New Testament, Gospels, and the whole 9 yards. They
wanted to replace religion.
Yeah, they were.
I don't. That
Do you want to listen to the book?
Feel free to put some links in the chat, and I'm open to it. But that's not my understanding. That's not my understanding.
Hey guys, I think it's time to be honest. I think it's time to be honest. He's discovered us. Ireland is next on the list to be part of Greater Israel, and that's why they are fighting it. So
They burnt one of the first things they burnt were Hebrew Bibles.
Correct, is the Hebrew Bible, and if you're referring to the Torah, that is the Old Testament of our Bible.
That's the
So,
first
yeah,
Bible.
No, I wasn't actually referring to the Torah. I was referring to the the.
Do you know what the Bible is?
King James version of the.
Yes, they burned that too.
Certain type of creation from a certain type of.
Yeah, well, the Torah
The
is our Bible, is the Old Testament. So if they burn the Torah, they burn the Old
I'm
Testament.
not talking
of our
about
Bible.
I'm not talking about the Torah.
No, but they did. They did burn the.
Sure, but I'm not aware. I'm talking about Magnus Hirschfeld's gender fucking sexuality clinic in Berlin in the Weimar Republic, and they burned all of their fucking books and any books promoting such ideology.
This is past the Weimar Republic. This is Nazi Germany. This is the mid-1930s.
When did the Weimar Republic end?
33.
Right.
And
when did they burn?
Forget about burning the book. You want to learn
I think
about
about
Nazis
35, something like that.
Okay, Matt. Yeah. If you want to learn about how the Nazis persecuted the Catholic Church itself, the links in the side chat. You clearly don't understand what the Nazis were trying to do.
Sure.
Well, the education.
They were trying to free themselves from an international alien race.
Oh, fucking God.
Well, that's what he says, and that's what they say in their own words.
You really
right?
expose yourself.
That's what they say in their own words. So am I not meant to take them at their own words? Or should I trust their enemies?
Sorry,
So
wait,
should I trust what their should I trust what their enemies say about themselves? Should I trust their what?
That they were trying to rid themselves of alien race.
How about just saying they were wrong, this was their belief, and it was reprehensible? I haven't seen any
That's
words
funny.
come
There's
out of
very,
their mouth
very
saying it
famous
was
general.
bad.
There've even been movies about him. General
by not
Patton.
saying
And General
anything, you're
Patton
supportive.
previously said that we fought the wrong enemy.
All I'm saying is by not saying what they did was wrong, you're inherently supporting it.
I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, I know.
And frankly,
look stupid doing it.
Sure, I could look stupid.
Yes.
I can look stupid by the same recurring problems.
You sound stupid too.
Weimar problems.
I don't think he sounds stupid. He
Require
sounds
Weimar
stupid. He doesn't know anything about Nazis. He sounds like an anti-Semite when he.
Of course. So I'll just really I don't have a copy of Mein Kampf sitting right beside me. I don't know anything.
You probably.
I don't need to buy your bedside.
You probably.
It's on my desk actually.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Like the Arabic version or the German version or the English version?
Yeah, the Yiddish version.
What is Yiddish?
I don't know what
It's something that I don't give a fuck about.
Not a clue, right?
Yeah.
Don't you feel dumb when you use words you don't know?
Oh, so dumb. So
Even I know that.
Don't you feel dumb?
Yeah.
Is that what this is about, really? Your feelings of
He's getting.
intellectual
Wait, is he like
inadequacy?
the? Is he the Irish
So-
Soren?
He's an AI, yeah, he's an AI.
It's the United States.
Irish.
No, I thought he's Scottish. He's Scottish.
Yeah,
He's
we're
not from Rhode
Scottish.
Island. Soren's name is Puglia, by the way.
You claimed to be Northern Irish a couple minutes ago.
Julia.
I thought you said you were
Puglia,
Scottish.
yeah.
They get
Oh,
the
alright.
Puglia.
Wait, is Soren the old warrior?
Yes, he's Puglia.
Oh my God, that explains everything. That motherfucker always annoyed.
Did Soren come on October 7th? Like, when did Soren first appear?
I don't know, I just met
No,
him.
he's on October 7th.
No,
If Norm's correct, he's been on since the beginning.
Since the
He's always
beginning.
been IRGC.
Yeah, but I just met him when I started hanging out with Daniel because he's obsessed with Daniel and he follows him everywhere he is.
So he's probably gay.
He's like a puppet.
So are they still going to tell us what the Nazis, their agenda was? I mean, I should listen to the Nazis
The adults
themselves.
are talking to each other right now.
Okay.
I think the world knows their agenda.
You know,
Really?
You don't.
Why do you open a door if you're not going to burn it
I'm not
first?
sure because it was not until somewhat recently that I began to listen to them in their own words, and it's counter narratives of what I had been told.
Do you put on your Nazi
Wait,
uniform
hold on.
while you're
What were you
listening and
told
march
about
around the
the-
room?
Oh, I do. Well, especially when I'm jerking off. Yeah.
T, what were you told and what was, once you read what they did?
Well, I can actually just go and read something of the actual.
They got a bad rap.
There's a
No,
Jewish
no, no, what
library
were you
outside.
taught in
It's
school?
very,
Yeah,
very
that's
interesting
true.
about Hitler's speeches, particularly one in January
Do
1939.
you ever read what contemporary Germans have to say about it? Or is that not enough?
Why would I not just listen to the primary source, the man himself?
Well, since you clearly haven't
Why would I not just listen to them
I'll
in
tell
his
you
own
why, and
words?
answer your question. Because you clearly don't understand anything that you're talking about. You might want a little bit of.
Tell me what you
explanation.
liked about the primary source. What resonated with you? What points did you think, yeah, I could get behind that?
It's the Jew hatred that I like the best.
No, hold on. Let's go with the primary source angle. Tell me what resonated with you and what you thought, yeah, we could do that in our country. If he took over, I would be all in support of doing that wherever you lived at the time, or pretending you lived there at the time. What resonated with you, T?
America for the Americans, England for the English, France for the French, and Germany for the Germans. That we show.
And you don't think that the people living in Germany that he killed weren't German?
Do they consider themselves German?
Yeah.
Really?
Mike?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Really, yes.
Really, yes.
Okay.
Really?
I think there would be also, as we were previously mentioning in another conversation, a conflict of interest or
What's the
a
conflict?
conflict of allegiance.
What's the conflict?
Certainly all the handicapped people that he murdered would consider themselves German because they were no other ethnicity.
Political prisoners.
And the Jews certainly considered themselves German. My dad's a German Jew.
Obviously.
My grandfather.
But they don't consider themselves anything else, right?
They're Jews who happen to live in Germany.
Hold on, D. What would you think they would consider themselves?
I don't know. What's the common denominator amongst all of you?
Well, you don't know. Then
what is the common denominator?
There was no country called Israel at the time.
Be a fucking man and just say what you're thinking rather than casting aspersions like a pussy.
What the fuck is it that you think, dumb fuck, since you're meant to be above a fucking
a little sensitive now.
You're getting a little sensitive.
I'm the one up there. I'm the one
Why
up
don't you make your
But you
argument?
gotta say, okay. But you're not actually making
Yeah, man.
You're the one
Stop
getting up
picking your
there.
nose.
Okay.
Make
Cry
your
harder.
fucking argument. You.
Okay, cry harder. So what is it gonna do?
What other allegiance are you referring to?
What do you think?
See, stop bombing Catholics.
The thing that would prevent someone in the British military from becoming an officer, particularly, for example, in military intelligence, right? That you have to be a actual military.
You can't name
Hold
it.
on, let him
You
finish
can't
the
discuss
sentence.
it.
Wait, what's the sentence? Finish the sentence. The thing that would prevent someone from being
He's
what?
afraid to say it.
He's dual nationality, a conflict of interest. Okay, how about we read
So our
the
friend
primary,
Jay,
how about we read the primary source? Do we
Why
give
don't
you
you
the
say
link?
what
You
you
want to
think?
keep up?
Just say what you
So
were going to say.
no one.
You want to read? Apparently, you're willing to listen to the primary source, right? So, like,
Well,
No,
first we want to
no,
hear
so-
you read
no,
something.
no, we're gonna listen to what all of you fucking say. What they
No, I want to
believe.
hear what you
But why
say.
not just listen to the
What's
primary
the other
source?
national matter? How to
Why not just
primary
listen?
source is?
Why are you? You're
You're
literally
most deeply
putting more
held belief and you're
effort
afraid
into
to
not
articulate it.
listening
Why is that?
to the primary source. See,
What are
this
you
is it. It's
afraid
like,
of?
is this what have to make it illegal in Germany to talk about certain
What are
things?
you
yeah,
afraid
They
of?
can't talk about it.
actually is.
Tim,
Okay,
what are you
amazing.
afraid
The
of?
German nation does not wish its
Just
interests to be
say it.
determined and controlled by any foreign nation.
Right?
France to the French, England to the English, America.
Okay.
Oh, great! So they got to get into the
People that were
union
in
now.
this
Because
country-
Don't change the subject.
We're not English
we
spies, we're
can't
not
hear the
French
primary
spies.
source. God forbid. You know, this is actually
but
a Jewish
he
website.
violated that. He violated that primary source.
Amazing.
What he was saying was
So,
that
okay.
people, hold on. What he was saying was that
So what
people
does it
gonna
matter
kill
that
are,
the
hold
Jews
on,
were
Jeff,
there before
Jeff,
Germany would?
Jeff, please. The
Amazing.
people that are
You're
gonna
acting like
kill were
fucking
not German.
children.
The people that were residing within the borders of Germany
Amazing.
are
I'm reading this from the
foreign
World
elements.
Holocaust Remembrance Center, right? Okay. These are big boys. You can't list.
Yaakov, please
Oh,
finish your statement.
these are fucking.
You were afraid to express yourself because you're a pussy.
Oh,
So
well, I'm expressing
let
myself.
somebody with a pair of balls talk. And then when you go,
Oh, come on.
Shalom. Shalom.
Stop it. Stop it.
It's a problem.
Jeff,
What?
stop doing that.
I'm not doing it.
Yes, you're doing it because when you're unmuted and you're the only one.
I'm not doing it. I promise you I am not doing it.
It wasn't Jeff.
when you grow some balls, then you can talk. Doesn't that seem fair?
Okay, hold on.
So,
Whoever is
can you not
listening,
handle it?
stop because otherwise, hold on.
Amazing.
Come on. These rooms are modded, all of you guys, because I want to see how mature you are to engage in conversation so that nobody can kick you and you are able to self-govern. So can you just please, I don't know, like engage in conversation? I mean, Tim, don't speak over them. And dude, if you're asking Tim something, then just let him answer.
I'm trying to read a few paragraphs
So
of a
answer
Jewish
the
website,
question first.
and they're losing
then
their
you can read your
minds.
paragraphs. Answer the question, grow some testicles.
Hey, how about shut the fuck up? And I'll
Okay,
do
so
as I
stop
please.
you.
I'll do as I fuck. These are like fucking
I
children.
don't think he's
No
up
wonder
to
you're so here to run.
I don't think he's really up to this.
Yeah.
Tim, you don't need to insult people.
I'll fucking do
And
whatever I
please
fucking
stop
want.
muting him.
These are fucking the most
You
childish
asked
group of people I've
him,
ever
you
met.
guys asked him to read something, so
No,
let
we
him
didn't.
didn't.
We
and
asked
then you
him
can
a
go to fight
question.
again.
We asked him a question. He's afraid to
That's
answer.
a
He's a
so I'm answering it, but I'm not
He's a
answering.
coward. He's a coward.
Oh,
He's a
great.
pussy.
So
So when
Norm's
you
the
grow
only
some
one that's not being.
testicles, when you grow some testicles,
So he's the one
and
muting
you can
everyone.
come and answer
You're
our
acting like a
question. And
fucking
stop
nonsense.
crying like a little bitch. You'll be okay. I'll bake you some cookies.
You're actually.
I'll bake you some cookies, okay? If you're really upset, we can put a big V on it for victim.
Come on, listen. He is the only one here with this argument. So it's 1, 3.
What is the argument? What is the argument?
Against, so hold on.
What is the argument? I just want to make sure I
I don't know because you guys are muting him. So
then why do you know he's the only one with the argument?
It will probably be stupid. So let him say whatever stupid thing he has to say. I mean, what are you afraid of?
Why let him off the hook?
No, because
what
he
is it
was
that-
answering
what
your
is it that
question.
I'm
I
on
think,
the
I
hook
don't know,
for?
I lost
No. What is it that I'm on the hook for?
For finishing your thought. So who is the group that
on the
has
hook
dual
for finishing my
loyalty?
thought, but
Hold
yet
on,
I can't
Tim,
say
hold
it.
on.
The group, I'm telling
Norm,
you,
what was
answer.
the question? What was the
Who is
question?
the group
You're a
that
fucking
had
child.
dual loyalties in Germany? Tim? Tim, who do you think?
Well,
I don't think
let me
anybody
finish
did.
the fucking.
I don't think anybody did.
You're a
And
very
what was-
equitable fucking
Tim?
child.
What was?
But I
I'm
should
not
be able
name
to
calling.
finish
I'm not
the
name calling,
paragraphs.
Tim.
You'll.
What was that loyalty
Amazing.
towards?
What was the
You
loyalty
have an
towards
answer.
French Germany?
Tell your other fucking boy to pay me my fucking money, okay? He's just gonna keep acting like fucking children.
I've asked you questions maturely. See, I've asked you questions maturely. I haven't called you names. I haven't done anything.
I'm sure
So
that
what-
you can have a conversation with Marcel, which you haven't had,
That's a
and then
sidebar.
deal with the whole thing of the betting. Let's see if he's online. Let's bring him in. But no one is here anybody's boy.
Oh, really? They're all ganging up and united.
Uh-oh.
Well, Tim, I'm sorry, but we were all,
That's interesting.
we were all having a
Ethnocentrism is
we were all
interesting.
having a conversation, a civilized conversation.
Yeah,
about
I'm reading
the problem.
paragraphs from a Jewish
Hold on,
website.
Hold on.
And they're losing their
Hold
mind.
on. We were all having a civilized conversation about the problem in Europe with the immigration and the things that are happening in your country. And you were the one choosing to poke them. And now you're crying because they're ganging up on you.
If
We
you
didn't have to
listen
talk about
to
the
these
Jews,
two
but you
paragraphs,
chose
you
that.
would understand how it's relevant.
But dude,
That's
you
why
are
they're losing
always
their
the
mind.
one bringing
He said-
up these
That's it.
topics.
He said
Nobody else is.
if you would listen to the primary source, maybe you might understand why.
Tim, but you were the one
No,
bringing
you
up
see,
the
you don't
topic. Do you
want
think
to know.
this is the
You
thing
don't
with the
even
same thing
want
with the
to.
Palestinians?
That's
Do you
fine.
think
Listen,
that
just say
you're
you
going
don't
to
want
be
you don't
able
want to
to?
know, and that's
You
fine.
you think that you're going to be able to poke someone and expect them not to react?
So, that's amazing.
Stop
Listen to
blaming
me.
the
He's the
Jews.
baddest man in the world.
Take ownership for it.
He's the baddest man in
You
the
should
world.
own it.
So
Tim.
let's just not.
You should own it. Don't blame the Jews. Blame yourself.
Okay, yeah.
Own it.
Let's just blame this Jewish website that I was going to.
Dude, but we
Don't
were
blame
not
this
even talking
Jewish
about
website.
Jews. You brought it up.
You know, I think there may be a fact you don't understand,
Not
Tim.
only this conversation about what is going on in Europe right now.
I think Tim doesn't understand that as Jews, we actually have learned on the
That's
ideology
amazing.
and we recognize it when it's being
You were
promoted.
here at the beginning of the conversation.
Tim, if you're going to continue to talk over everyone who speaks,
I don't give a fuck.
you're literally talking over everyone who speaks, regardless of how we speak to you.
That's amazing. I was talking to myself. So,
This is not what you usually permit. He's not here for any well-meaning conversation whatsoever.
Sure.
But I wanted to hear what you were saying, Jeff.
Oh,
What I'm
so we
saying
have
is-
to redirect.
I'm going to be over me.
Change direction. We can't
Y'all
possibly.
gotta shut your mouth here. Shut your mouth.
How about eat shit, faggot? All right.
Okay,
Tell me to
so
fucking shut the fuck up.
That's about your level.
How are you?
Fine.
Oh, Jeff's here.
Never
Hey,
had
Jeff.
never had a bad day. How are you doing?
Oh, that's good. I am doing very, very well. Just had a day of work, and I'm gonna keep working for another couple of hours. And yeah, in the meantime, I'm opening a room.
Nice. A co-working space.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of the healthy debates, so I'm just gonna open my own.
Yeah, that, did you close another room or someone else?
No, I nuked it. It was impossible, so I just nuked it.
Yeah, he was not willing to listen to anything, so there was really no sense to engage.
I agree. I think that we were all talking about other stuff. I know that he and Diego and other guys always like to bring up the Jews. I know them. They've been my friends for a long time. So I try to avoid those topics so that it doesn't get point. And we can speak about our stuff, but they are the ones always bringing up the topic, and then they are complaining, "Oh, but you're all ganging up on me." It's like, dude, what did you expect? That you were gonna throw some shit at them and that they were not going to react? That would be stupid. But he's bringing it on himself. Nobody is attacking him. Actually, everyone was engaging with him in the conversation when we're talking about immigration, when we're talking about politics, when we're talking about all of this. Nobody was ganging up on him. Yeah, this is what I always tell him, well, we can have all civil conversations, we can have interesting conversations. You even can bring up your disagreement with Israel or your disagreement with Jews. But when you just start attacking people, don't expect for people not to attack you back. We talk with a lot of people that are, you can claim they are anti-Semite or anti-Jewish or anti-Israel. It doesn't matter, as long as you're able actually to engage in a conversation. But if you just start insulting, interrupting, yelling, whatever, it's just ridiculous.
He's the biggest cunt on this app against the Jews. Come on, he's literally lost his fucking mind. And he was like, "Oh, eat shit, faggot." You're just like, okay, what are you, 12, reading Hitler? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, you can't have a conversation like this. You can't.
Well, the reason he can't is because he's literally bought into Nazi ideology, and he's promoting it to Jews, and then wondering why the conversation becomes difficult.
Yeah, that's a good point. He is, this is the thing, the hatred towards the Jews, anything Jew, it's so strong that it just blurs their vision for anything else. They are incapable of engaging in an actual conversation of okay, let's talk about ideology. Even if you want to hate on the Jews, are you able to tell me why is it that you disagree? Why is it that you hate it so much? Oh yeah, well, this verse in the Talmud, it's okay, we know this verse. Do you want to talk about it? Because if you want to talk about it, we can talk about the whole piece of the Talmud. Because, what?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can talk about the whole conversation taking place in the Talmud. The guys are willing to talk about these things, and explain what it is about. But no, they don't want to talk about it. Why? Because they're actually not interested in understanding. All they want to do is oh, here's this bomb, and here's this bomb, and here's this bomb, and I don't care if it doesn't make sense. I'm just going to throw all the shit I have on you, and you see what you do with it. And that's not a conversation. So I think it's retarded.
It is retarded.
I don't know when that happened with T, but I have never seen somebody have such a downfall on Clubhouse. He went from being somewhat of a cool person to now being one of the biggest cunts
like, honestly, and the thing that he does is that when he's challenged, he's presented with facts and reasoning that's perfectly fine. He goes, sure, yes, sure. Like, he's so void of any discussion as well. It's like talking to a brick wall. Like, honestly, the guy, his family have disowned him because of his views. He doesn't have a relationship. He just has his dog. He's a loser. He's a loser.
Yeah, just like Thomas. They're like the same person.
Yeah, man. Anyway, I've stopped being friends with him. It's some disgusting shit.
Yeah, he doesn't come to my rooms anymore. Today he came in because Diego was here and then America was here, and so when they are the three together, then they're like, okay, yeah, well, we can gang up against you, you know? He was complaining that they were ganging up on him, but he was doing exactly the same with Jacob when Jacob was the only Jewish person, you know, in the room, and they were all trying to gang up against Jacob, and he actually kind of like evaded, like he ditched every shot that was fired at him. That was nice.
Yeah, but yeah, I heard that them ganging up. Okay.
Usually I don't, but today I did because it was impossible to speak there anymore. All right then.
I thought I was in labor yesterday.
No.
Yeah, I wasn't though. It was like you get fake labor, and I was like, whoa.
Oh my god, that means that you were just about to get there.
Yeah, man. Not this Friday. The next Friday is her official due date, so I am there. I'm there. Probably any.
I just hope it's not a hot day, so it's easier. Otherwise, we will be swimming in sweat.
I've requested a water birth, and anyway, like.
A water birth? Oh.
But also, like, trust me to have a fucking baby during Civil War. Like, there's warnings of riots in my town tomorrow night.
I just got a message from T. Apparently, water birthing is a Jewish conspiracy.
You know who does an amazing impersonation of T, Jeff? You hate him, but Edmund does. It's amazing. He's just like T. Oh, you fucking little hipster fucking. He does it so good. Like the voice, the way he talks, everything. I don't know, it's little hats or tiny hats? I don't remember, but something like that.
Can you hear the hot dog girl? 97% Jewish. You heard that?
What?
The hot tool girl. She's 97% Jewish.
No.
Nope, didn't know that. And just to be clear, I actually don't hate anybody. I just don't like being recorded, and I refuse to be recorded. And I have contempt for anyone that lets them record drones. So, but I don't have any issue with that. I find him very amusing. Yeah, I think he's very funny.
You know, he does a great impersonation. I'm sure that team went to open his own room, right?
I don't know. My crew with the Irish on the staff is most of them are drunk, so.
Jeff, you didn't take a look at the video I sent you?
Where?
No.
Take a look at it.
Sorry.
Okay, what is it?
97% Jewish thing?
Yeah, she's 97%.
Yeah, I think I saw something on X. Yeah.
She's 97%. She just found out. 97.
So are you proud of it?
Absolutely. $97. That means her parents lied to her about something.
Is she anti-Semite or does she embrace Jews?
No, she's just a Southern country girl. That's all she is. Just a simple Southern country girl.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm glad that you have such a role model in your community.
For little girls and gays.
Did they already bury Hania?
Yeah. Yep, he's dead buried.
I'm feeling a little bit boring today.
Me too.
Just hot here. I don't want to do anything. I barely, I don't know. Got 29 degrees in my house. My hands are sweaty. Here it is.
Percent of the Pakistani community in Britain was
Sorry.
Wait, Jeff, what did you say about the Pakistani community?
Nothing. I could say plenty, but that was Issa's TV.
Are you Pakistani student?
No.
So what it was Joe Rogan, but what he was saying is that 70% of all Pakistanis are inbred, and in Turkey the amount is between 25 and 30%. This is talking about Muslims. What else? A BBC investigation in Britain several years ago revealed that at least 55% of the Pakistani community in Britain was married to a first cousin. And it also says that the BBC research said that British Pakistanis accounted for just 3.4% of all births in Britain, yet they accounted for 30% of all British children with recessive disorders. And he's saying breeding is 100% increase in the risk of stillbirth. And also, they could tie it to the fact that if you are inbred, you're very likely to be less than 70 points on IQ.
They can blame the inbreeding choices, but obviously this is just institutional racism in England.
Really?
Yeah, the negative outcomes aren't because of the inbreeding.
It's a study. It's a research.
It's because the hospitals don't treat the Pakistani women as well. They don't provide them the prenatal vitamins the same way they do for white Britons.
No, that's higher.
I don't think that's true.
No, he's fucking with you.
Clearly, it's institutional racism.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you're trolling me, sorry.
He is trolling
I was
you.
actually getting ready to fight with you.
I'm not working anymore now, but I work sometimes as a toy teacher. And I had this Asian, I wouldn't be able to tell where they're from, but this husband and wife came in and they were like, oh, how can you accommodate? We've got 3 children that are heavily disabled. And I looked at them and I thought, fuck man, your cousins, like, what are the odds of having 3 in a row that are that disabled? I was just like, nah, like, fuck.
Yeah.
Allah's will.
It says also here, mental health is also at risk. The probability of depression is higher in communities where consanguine, whatever, marriages are also high. The closer the blood relative, the higher the risk of mental and physical retardation and schizophrenic illness. Intelligence goes down, 10 to 16 IQ points.
And what about the positives? Like some of my cousins are really.
But then also, Issa didn't say that there was like irrational rage that was.
Oh yeah, they say that there is a correlation with inbreeding and the irrational rage in the personality. It says here the risk of having an IQ lower than 70% increases, which is the criterion for being quote unquote retarded, increases 400% amongst the inbred.
Issa, can you put that link in the chat?
Yeah, I can.
Thanks.
I think I can. Let me see. Because I had it on my computer. Let me see how I do this. Yeah, that's the whole Muslim world for you. I also was watching another video of a guy saying that, you know, philosophers, they struggle so much in thinking and trying to figure out the meaning of life, but we Muslims, we don't have to deal with that because thank God we did have Muhammad and he solved the mysteries of life for us. And now all we have to do is follow his wisdom. So we don't have to think anymore. Muhammad did that for us.
That is a time saver.
I'm so shocked. Yeah. It's like, don't worry, none of you need to think. Someone already did it for us.
How do I sign up for that? Because I'm kind of tired.
You just need to revert to Islam. Accept Allah.
Yeah, but I like bikinis, so I don't know if that's gonna work.
You can wear one under your chador.
Yeah. You can even wear nothing if you want.
Don't think so.
Don't be so close-minded, man. Like,
sure.
Every problem has a solution if you just think it through and consult an imam.
You're just so Islamophobic.
That's true. I hear
it.
You hear it in my tone?
Uh-huh. Yeah. In your ringtone even.
In my ringtone? Yeah.
There's a link.
It says, no Allah Akbar. No Allah Akbar.
You know, today, like, I've got a really liberal, progressive sister who lives in South Africa. And I was telling her about what goes on in the UK, and I mentioned all the social issues, and she said, "You're sounding racist. You sound far right." And I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's seriously incompatible with this society. That's why there's problems. And, oh my God, she was like, yeah, but you know, Glennon Doyle says this, and I fucking hate that author. I think she's such trash.
This sounds like a you problem, Sarah. You should be wanting to die for other cultures above yours, you know? You're so racist. She's not
me.
What's the topic?
Yeah, you're a white person, so you should allow other people to dominate you.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that's double domination, white and woman.
Yeah, I'm going to push back on Rena using the word person. She's a woman.
Isn't everyone legally a person in Canada? There's no men versus women.
No.
Oh, I thought it was part of the carbon tax. There was like
everyone but the Jews.
Oh no, clearly they're not women.
We got a pink tea in here.
Oh, my favorite Jew.
Hello.
Came back home. You came back home.
I always come back. I had to fight the fight.
You missed a good one. Before.
Well, what happened?
Oh, T was defending Hitler's works. T was defending Hitler's writings.
Also, Jakob is a reunion.
Yeah.
Oh, and we need to get him exiled because he was complaining about a bet that he lost. Another person complaining about a bet. but on the different side of things.
Yeah, who's this T guy? He's like just showing his cards like crazy. Like,
So Tim is an Irish guy. He is from my retard clubhouse community, the trolley one. And so yeah, he for whatever reason he has got anger management issues, and he also has a Jewish hatred problem. And so everything you speak to him, it doesn't matter if you're discussing bananas. Everything is going to be the fault of the Jews. And this is actually one of my points of contention with them, because I always told them, like, even if today, at midnight, we would erase all of the Jews from the face of the earth, tomorrow,
Inshallah.
he would be just as miserable as he is today.
What took you so long?
What?
Wait, so you're lost to wipe out midnight? That's
No, it's okay. But yeah, anyway, so that is the thing. And the thing is that he has control issues, so he is not able to have expression. Even if he wants to say that he is anti-Jewish or anti-Israel, I wouldn't care. But when he starts just insulting and showing that he cannot control himself and can't speak over other people, it's just very annoying.
That's why I thought it was fun just to pick on him for being Irish for no reason.
Yeah,
because I don't actually know anything at all about
it's very easy to
Irish history.
Maybe you don't mod him so you can mess with him more though.
No, the thing is that, you know what? So sometimes I make these rooms where, yeah, you can throw people to the audience and whatever, and that, yeah, these are fine. But in the social rooms where I don't know, I just like to mod everyone. Everyone.
There's a problem.
It's just it's kind of like a ritual.
But they're not focal. They turn into hotly contested things, and you can't send anyone to the audience. Like,
no,
I always describe it more as antisocial.
Yeah.
I can still pick them.
You can, but who boomed the room?
What, Matt? I booked the room.
Oh.
So there's new updates about, or like, I don't know if it's update, but new, like, maybe updates, like, about Hania's assassination and how it played out and how the Mossad did it. And it wasn't like months in advance. They said that they kind of placed it at like these video cameras showing that they placed it like an explosive that is about 3 inches or 6 inches under the bed at 4:23 p.m. And then there were like people of the Mossad wearing green, hiding on the trees outside. And basically they were supposed to say when the lights go off at Hania's bedroom, and as soon as the lights went off at the bedroom, this is when they detonated it. And his boyfriend was actually outside the room, basically guarding the door, and he was hit by the blast and died later on from his wound. But don't worry, he's also like a known terrorist himself. So we don't need to kind of feel sorry. So it's 120.
Were they actual boyfriend? Were they actual?
No.
They win for them, right?
Well, I'll put it.
That they were not in bed together. He was outside the room.
Can you put the link up above?
Yeah.
What is the GC?
The Jewish Chronicle.
Oh yeah.
So it was not placed there 2 months before, as they were saying.
No. Which makes more sense because I couldn't figure out how something like this could be that room for 2 months undetected under the bed.
And more importantly, how do they know the exact room he was going to be in? Does he always stay in that room?
Yeah, it's
But
in
the
this
story was that they placed, until now, the story was they placed 3 bombs.
Wait,
They
so-
detonated the right
What's
one.
the name again? I didn't hear that.
The story last week was that the Mossad placed 3 bombs in 3 separate rooms, and then they detonated the one that he was in. Now, how did he 3 in the whole building? That part.
He's not staying there again. The Yelp review is probably going to be terrible.
Yeah, I think they're tearing that building. I think they're tearing that building apart as we speak. It's going to be leveled because they can't like the toilets can be suspect. Bed frames, everything. They're going to rip that place to shreds.
No, right now they cannot sleep in peace. None of them.
No.
I mean, knowing that Mossad got into Iran, the capital, and was able to kill so surgically and so beautifully, so targeted someone, they're not sleeping well right now.
Yeah, especially it says
They
2
must be
Iranians
sneaking every
included.
corner.
2 Iranians recruited from the Ansar al-Mahdi security unit. One of them, like, they got inside the inside of the inside of Iran. I mean, that's
They recruited these guys, yeah.
Yeah, this is like, I would be livid if I was the Supreme Leader.
Wait, did you hear what happened today in Beirut?
No.
Nasrallah was speaking, and while he was speaking, the IAF buzzed over and broke the sound barrier.
Yeah, they boomed in Beirut.
They boomed his room. They boomed his room.
They sonic boomed his, yeah. They didn't do anything. They could have like killed him, but I think they wanted to just prove, hey, you're not safe either. Go back underground.
See, yeah, after 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, when they got the guy in, I can't pronounce his name, when they got Suker, when they got that guy in, they knew exactly which room he was in and hit it with precision. If I was Nasrallah, I'd be moving every 10 minutes.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't kill him just now.
Yeah,
Man, you gotta write a parody to Enter Sandman.
You what?
You gotta write a parody to Metallica Enter Sandman.
Yalla Ya Nasrallah was just stuck in the first thing I ever watched on YouTube 18 years ago, and I still love that song. Shofim Lechalla Allah Nikola Hizbollah. That was still.
I wonder which northern European country they relocated to.
Cool.
It says 3 minutes later, the guards, who were offered a six-figure sum each, as well as immediate relocation to a northern European country, so some Nordic country.
It's not a whole lot of money.
Yeah, I know. Well, for Iranian, yeah, the average income there is not 6 figures.
I guess it's more like the being in the sent out of Iran to Europe. That was like a big price.
Yeah. It's interesting that
that's far more valuable.
Yeah, that's interesting that Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark. Like, interesting that Israel could pull that off.
So actually, then we could do a room called "Who Boomed the Room."
Who sonic boomed the room?
Somebody nuked the room.
No nukes, no nukes.
And Iran already announced that they will close their airspace tomorrow between 11:30 and 2:30.
Yeah, they issued a NOTAM yesterday.
No, but now we have also not just dates. We also we have the hours from 11:30, which is.
Thank you very much for the warning.
Thank you.
Imagine if the Germans didn't do that with the Blitzkrieg in Poland. They had.
Yeah, for our reaction, it's a very slow reaction. Is it because they're retarded?
No, I mean last time it took them like a week, I think, right?
But there was an Iranian source who was quoted in the Times of Israel a couple days ago, said they're more concerned with finding the leak and finding out who did this than they are with retaliation.
Oh yeah, I read that this morning.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Like, where would you focus?
They're more concerned finding out how it happened.
The sweetest they think they only have one leak. Oh, that's so sweet.
What?
I think they are very innocent if they think that there's only one person that is working for.
Well, no, they need to find the plot, the whole, all the people that have been compromised.
That's pretty much all of them.
Yeah, I know, and it just leads to really paranoid, delusional,
It's not paranoia if it's true.
No, I know. What I'm saying is they'll root out half the people in the government.
The room, boom, and get them rid of it now.
Yeah,
it's
gonna be great.
But isn't it beautiful the psychological fear that actually this has instilled in them? Because they are, right now, really, who of them have actually had a peaceful sleep in the past week? I don't think any of them.
According to my spreadsheet, 86% of them did not sleep peacefully over the last week. but that information was given to me via the Mossad, so it's deemed to be reliable.
Are sleeping pills that the U.S. produces part of the part of banned from being traded?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They've got their own stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You're a data guy. I want your opinion about this data.
Hi, Dawn!
Hey, wait,
very well. The irony
Norin
is,
Soren, Norin called you a different name. Could you help me with that?
Just say hello before you start fighting, dude.
I finally realized why I find it so irritating. You're Poria. You've always been irritating.
Okay, Yakov, you're a doctor.
Poria, which means Purim in Aramaic.
Wait, what's with this Poria controversy? Wait, hold on. First, Soren, hi, how are you? What's with this Poria controversy?
I don't know what's so. Is it Yakov? You come up with the data all the time. There is like this history of like this CNN report yesterday. I put the link on. What's your opinion about the data which was used by CNN?
I only do
about
data.
the
I don't do
capability of
data.
the Hamas battalions, that it's not that bad. That
Jordan
this is actually
for
all active.
every night.
What's your opinion
I
about
do
that?
data. Hold on, I do data, not data. So
Fair enough. Tomato, anyway, data.
So one thing, Yaakov, what about
Semantic arguments. Come on.
You're
Let's
into
see
semantics, Soren.
Wait, this is a YouTube video. Why isn't there a link directly? Hold on. Why isn't there a link to? I don't want to see someone's take on it. I want to link directly to the CNN article. Primary sources only. So when you post that, it'll be
That's a video of the CNN.
Soren, let's deal with.
Have you actually watched that?
Soren, let's deal with things you can agree on. How excited are you that the Democrats have openly said that we don't hire Jews?
I don't know.
That excited, wow.
What the report says is actually the almost all the Hamas battalions were attacked. So that's in contrary to what the IDF says. So I just want your opinion, what you think. Is CNN?
It's I don't know how many minutes long, so give me a moment.
What?
It's 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, Soren, can you ask again the question? Clear for everyone,
So
please?
basically, the CNN released a report yesterday saying that almost all Hamas battalions are intact. That's surprising contrary to what the IDF says. I was surprised to me too. I was under the impression that almost at least half of the Hamas military powers should be gone. I mean, that makes sense. But according to what the CNN says, it's not like that. They come up with this data analysis, by the way. So that's why I thought, what's Yakov think about it? Because I know he keeps
I'm going to go watch it. I can't watch it.
Okay, but he is going, okay, leave the room and go watch it, and you can
They
come
need
back.
to
when
mute
it's
them.
done.
I'm really glad
No, because we're not gonna stop.
No, I know. I said I wish there was a mute button.
Yeah,
for
no,
me
you can't.
personally.
Yeah. It's a good thing, though. It means that there's lots of Hamas left for us to kill.
So, Daniel, what do you think about
No, I'm trying to understand what data is, data or data, whatever. I didn't see it yet. I will also watch it.
Where- can you-
What data are they?
that? Yeah, can you share your link so we can see the CNN sources?
I did already. It's in the chat.
Okay.
CNN probably didn't list their own sources. It's the conjecture news now.
I don't see the CNN source in the chat. I just see a YouTube video.
Hey, it's a YouTube, that's the
It's
one.
a CNN YouTube video. I'm just copying it.
Okay.
Okay, looks like this.
We went from having a nice conversation, Soren arrived, and now we're all silently looking at.
Well, there's like a textual edition. I will put it in the chat.
Poria, oh Poria, come hide them, no.
Yeah.
This is so much bullshit. I'm watching the video.
Hey, yeah. So ironic, he doesn't believe in Purim, and his name is Purim.
Well, Haman denied it too.
Yeah.
We should just call him Haman.
Amalekite.
This is such a bullshit report.
Lisa Dean?
Hello. Everybody's watching it, I guess.
Or Hamas soldiers?
Yeah, I think that what this video does is just basically it's saying, oh no, Israel, in spite of all you have done, Hamas is still standing strong and they are regenerating. So you're not really killing them. You need to come to a political solution because you are never going to end them. They keep their recruiting capabilities have not been diminished, and they are recruiting from civilians. So if that's the argument, then stop crying about killing civilians, because you're just recognizing in that video that civilians have already been recruited by Hamas.
I mean, that was the argument that I always made. It's become much more easier for Hamas to recruit people, to orphans, you know what I mean?
Yeah, then the quote-unquote civilians that have died, they are not civilians. They actually have been recruited by Hamas. And then you're giving us the reason when you say that...
Let's understand that. They had 24, 3 are eliminated, 9 are decapitated, but some of them are still militant ready. It sounds like Israel is slowly and officially winning the war. Now, Israel could get rid of all 24 battalions in the next 24 hours. It would just kill a whole lot of civilians. So pick your choice. Do you want a slow, methodical war that weeds out Hamas, or do you want a whole bunch of dead civilians?
Correct.
I know you want dead civilians because you're IRGC. I'm talking about everyone else.
And a hole in the Mediterranean Sea.
I mean, Mayor, when you call me all of this name, do you really believe that, or?
No,
I mean,
come on.
sit down.
Hold on. Don't focus on the personal stuff. Focus on the question.
Yeah, and it's very easy to target anyone, particularly if it's coming from a Jewish background, because you can label me anything. But obviously, you can call me anything.
Just
you want.
ignore it, It doesn't matter. Forget about the name calling. Just focus on the question. Soren?
Well, fair enough. I mean, what's the question?
Well, he asked you a question. What was the question, Maya? Oh yeah. Well, in this video that they're complaining about how many. Just repeat the question about the medallions.
Right. So there are 24 battalions. There are 3 that have been gone, and then there are, I think they said 7 that are severely decapitated, and 6 are militant ready. So that means that Israel is slowly and methodically destroying Hamas. Now, if you want Israel to destroy all 24 in the next 24 hours, if you do that, it will just kill a whole bunch of civilians. So because so if Hamas embeds themselves amongst the civilians, it's going to be a slow war. Like, you can't have it both ways. So which one would you rather? Would you rather kill a bunch of civilians and get this over quickly, or the methodical way that Israel is doing it, and it's going to take another year?
Also, the report says...
There's also data from far away.
Also, the report says that this report excludes northern Gaza and 8 battalions there, so they kind of ignore the northern parts of Gaza in this report.
There's 2 issues that I see that are problematic. One is a focus on recruitment, not actual effective fighting force. So it's easy to recruit, it's harder to mold that into a fighting force. So it doesn't talk to how effective they are. It talks to being able to recruit people, and there's no data to show how many people that they've actually recruited. It's just a statement. There's a comment from a masked guy. In that regards, that part is propaganda. It was a compilation of data from people in North America, and I didn't see a lot of any viewpoint from the Israeli side, any data to show what they've gained from intelligence, which has been free and forthcoming from the Israeli side. So from my perspective, it's a very biased piece of journalism, in quotes.
From my perspective, it came from Soren, so we just wasted a bunch of time figuring out what we were going.
Well, I mean, something on the ground that I could point to. Israel took out the head of Hamas, and there was no response out of Gaza. Then there were a couple of short-range missiles that came from south of Gaza. This is the first time in Hamas history that they have not attempted to kill civilians with their rockets. So apparently there is some level of decapitation going on there.
Yeah, I just have a question to ask y'all guys. How do you guys feel about the IDF soldiers that sexually sodomized a minor who was a suspected Hamas soldier?
Let's invent more, like, if you're already, like, inventing stuff, like, you know, I think it
No, I'm
not
just
only
going
was a
by
minor, he was also pregnant.
Oh, how do you feel about it? Yeah, I'm just saying what I saw.
How do you feel about it? I feel like it's not too long for the father. Wait, how do you feel about it? Can I say something about this topic, Jeff and Daniel, quickly?
Hold on.
Just, what news,
Hold on.
what news, Mikey, like, what news channel are you, yeah, but what are you watching? Which one are you watching?
I mean, you
Put a
want me to
link
pull up
in
an article?
put a link in the chat for this
Yeah, I want to
discussion.
see.
And then show me any fighting force, including the U.S. and Abu Ghraib and other places.
Yeah. Let's read the article first, Jeff.
No, there's just, you know, there's one set of standards, and the standard is, oh, I've heard this someplace else. The double standards are just incomprehensible. That's where I'm going to.
Well, not a double standard.
Hold on, there's breaking news. Hamas has appointed Sinwar as their leader instead of Hania.
Interesting.
Yes.
How can they find him?
I thought it was to be Montreal again.
That is interesting.
I want proof of life. I want proof of life before.
So even though my key is trolling enough, I mean, it's fair to say that forcibly sodomizing people is something we should be against.
Hold on. This is the problem. We are responding to claims which have not actually been substantiated. So Mikey brings up the sodomy thing, Agent, you're repeating it. Provide an article so that the specifics are actually correct, and then I'm sure the Israelis in the room, like their government, will denounce it. So, but to blindly repeat claims just because you're retarded is not something.
Well, I was reacting to Yaakov, who was like, "Oh well, what about Abu Ghraib?" You know,
That's not what you were doing. You were repeating Mikey's specific claims, and you're far too smart to claim you were only responding to Yaakov.
Agent, I said three things. I said, Agent, hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. I said,
He's not trolling, he's a retard. Second of all, no one here was okay with sodomy, so you're lying.
And why am I a retard, bro? This shit is all over the
Because
news.
you quoted something
a link
that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
So now
I'm
actually
trying
go to the source and let's review it and we'll see if you're a retard or not.
that's what I said.
Okay, I will try to
hold Israel to the same standard, but first provide is first. No one here is condoning that, okay? Let's just get that clear, okay? Anything.
Okay, so,
but first prove it actually happened.
Okay, so I want to try to address it, okay? So the story about the abuse of this Palestinian, it's not really a rape, but you can call it rape, of this Palestinian came from a complaint that one of the Nukhba terrorists filed in Israeli prison, and then the Israeli military launched an investigation, which is what I would expect from a moral army to do. And the Israeli army is investigating it. This is why you know about it. It's not like there's a story that came from Al Jazeera. It's a story that came from Israel because it's a democracy, that it's a legal democracy, it's a moral army that investigates those crimes. And if those people will be found guilty, they will be prosecuted now. And that is, I think, the end of the story. There are cameras all over the place in state and money. Hold on, let me please finish. Let me please finish. There is 24/7 cameras all over State Taiman, so everything is recorded and everything will be investigated. The problem that people have with this outrage, which is like sickening to the stomach, because you guys, and I say you guys, are the same people that for 8 months said about the Jewish rapes, I want to see proof, I want to see evidence, I want to see videos of the rape or it didn't happen. And now you come here on stage and you already accuse people of rape because there's an investigation. The moral compass that
hold on, bro. Like
you said that it happened. You said that it happened.
Mikey, you're going to be able to respond. Just let him finish, and then you can.
There is an investigation, which is what should happen when a crime happens. I want to know where you guys were for 8 months regarding the allegation of the Israeli people being raped. Tell me, was there any investigation done with the Palestinian side? Was there any action done? The way you check morality is not if something happens, is how the reaction to those actions. So if there's a rapist in the IDF, he will be prosecuted because this is against the IDF code of ethics. Okay? We don't name streets after them, we don't call them heroes, and we don't gaslight. We actually are the one who broke the story. Do you understand? This is called accountability.
And you make the member of parliament, by the way.
I never said any. I never.
Okay, Mikey, hold on, Mikey, you can respond. Then you go.
I never dispute. First off, I don't give a fuck about Palestine. Like I don't give if they attack y'all on October 7 or whatever, you have all rights to do whatever you gotta do. All I was asking was a simple question about this article that I was reading that happened about maybe like 5 days ago, which was released about them sticking like a baton stick of some kid's ass. That's all I was asking about how y'all felt.
Yeah, but you came with your question wasn't, hey guys, I read about this. What actually happened? Do you have any news on this side? You came in the room.
Do you really want me to finish the article?
Hold on, Mikey. I was here when you came in the room. You came in the room as soon as you entered the room. You weren't even listening to what we were talking about. You just entered the room, got on stage, and interrupted what we were talking. Just say, oh, how do you guys feel about these Israelis raping the prisoners? So you were accusing already instead of actually being curious. So don't pretend that you were trying to learn when your question was actually challenging and accusatory. Adrian, go ahead.
Thanks. I do want to kind of underscore what Daniel said. It is a sign of a secure and civilized country when they basically air their dirty laundry, where they expose, their own weaknesses or investigate their own people publicly and have these trials publicly in a procedure of law, what's the word I want, due process and all that. I think that's good. We can contrast it against a lot of less civilized or more tyrannical places that just hide the nefarious stuff they get up to or scandals that happen.
Well, and to be late, the bigger problem is there you go, Mikey. The biggest problem that I have with how you brought this up is I have yet to read an allegation that said there was gang rapes of anal sex. So if you can provide,
so it wasn't. Well, I'll provide the link, but it wasn't technically rape, like a penis going into the rectum. A little more so like a baton stick.
Yeah, I get to see this allegation, so you really should provide a source.
It wasn't alleged terrorists. They were captured with the terrorists. So you were wrong about that. No allegation of a minor. The person that claimed to have been raped was was a terrorist that was a full age. You also did it like a fait accompli. And Daniel pointed out very well that it's an investigation, and he smuggled a phone in through his rectum, which may be the entirety of the story. So you came in with a very hostile, not real facts. That's why I called you a retard. Maybe that was a little bit.
How about the member of parliament of Israel?
Wait, sorry, we'll go on to your next propaganda.
Hi, Mikhail. How are you? I've missed you. That's the reason why I unblocked you, so you could come in.
You didn't unblock me. This is another account.
I unblocked you anyway.
You didn't unblock me. This is a new account.
It wasn't. I'm telling you that I unblocked an account you had. Sorry, Cordy, go ahead.
It wasn't soldiers raping with themselves. They were using dogs to rape people.
Oh, come on, Cordy. There was no. Hold on. I want to understand. Do you really believe, Cody, that you can train a dog to rape a person.
That's what the articles say, multiple
Which
articles.
article?
What article?
Okay,
This is what people are saying. What does your head think about it? Why don't you, instead of, we know what the news is saying. Why don't you tell us your version of the story, your thoughts on it? That would be more interesting to us than for you to repeat what we already knew about
That's not how news works.
It takes a very sick, depraved program person to do that to another human being.
It takes a very sick depraved person to make up allegations like this without providing a link.
Yeah, just like Israel made up allegations.
I don't think you can train a dog to fuck a human.
But I'm really interested. Can you show Goldie, can you show the source that they said that a dog raped? Can you show me a source of this?
Can you show us a link?
I'm really interested.
Right now. No, I'm saying nothing. She's googling it right now.
They got the semifinals of America's Got Talent, actually.
I heard that it was the killer dolphins that trained the dog. Like they went after Mossad didn't need to do this, but after they trained dolphins to kill people.
Wait until they start training the elephants. Then they will see what's good. When finally the elephants are trained.
Well, the birds might stop that because birds are not real, right?
But in any case, I think that we can, I really think it's a non-story because, again, it's under investigation.
I posted the link, and it's, like you said, it's an ongoing investigation, but it's very appalling what one of the leaders of Israel said.
Good.
Now,
have you ever heard Hamas?
So let's read
There is an ongoing. I'm gonna leave it to Daniel, but have you ever heard Hamas saying, well, there is an ongoing investigation for the Palestinians that allegedly
fuck Hamas.
raped the Israelis?
Wrong is wrong. Fuck
Israelis. Fuck Israelis. Fuck them.
Have you ever heard anything similar from Hamas? I don't think they are running any investigation.
Hamas. Hamas are pieces of shit.
Fuck Israel. They're all pieces of shit. Monsters
No, that's
need to go
fine.
back to their
But
countries.
I'm just asking you, I just want to know if you, Mikey, you are applying the exact same scrutiny to both sides, or is it just to the Jews?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Both
Fuck
sides.
Hamas, bro. They're pieces of
Both
shit. Whoever's wrong is wrong.
And Mikey, not one of the allegations you made when you came in here is mentioned in this article. The only thing that's mentioned is that 9 people were under investigation. There was no rape, there was no child, there was no anal, there was not one of your allegations. I read the entire article. You go read it.
But what's your point, Mikey? If there's a crime, there is in any normal countries, then you investigate and you prosecute. Yeah. Is there a problem with this? I'm not sure what is your claim.
I just want to prosecute the Israelis. I will tell
you my opinion. I'm very proud of the IDF that is prosecuting this and that they are maintaining the morality of the army. And I think it actually shows how serious they are, despite a lot of tension that they get from far-right people that are against prosecuting soldiers during the war, and even one parliament member that said something stupid about that they can do to the Nukhba terrorists whatever they want, which basically, if you want to understand why, because people in Israel cannot hate the Nukhba terrorists because we actually know what they did to our people, so they're saying, okay, those are human animals, they can say whatever they want. The IDF is not working under the command of any parliament member. They have their own ethic code, and the military prosecution is an independent body of the IDF that its sole purpose is exactly this, to find where people are doing things that they shouldn't do and prosecute them. And according to the law, they will either be sent to jail or whatever, like any other rapist, if they will be found guilty. And against that demand, the place where they are being held is monitored 24/7 with cameras. I mean, there are videos of everything. So don't worry, this is how things should happen. Now, if you want to talk about real war crimes that are not being investigated, there are many. I think the problem is that Israel is being accused for actually prosecuting crimes, which is insane to me, that even people are mentioning, you should come on stage and say, hey guys, great job. There's some, a rotten apple and you take care of it. I really don't get what any of you is trying to say here on stage.
Dan, can I have a
We're
moment?
saying something
Wanted an opinion, that's all I wanted. I don't know why everybody's gonna
So I told you, I'm proud of the IDF that is prosecuting this and keeps the morality of the army. No soldier wants to be, and I tell you what, also other soldiers, also, no, they were not caught. The guy complained, listen, I don't know how you, like usually in rapes, the way it goes, someone complains, and then there's a investigation going on, and it's, no, he did complain, and he went to an Israeli hospital. If they wanted to, if Israel wanted to shut this story down, they could have. Why are you getting that he was raped to death?
They
By a
died.
dog?
The prisoners that brought this whole thing about
Where is the article?
Article, please.
Hold
I
on.
posted
Where?
so many
Where
articles.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. Find me an article that says the same things that you're claiming here, or did you get it first hand by the raped person?
I literally just posted the articles. I'll find more if you want.
Can you find like Middle Eastern Eye on Al Jazeera? I don't know if you care for the truth, but if you really want the truth, you should go to like more reliable sources that are not.
Like what? I would love to hear what you think about it.
Correct. We don't want an article from I Love Kamala.
I will tell you.
UN, what do you want?
No, you need to find a few, like basically, if you,
tell us these
I'm trying to answer, but you need to shut up when I answer. Yeah, you need to shut up so I can answer. Okay, because you asked a question, I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to answer you. Critical thinking is, you need to find different sources if you care for the truth. And different sources could be, one of them could be Middle Eastern Eye, no problem, but try to find two other sources that are addressing the same story. That's it. Not that hard.
Another question.
I'm not even, Daniel, because I don't want an article or reference from ilovekamala.com. Like anybody can open a website. Anybody can just put whatever they want to put. So no, you have to get a reliable source. And by reliable, I even include CNN. I hate CNN, but that would be a reliable source because at least they have something to lose when they post bullshit. So get us a reliable source.
Yeah, and even this source, just to go back to the purpose of a conversation, which most people seem to not understand, does not even make the claim that we all questioned, that in fact there was any type of rape involving dogs. There was an allegation that dogs were used to abuse prisoners, but nothing to do with teaching a dog how to rape a person, which was your ridiculous claim. So are you going to withdraw your ridiculous claim, or do you have another article that says that crazy?
Article, like the first one.
No, what it says is that the dogs bit and abused the people. It does not say anything about rape.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. These are allegations that an article from a very biased source makes, and you are in fact either misunderstanding or intentionally conflating two different elements of the allegation.
And we don't want an article from The Onion.
Or
It actually says that people that returned to Gaza, which is very odd. Allegedly, these were abused, and then they went home to Gaza, and then reported they got scratched by a dog.
I'm hoping we can hear from Bart.
Guys, can I have a moment on the microphone?
Meanwhile, the Israeli hostages have not even seen the Red Cross since they've been.
Right, this is a good question, guys. Apparently, this is the update I've got about the Islamic Republic. Apparently, these countries have been begging Israel, like literally begging them, to not retaliate harshly once the Islamic Republic attacks. I think right now, I think that this is the best time. Kill this head of the octopus, destroy it, and you'll be living in peace for the next 100 years, Alex.
Did you say the head of the octopus?
Yeah, head of the
No, head of the octopus. That's correct. That's
Thank
there's all the
God.
tentacles.
Because the tentacles are his proxies.
Okay.
Who cares about the
He's
metaphor?
not the head of the IDF.
Cody, where in the article that you said, where does it say that this prisoner died? I looked for the word death, died, and dead.
Sorry, at that time I was looking for the articles about the rape, but I can go to looking up about how the prison was
You made a statement without attribution.
I mean, when I actually asked you, no, it's not there.
So people said, no, so there were three things that they said. A, that he was a minor. Second, that he was raped by a dog. And third, that he died from it. Can you show any of, like, I mean, either you're making stuff up, or is that...
There's also a lizard too.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand if the problem is the media that told the story, or the people are just making shit up. And I'm trying to understand, because I want to know what is the source of any of those three claims.
Both.
That he died? Because I don't, like, this is why I'm asking, like, if they made it up, great, but if they just...
Courtney made it up. Like, I'm comfortable with that. She's welcome to provide another source, but, like, as far as I'm concerned, it seems obvious she made it. Most of these...
Yeah, but let's assume, I mean, for sure they heard it from somewhere, but we want to know where is it. Did you get a Telegram message? Did you actually get it in a source?
She heard it from somewhere. Like that's
because that's the thing, Jeff. We want to understand where these people are coming from. If they are just here
I assume she heard it from nowhere unless she provides a source. Like intellectual conversation requires attribution and sourcing. She was asked to provide a source. It only covered about 10% of her claims. Now we can think she's full of shit until she provides a better source.
But basically what we can do, everybody can rest assured, this is under investigation, which is the moral and legal thing that should happen in a normal country. And I wish that also Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah will do the same.
It's just like in America, like where I live at, where I'm from. I don't know if you guys recall, like when we were in Iraq, there were American soldiers that fucking were doing fucked up shit to like the Iraqi soldiers they were locking up. Not soldiers or like prisoners or whatever, like they would strip them naked, and all three of those soldiers, they got sentenced, put in jail. Which I don't really give a fuck, like whatever, like, but I'm just saying, like, what's wrong is wrong. Like, me personally, I wouldn't want them to be put in jail. I mean, what they did was wrong, but I don't want to say I understand what they did, but it's wrong.
Yes, and this is why there will be, if there will be found that there is enough evidence, then they go through due process of prosecution, and then if they are found guilty, they get punishment. Which is more than, like, this is what we should hope for. Or am I missing something? Like, I'm not sure what is the point of people bringing up this story. Israel is telling you, listen.
The point that I brought it up is because I never heard anyone talk about it on it. That's honestly why I brought it up.
No, first of all, people were talking about it. You are not the first one to raise it up. But I think, again, I think it's great that it's being investigated. So yes, I think it's great. Not that he was raped, or that allegedly raped, but that at the end of the day, this story came from Israel. The reason that you guys know about it is because we launched an investigation. You didn't discover anything. You didn't find us in everything that happens. Usually you bring it from Israeli sources. This is how it is in a democracy when you have opposition and you have freedom of press and you have freedom of protest. This is the normal way. I don't know why people are confused that this is like the wrong way. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe we should hide those things and then it didn't happen.
You see,
like people are saying,
I don't understand why you're acting like that for.
Because you did say, because you made it as a fact, not alleged.
How did I make it as an attack?
You said that it happened. You said, well, how do you feel about the rape?
No, not only that.
Well, you know what? I couldn't rephrase it. I couldn't tell a letter.
Mikey, you not only stated it as a fact, which is one thing, you also added three elements that were not in an argument. There's an alleged rape. It's the only thing that's not.
Jeff, you're in the comment.
Yeah, I can't hear you, bro. You're breaking up.
Anyway, you guys have successfully controlled the room really well. Like, can we talk about something?
Yeah, just to say one last comment on this, to a comment that Soren said in the chat. It says, bar is too low that Hasbara agents have to literally defend rapists here. That is a definition of moral bankruptcy of this apartheid ethno-supremacist occupying regime. I mean, that was a very,
That's a lot.
no, hold on. That was a very efficient paragraph. He managed to put there like 20 insults in 3 lines. But anyway, actually, if you were paying attention, Soren, what Daniel was saying was actually the opposite. He's saying that if there is actually a rapist, he will be judged and he will be trialed by the IDF because they do not allow this kind of behavior. And so you're saying completely something different than what was said in this room.
He knows that, his son. He knows that he's saying the opposite. He's the moral bankrupt. He doesn't care about the rapes. He just wants to defend Israel. Jeff, you're in a tunnel. My love, you're in a tunnel.
Well, I don't understand when I start talking about member of Knesset, Mayor put me down because he knew where I'm going with that conversation.
No,
I also addressed
people
it.
don't put you down in this room. Sorry, people don't put you down in this room because of the things that you say. We put you down sometimes when you are incapable of listening and you just interrupt.
And so when I adjust the the thing is that you're so like narrow-minded and like with the tunnel vision that you don't care what anyone says. This is why you wrote what you said in the chat about what I said. You didn't listen to anything that I said, didn't you? I also mentioned the parliament member. It doesn't matter what he says, and I will repeat it for you because the IDF doesn't work, and I will repeat it specifically for you even though I said it. The IDF doesn't work under the command of any specific parliament member. Even not the Ministry of Defense can change the ethic code of the army. Not only this, even if he could, the prosecution of the IDF is an independent body. Got it?
I don't know.
Thank you, sir. No, just enough. Let's move on. Enough. You don't care about the Palestinians. No, I mean you don't really care about the Palestinians.
That's fine. That's like.
Yes, right. You know, you're just a liar. You don't care about the Palestinians. You just want to defend Israel.
I mean, I like that you're in the room in the sense that we have someone to present the other side, you know, of the discussion. But you actually need to make sense because you're really losing respect that we have had for you or the tolerance that we have had for you in the past months when you accuse us to do of something that you are doing. You're saying that we are gaslighting you and we are very consistent in our points, and then you go to the chat and you do that shit. I mean, you are the one gaslighting. So how about we engage in an actual honest conversation? You bring your points. We're not going to throw you out or down because you think differently, but let's just engage honestly, dude, because otherwise it's just a lot of noise in the room.
I just thought of that. Imagine the member of Congress, United States, literally saying it's okay to rape the
We're moving on,
unheard of. We don't do that.
The dude that said that, like, he's fucking like what Daniel just said, like he's part of like Parliament.
Okay, so sorry, first of all, I like that you're in the room because you say such stupid things that shows everyone the other side has no comment. I did not put you down today, and the only person I put down was Mikhail because he kept on interrupting. If he could control himself and stop interrupting, I'd love him to say stupid things to show everyone else what the other side is. And for the last stupid thing you just said was, no one on the Israeli Knesset, if they did it wouldn't matter, but no one on the Israeli Knesset said some caterade. They're talking about how to prosecute soldiers during war. There is a rogue person who thinks that the way to prosecute soldiers during war should be differently than what is happening. It's also irrelevant, like Daniel said, after this time, it is an independent body, not controlled by the program. So it's a completely irrelevant point you keep bringing up.
So just since we're going to engage with it.
Who's slowing down Soren?
I did not.
I do because he won't let anyone respond. He keeps interrupting everyone trying to respond. And he has an impediment to his own conversation. That makes sense. You're interrupting me too.
Daniel, before you run away again, are you going to give us the media sources that you find valid? Are you going to give us?
I'm not running away. Where did I run away?
All right, please give us the media sources. What media sources?
No, I told you, I told you, use a few different media sources. It doesn't matter, like, not just one, okay? Try to find a few. If you find CNN,
give us CNN. So you want from we post
so find CNN
for CNN.
Again, I'm saying, if you find one that is like,
we posted BBC, we posted Guardian as well.
Great, okay, so find few differences, then make, you explain the technique.
No, those are fine, Mikhail. Those are perfect, Mikhail, but they are not saying what you guys are saying.
Yeah, no, they are saying you have
What
IDF whistleblowers
says.
who are releasing information about torture and usage of dogs and rape. That is
No,
what IDF.
that wasn't the claim, that wasn't a specific claim.
No. You want the specific claim dogs actually rape human beings. I'm sorry, when you stick dogs on naked people, what is that exactly other than sexual assault?
Okay, so let's discuss Cody. Let's discuss Cody.
What is that exactly? And when people who are being released by these prisons are
Hold on, what's the dog able to?
But I guess the people who are being released from the prisons, they're
So hold on, we finished with, just to make sure, we finished.
Have an agenda, right?
We finished with one story, right? Now we want to go to a different, which is fine. I just want to make sure. The story about this guy, the Nukba terrorist, we finished with that story.
Nukba terrorist, you terrorist, Baghdadi, you claim he's a Nukba terrorist. No one
Relax,
does. He hasn't been tried.
Relax. We know it's relaxed, dude. First of all, we don't need to put them on trial, okay? Because what we are doing now is a piece of war, okay? So we arrest them, we don't need to put them to trial. And he is a Nukba terrorist. You don't want to believe it? That is fine, okay? So forget the word Nukba, okay? So this Gazan that was arrested in Gaza during military activity and was a prisoner in Israel, Svet man, made an accusation, and then we finished the story, right? Yeah, but we're talking about, hold on. So we are talking about, you finished with the story about this dude, now you want to talk about something else, which is fine. But let's just close this story before you move to the next point. Do you have anything to say about this story?
What was wrong in that story?
I'm just saying if you have any other things.
Reporting being sexually assaulted by dogs.
Can you try to remain focused? Okay, there was one guy that made an accusation and there was an investigation launched. Okay, is there anything about this story you want to add, or you want to move to a new story which is about Stetman and the general?
The man was raped,
It's clear to you.
So nobody.
When you shove objects up to his rectum when you can't even walk.
Did you see proof of this? Did you see proof of this? Did you see proof?
That's the report.
Did you see proof of this?
Those are the reports, we put them in the chat.
No, the reports are that there was a... Wow, okay, fuck it, okay, alright. He died? He died?
Yes, he died. It's impossible to hide it.
Can you show me, Cody, where he said that he died?
Okay, so Mikhail, you have the right to so let's move on.
You're okay with rape? You want your top rabbis who are condoning rape right now? You want that?
Mikhail, I want to see if you have like what is your moral compass? What do you say about the rapes that happened on the 7th of October? One second, hold on, Jay. One second. Got it. Okay, thank you. You just proved that you have no moral compass, okay? Because you
Good luck.
We're going to come to California and find him.
So the analogy of what we're going to use is, you just spoke to an article by a known organization that has blocked multiple accusations against Israel over the last 5 years, and also not to be fake, including claiming that Israel is for values, including claiming that Israel is using Palestinian workers as human shields in Al-Shifa hospital, which is a ridiculous claim. Then they're claiming that they train dogs to rape people, which is such a ridiculous thing. You should have stick that out on your ass. Oh, if you want to prove something,
Okay, what about any of the other, like, 10 articles I posted by different...
Euromed? Really? Euromed? This is your source? I just want to understand.
One you didn't...
Oh my God.
We're going to do something for it. We're going to do it. I posted. Hold on. 40. Not just we're going to do something for you. You know who Hold on. We're going to set a rule. Whenever you post, or anybody for this matter, post a link to a news, you're going to have read it first. So you're going to point us to what specific paragraph, what number of paragraphs we need to look at. Because what you're doing right here, hold on,
all the, you're just supporting people. You need to listen when somebody's talking to you so that you can actually do what people are asking you to do. So, all you're doing right now is posting 10 different links that you're obfuscating the most right now. And you're putting us some homework to read the whole fucking article and then tell you, well, you know what, it is not easy. So how about you do that work, what you want us to see, what you are claiming, and then you direct us to the exact paragraph. We're not going to be reading the whole newspaper for the last 2 months for you.
Asa, when I posted one thing, you said that wasn't enough. So I went with a variety of different outlets.
Yeah, but just going and copying.
That's why I posted it. Then I went a further mile to take a quote from the article and to copy.
Exactly. So
how much more detail do you
So listen, we already proved you. We already proved you. We are not. Listen, we are not lazy.
What do you want me to do?
I already told you what I wanted you to do. I want you to not just look at that. I want you to point us. I'm coming here. I want you to point us to the exact paragraph where the claim that you're making is written. Because it seems like you're a little bit intellectually. You're very intellectual. No. I want you to point me to it because we have been reading 10 articles in the past hour and none of them show the claim that you guys are making. So you are going to point us where in the article because you're being very.
How is that not?
Listen, that's not a good job. I don't know if you ever went to school, but that's not a good job. That's just being lazy. You know, whenever you want to back up, whenever you want to back up your claim, whenever you want to back up your claim,
That's what you mean. I can put paragraph 2, sentence 3. If that's what you need, you can tell through.
No, just say that. But I posted a link in the chat, and I want you to look at paragraph number 10. That's it.
Links. And that's it. You said what I said was made up.
I want to say something. I don't know, Cody, if you're usually using Euromed, but I put a link to NGL Monitor so you can see like some more information about Euromed and our closest claims that they publish throughout the month and the year. This is NGL Monitor that are actually, as the name says, they are NGL Monitor, so you can actually see very easily the bias. And I suggest that you use this to check any NGO to understand what you're looking at. So I don't know if you usually use Euromed as a source, but if you do, I suggest that you stop. Like a feeling you care for the truth. The things that are saying that, you know, they have a report that SDPN things are talking about that we are executing people in Gaza, specifically women and children. There is another report. They had a report that October 7th was the scene was captured by Israel and that they were like the citizen civilian things and we put the guns on them and all kinds of stuff. So if you really care for the truth, I'm not sure Euromed is your source. Anyone can go to see the job relating. Yeah, this is what I'm doing, and you guys are not supposed to all of this together. But this is what I'm trying to understand. How did you get to this like information? Is he following Euromed, or now is he just trying to put the phone to see about the IDF dog, and then whatever comes he's publishing?
I don't. I was looking for articles that stated what has been alleged. So that
I understand, but I understand.
Some deranged person.
No, I understand. Listen, I think that your heart is in a good place, but you need to use critical thinking, and not everything that appears on the internet It's true. And not every NGO means that they are working for humanity and unbiased. And there are very easy ways to check if a source is legitimate or not. For example, if they have accountability, if you know who's funding them, if you can see what they said in the past, if you can see who's the writer behind the article. There are many ways to check. But to look for, like, I can right now probably like Cordy rape and I can publish a fake article about you. It doesn't mean that it's true. And you do know that there is a war on information going on, and like a big war on information. The genocide, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, execution, all this bullshit.
And the responsibility lies on the person reading the article.
This is how people get radicalized. They see like titles, and they kind of probably someone would put a screenshot of this doormat saying like IDF is using dogs to rape Palestinians. I heard this story like a month ago.
But that's not fair though, Daniel, because when fucking people were denying on October 7th that the fucking Hamas guys were raping like kids and all that shit, right? Putting kids in ovens. What did people do?
Denied
it, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So why would you deny their claims?
What
They're very close ways. That's what I'm saying.
No, again, there were no claims. What I'm saying is that Israel, there was a complaint by a prisoner, and it was investigated. None of this happened with the rapes of the Jewish women. When the Jewish women were raped, the entire community, the international community was like, no, we want to see proof. We want to see videos, they said. We want to see videos of the rapes, or it didn't happen. No one believed them. No one believed them.
So, Mayor, you're right. He's either retarded or he doesn't understand that no one has denied that, but it may have happened. Just that the argument, the paper trail, the allegations aren't actually there. And we're all really glad that Israel's going to prosecute. Like they'll.
Also, Mikey, when you make a claim, like if Daniel would right now accuse Cordy of raping little boys, then do you think that the burden of proof is on her to show that it was not true, or on him that actually it happened? Oh, he left.
It's just not physically, it doesn't make sense to position. I mean, physically, dogs raping people. I mean, physically, when you think about that, it just doesn't make sense.
If
I
they're
mean, I don't know,
tied
like,
up, if they're bent over and tied up, and then a dog is released on them, it's
You're saying that they dogs don't penetrate people.
I want to understand. Hold on. I want to understand. Cody, do you believe? Hold on. I want to understand. Do you believe that the IDF is training dogs to rape people? Like someone is actually like a trainer is working with dogs to be able to rape people. Like I don't understand your mind.
By the way, who is the model?
The thing is that people, like when there's something against Israel, they will just believe anything. They will just believe anything.
How it would happen, but I know that bestiality exists. Number
It's
one.
the other way around usually.
It's the other way around. That people having sex with animals. Deprive an animal of anything. If you deprive an animal of food, they will attack. If you deprive an animal of anything, they will engage in whatever that is.
It doesn't matter that she's parading
That's not reality exists. That is what the Palestinians do with the goats.
But do you think that? But why would the But hold on. But before that, why would the IDF train dogs to rape people? Like, how does it sit in your head? Like,
Because
what?
they hate them.
That's the logic.
They hate them.
Who is hating?
Who hates who?
Who is hating who? So we knew in advance. Or when did we start training those dogs to rape? After 7th of October?
Overnight.
When did you start training dogs to attack and maul people?
We didn't.
Ages ago.
We didn't.
The footage that's on the dogs would suggest otherwise. Because
Okay, so tell me, Cody, how did this?
strapped to their backs.
I know, and let me know, Cody, let's use critical thinking for a second, okay?
Without being trained.
Wait, what's
Cody,
strapped to their backs?
Wild dogs.
There was a video of, Cody, let's.
That the most advanced army in the world has dogs that are just randomly attacking people without being commanded.
Yeah, they have
I understand, Cody.
Dogs have a higher IQ than the Palestinians. You're right.
Cody, this video, how did it get to Al Jazeera?
Which video is it? Which one are you?
There was a video of a dog that attacked this old lady in Gaza. I think this is what she's talking about. And
I'm talking about the Down syndrome child that a dog.
Oh, the Down syndrome child. Okay, you want to talk about this? Okay, let's talk about this. What do you know about the Down syndrome child?
From sources, not people.
No,
because I know I went into the story and I know the entire bullshit around it. What do you know about this Down syndrome story? And what evidence did you see that it's true? Except
mauled to death.
How do you know? No. How do you know? How do you know that you?
Allowed to.
Hold on. No, I understand. No. Hold on. No. But I want to know. How does she know? What evidence or what proof did you see for anything that you're saying now? I will help you. Okay. The only proof that you know, and you can find whatever article you have, is that it was his mother, or at the beginning I think it was his brother, and then it was his mother that said it, right? You want us to read the article together and then use critical thinking and to understand how it doesn't make sense?
Okay, so I'm trying to understand. What you're telling me is that every report of a military dog attacking a human is false. That's what you're
No,
implying.
we're not talking right now about all of them.
I'm not talking about every report.
That's so funny. You respond with a straw man.
Hold on, 40. Let's focus on one because we cannot cover all of them right now.
That's not my point.
Hold on, let's focus on one first. Let's focus
Wait a
on
minute,
the
though.
Down syndrome guy first.
Of stating that was not to focus on one. It was just to prove that.
Oh, it was just to obfuscate?
I tell you what the problem is. I tell you what the problem is, okay?
In general, are trained
I
to
understand.
attack. That's a part of their training.
I tell you what is the problem. I tell you what is the problem.
Dogs in the military,
wow.
police dogs, they are trained to sniff shit
Okay.
out. They are trained to attack, period.
You said it 6 times. I got it. Okay.
So why are you
The problem is that once you believe one story without checking it, and then they give you another story and you don't check it, then you start believing bullshit, and then you come on stage and you say this bullshit as if it happened many times. So let's check each and every case and let's see if it actually happened or you just believe bullshit, okay? So let's start with the story about this Down syndrome boy, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and then I will have to show you a link where they're talking that they're training already horses and elephants. Come next.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this. I'll get some help.
Don't forget about the goats that they've certified.
Oh yeah, the goats.
Razor blades
No,
for the dog.
But it's really important because this is how people get brainwashed, because they start with one story and basically after a while they just believe anything because they're already preconditioned to believe. So I put, for you, Cody, if you would like to know the truth, I put a link at the top for X. Take a few minutes, go over this thread, and then come back and tell me what you think, okay? And if you change your mind about the story with the Down syndrome, and then we'll go to the next story, okay? And we'll debunk them one by one, all right? Go, take a few minutes. We're not going anywhere. Anyone else that wants to go and read more information about this bullshit story about the dog attack, go ahead and get some more information, and then we can discuss it.
At the top?
At the top, yes,
I don't
X.
know what the point is reasoning with someone who thinks a dog will actively fuck a human being.
Because they believe it, because they, at the end, they're like, it's like the humane thing to do. You hear this thing and you say, oh my God, it's horrible. Now, those people already believe that Israelis are so evil that they will do crazy shit, because they believe one story that they didn't check, and then they believe another story, and then by the third story, you can tell them anything and they will just believe it.
It's
And then she even said it's already happening many times. But the fact is that this is how they saturate with stories that no one has the time to go and check. You tell a story and then another story, and then you cannot set a narrative. But if we go and we check, you see that none of them is true. None of them is true.
It's like the QAnon effect. Like they start with a little bit of true in a whole fictional story, and then they start kind of like leveling up and up and up until you go to time traveling.
And Sarah, I just want to mention, there's a great tool when it comes to getting dogs to do what you're talking about. It's called peanut butter.
Oh. You're an idiot.
Oh boy.
So this guy knows. He knows the truth.
Oh my
No,
god.
of course, he has got $5. What do you think he buys them for?
I really would love to know.
You're a funny fucker.
Cody, I'm really not against you, and I would really love to hear your opinion after you read the thread that I posted. Like, I would really, really care to hear what you think, and if it will make you not change your mind, but change the way that you get information and how you use critical thinking in the future.
I would also recommend you look into the work of Abraham Wald, W-A-L-D. He's the statistician who came up with survivorship bias as a theory in World War II. Essentially, you're falling into the trap of self-selection, meaning you get reinforced by those things that meet your preconceived notions. And one needs to have an ability to look outside the survivorship, to look at not just those things that pass through your filter, i.e. the survivors, but those things that in the way, and to say, do these things agree or disagree, and how can I use that to improve my thought process? And
how do you call it, Yaakov, that you are like already like believe something in your
survivorship bias.
Confirmation bias. Okay.
In World War II.
This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, in World War II, the British asked this Jewish statistician to take a look at the planes that were coming back from bombing raids and say, where could we put more, and I'll put a little picture that's amazing, where can we put more reinforcements on the plane? And they looked at where the holes were, and they concluded before speaking, and his analysis, that they should put it where the holes were. He looked at it and said, you know what, you guys are forgetting the fact that didn't make it back obviously didn't survive, and the ones making it back survived with the damage where the holes are. So we need to put reinforcement where the holes aren't, because we don't have everything. We're not looking at everything. We're only looking at the survivors, and that's an amazing breakthrough in sort of logical reasoning, which was you have to figure out what should also be inside the mix. And I'll show you a picture of he created. It's quite amazing when you see
That
this.
same logic, though, Yaakov, wouldn't it suggest that the people who are no longer on Clubhouse are actually the smart ones, and we're the...
That's true as well.
You make that conclusion.
Or it's the other way around. The ones who are all for idiots, and we're
exactly. That's what I was just about to say.
No, but that's confirmation bias right there, and the survivors.
So to all those that think the IDF are evil monsters, I, as someone that was in the IDF, and basically everyone that I know, including right now my family is in the IDF, I will tell you that I wish and I pray to God, even though I'm not really religious, that the armies that we fight against will have the same morals, values, and humanity as the IDF. So if you think that I think that we are monsters, I want them to be as monstrous as we are. Please, God, I wish they would have as no morals and integrity as we have. Please.
But not as smart as brave.
But wish they aren't as effective, Daniel. Really wish
No,
they
not
aren't.
not as effective, but I'm talking about morality, because this is like the insane thing, like they are protecting those barbaric animals that decapitate people, that rape people, that burn people alive, that kidnap kids and babies, and they come to us and accuse us of doing that. That is like sick, it's twisted, it's evil, and it's gaslighting. It's horrible.
So just briefly, look at the picture of the plane. There are 4 places where there are no holes. The 2 engines, the nose, and right in front of the tail. Those there, because like if you hit it right in front of the tail, the whole tail feather breaks off and the plane just goes straight to the ground. Those are the places that needed the most reinforcement, not the places with the little red dots. This was his analysis after looking at many, many, many bombers. So I think it's a great testament to survivorship bias or selection bias.
Hello?
Yes, he was.
Yes,
okay.
I want to share
Of
the.
course.
I want to
They
share
would
the
have
tweet.
been Palestinians, right?
But
I
don't
wanna share
tell
the
the kid
tweet.
you're gonna trigger the hell out of him and we're gonna have another.
I want to share. I
No,
want to share a
let's
tweet.
leave him alone. Sorry.
I want to share a tweet that I shared with Isa before that I thought it was funny. That the reason that Jews are successful is because Jews cannot blame the Jews for their failures.
He found a problem with that.
I told them,
Okay.
No, I told that joke before in the previous
Okay, sure.
Diego and Tim and America.
Yeah, I saw that tweet, and I think all of us have had that thought, actually, all of us Jewish people.
No, actually, it was good for me.
He actually came up with a problem with that thought. He said, well, of course they're not going to blame themselves because they are the problem. He reinforced it, like he doubled down.
Ah, that's smart.
Wonderful controlling today.
Wait, who did it? Sorry?
No, it was Diego.
Diego, sorry,
Diego or Tim, one of the two.
Yeah, one of the two was doubled
not
down.
that clever.
I said because
No, but that was
we have our backs to the walls. Like, why do we do it? Because we have our backs to the walls. We fight hard because, there's no place else to go.
That was a funny room until, it lasted a long time and we were all having nice
Got into the whole
the
the Hitler validation part just was a little bit much.
Yeah, I say two reasons. My first reason is because we have a lot of good role models. My second reason is because we're all short and can't play sports, so we stay inside and study.
And you're not funny.
I'm funny. I don't know what you're talking about.
Jews are not funny usually, at least.
No, I think Jews are funny. There's a lot of famous comedians.
Yeah, you want the list of Jewish
You guys
comedians?
are proving me right.
You want the list of Jewish comedians?
Yeah, well, they're not in Clubhouse.
I am those.
Yeah, Jews
I
are
am
not funny.
those.
No, you're
Anyone who knows me.
Clubhouse. You're then constraining yourself.
The comedians that
All
are
right,
Jewish.
you know what? I'm gonna start keeping score. Every time you guys tell a joke, I'm gonna put a little.
Did you give me credit for the peanut butter comment?
That's what she said.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you gonna use the database or just your fingers?
Oh, Elle, you're in the Matrix. You're in a Hamas tunnel, yeah.
I shouldn't laugh at that.
Uh-oh.
Actually, I think that Daniel is the only funny Jew here.
What? No, what? Just because he's purple or blue, just because he's blue does not make him funny.
I'm thinking of changing my PTR.
Funny looking, but not funny.
Just because I come into these rooms to yell at Arabs doesn't mean I aren't funny.
Brian, you're not that funny.
Jeff, you're not that funny.
No.
You're right.
Anyway, we can go back to it. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, cool.
Wait, I
Are you
just
doing
read
that?
that Elias and Mora gonna take over in here.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, but
I
Is
saw
he
that.
alive or are they just trolling
So
you?
life before they can, say he's the head.
I just love
Yeah,
how
but is he
Israel
alive or are they
buzzed.
just trolling you?
I just love how Israel buzzed Nasrallah today with with sonic booms. Like
I read that article. Thank you.
And Sinwar's gonna have to be a much more public face if he's the political head. He's gonna die soon.
Yeah, he's so dead. He's so dead.
That was a great article. Thanks, Rabbi.
What, the Onion article I posted or the Babylon Bee article I posted?
No, wasn't it AP or where was it?
Oh no, I was posting bullshit articles because other people were posting bullshit articles in the chat.
Wait, so that buzzing wasn't true?
Oh no, that was true, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's interesting though, because the other guy was Iran's pick to succeed and precede Anita. So it sounds like they're going to go it alone in Gaza going forward.
No, Khalid Mashal was the previous head, and he's a lot more moderate than Anita was.
But that's who Iran wanted. Like it was announced, he was going to take it over. And then Sinwar decided that wasn't good enough. So he basically has cut off the head of that.
I can't find that post.
Hold on. So, Cordy, are you done reading the article?
No, she posted something else in the chat.
I don't have X, so when I click it, I can only see that one blurb that he says. I can only see the one tweet about BBC News deliberately holding back truth, but nothing that shows any detail as to what they're speaking
But
about.
then you went to Instagram and then you put a link to some dumb thing.
You cannot be that lazy. Come on.
Hold on, I'll
Just
try
a little
to.
bit of effort. We're even giving you the link.
I don't have X, so I couldn't see
That's
the
a shame.
information that he
That's
did.
a shame.
I'm
Instagram
sorry.
is your thing.
Well, I had to get off of X. I was highly addicted to arguing there, so years ago I got rid of it, and now I'm becoming addicted to arguing here. So
Yeah, I'm saying you're arguing here, so that you
one
just
thing
transfer
for the
your
next.
respect.
Hey, what can I say? I'm into debates.
But not truth.
Yeah, but not.
I don't know that I believe you though, because
Yeah, that's not a
you're
good
arguing if you're doing that.
That's because she's a woman. Just like we love arguing.
Okay,
Is Kamala Harris black? Just according to your profile. Just a
one second, Cody, I
I'm
put,
not either. I'm Kamala Harris, so.
Cody, I put another link that is like like the thread only. Someone it's like a roll up, so it's outside of Twitter and it's the entire thread, so you can read it without X for your
That's
pleasure.
great. That's wonderful. How'd you do that?
I have my Mossad
Oh, the
agent.
reader app. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
For every problem, there's a solution.
Did you hear also? I heard this other version that says that I don't know who said it, but it was like, you see, I told you Israel has got infrared satellites or something like that they can with laser, that they can shoot with laser from the outside, and that's how they killed Hania.
I just posted
technology.
I just posted an article in the chat that I didn't read that says that actually Harris is 98% vodka.
You see, that was
Well,
funny.
who believes
I
in
couldn't
the
believe it.
infrared? It's not even a technology the U.S. has. It's like just not even possible. The power source required in a satellite to do that? Oh, my God.
The American Ministry of, like, how do you call it, Jiu-Jitsu, whatever, how do you call it?
DOD, the Department of Defense?
Yeah, no, not defense, the legal.
DARPA?
No, the legal, how do you call it?
Oh, well, you mean the military justice?
No, not military, just legal. The
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice, thank you. Filed a prosecution against a Pakistani citizen, suspect with having ties with Iran and trying to do political assassinations. It was reported in CNN that the FBI believed that one of the targets was Donald Trump.
I love the Babylon Bee. Listen to this headline. Josh Shapiro annoyed he got his death to Israel next to for nothing.
He's a bitch. He just lost his presidential ambition. He just shot himself in the foot. I mean, how that kid with that sawed-off shotgun and just going, let's take off this foot. Boom!
Wait, what did he say? Because I read something earlier that he said he supported it.
He took back, 13 years ago, he wrote some pro-Israel thing, and he took all of it back.
It was longer.
What was wrong with what he said? Is
20 years ago.
accurate?
He said that Palestinians were too battle-minded for a state during the First Intifada. Right in the middle of the First Intifada, he wrote that. Which he's right. He's still right.
He hasn't ruined any of his chances for high national office.
Are you high?
He has not ruined any of his chances. It's actually much better for him. It's actually much better for him to not be the vice presidential candidate.
Well,
For two reasons.
he won't be president because he's a Jew, Caleb.
Okay, thanks for interrupting.
It's true. A Jew will never be president of the United States. That's the way it is.
That's fine. That's fine. But Walz was the right choice for Kamala because Shapiro would have outshined her, and she would have been irrelevant. And that would be not good for her campaign.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. She would have.
That doesn't hurt enough.
Yo.
Husband
Are you guys interested? Are you guys interested in a conversation, or you just want to be? You just want to be conservative, leftist haters? Which one?
He's a leftist.
Both. We can be both at the same
I
time.
can do both.
Okay. So guys, you know me that I'm not a crazy leftist. I'm on the left, but you know me that I'm not crazy.
Excuse me, I'm not Excuse me.
Okay, just you know.
Is there a reason why he can't finish a sentence? Can we let him finish and then knock him?
That's all right. I'm not interested anymore.
Oh, come on, Caleb. I want to hear what you were saying.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. If Steph and Brian want to be assholes, that's fine. I'm not.
I was quiet. I was literally quiet.
Just stop talking.
Can I ask you a request?
You know, I don't want to hear another liberal Jew talk. I don't give a fuck that. You don't need
Can
it.
I ask you a related
It's
question,
okay.
Caleb?
If you don't want to hear them, I want to hear him.
Yeah, I want to. Can I ask you a related question if you wanted to talk about?
I just wanted to come up and say I don't think he's ruined his chances for anything. I think he's gonna be a really good governor for Pennsylvania, and he's gonna be on the national radar of the Democratic Party for a long time. That's just silly to think he ruined it. Yeah.
This election important bill for whoever runs.
Yeah.
For their future career.
Well, VP doesn't. I don't think so. President. I mean, running for president, like loses. She's. Rabbi, can I ask you a question?
As is the VP candidate.
Well, the thing,
She's
Yaakov,
a terrible candidate.
Yaakov, the thing is,
He's absolutely right. The problem with this pick is it opened up the wound of the Democrat Party that they can't pick a Jew, and they picked someone who's not going to help the ticket. Shapiro may not have a good for his own career, but he would bring Pennsylvania, which is 18th electoral college picks. That the next one in Pennsylvania, I'm not predicting they lost the election with it, but Minnesota is a blue state. It wasn't a strategic pick at all.
The Dems are going to win.
That's correct.
And
no, that's correct. But it also wasn't the conventional choice like Kelly would have been.
Yeah.
Right. It's a little bit off what we thought. What's nice about him, I think, what Walz was is good. His weirdo stuff, just weird. They're all just weird, right? And he's folksy. And he's a white man, and he's older
He's the
than
best
she
option
is.
that doesn't hurt the Dems as a party.
I agree. I totally agree.
I'm confused why that's the case.
I'd like to ask my question to Rabbi.
Why is it that Kelly, that Walz does a better job than, like, say, Kelly, or I think there was a third option. I'm forgetting the name.
Roy Cooper.
Roy Cooper. Why is it that Walz doesn't hurt the Democratic Party as much? I'm confused.
Why he doesn't hurt? Because he's in a firmly blue state.
Who Cooper is? Or Walz is?
Walz is. Cooper has. I mean, North Carolina has had Democratic governors for the last little while. Republican senators,
Arizona,
and Kelly is Arizona. So you could have made a case. You could have made a case for Kelly to try to get Arizona, but maybe their numbers in Arizona said it wasn't even possible. I don't know.
It doesn't really matter in the electoral college, Arizona, compared to the other states.
Yeah, it's a pretty small state.
I also think that
regardless. The other thing about I'll leave go. It's all the time. All the thing with Josh Shapiro is he's in a very purple state and he's up by 4. He's doing really well in his purple state. It was a moderate pick. It would have rounded up the ticket. She picked a far left progressive. It really wasn't a strategic pick. Not for political, for party reasons, but for their bid that might be true. But as to win the votes, it was not a strategic pick.
I think it also hurts the party.
Like,
go ahead.
It seems like, and this is the question I want to get Caleb's input, and everyone, but Caleb, because you made me think about it, and I've been thinking about this all day since it came. Doesn't he appear like a mirror of her, just in a man version, like policy and progressivism? And wouldn't you want someone that balances the ticket? And it seems like they pick someone who's just like her, and I'm just kind of confused.
I mean, it's true. He was the attorney general, and he was, he's a cop, she's a cop, whatever. You could do that. they've not had time to put together a full platform like Biden has, like a full platform, right? So at the moment, they're kind of piecing it together. I don't think balance on the ticket is what the strategy is. The strategy is beat Trump. I don't think they care about balance. I don't think they can. It's you pick the people who we think that are going to win. We don't care about the other.
But I think you guys also need to think about, so the reputation of Kamala Harris is not the best. I don't think the Democrats like her too much. I mean, everybody is excited about the pick. Well, I think that everybody's excited about Biden leaving the stage because he definitely was not going to win against Trump. So everybody is excited about the change, not Kamala herself. So at the moment, everyone looks enthusiastic. It's like, oh my God, yeah, no, she's fresh, whatever. But you need to think that she is not really liked, not by her personality, but neither by her policies. She cannot even talk. So now nobody of the good candidates would want to run with her because they might be burning the opportunity to run for 2028. So I think that they're sparing the good candidates and they're just letting someone like a scapegoat just to burn with her, because I feel that yes, they want to win the election, but they don't have like the same security they had in 2024. Right now it's like, okay, whatever happens, and yeah, we don't mind burning Kamala because she's just shit, you know.
I
was just gonna say.
Just wanna go.
Just the last comment
Okay.
on this, and then Daniel wants to come back and think to the conversation.
I think it's a continuing trend of the Democratic Party moving farther and farther left. Kamala Harris picking Walz, who, just a week ago said one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. It's just a further trend of trying to appease their far left base and moving farther and farther to the left.
Who said
I
that?
think it will backfire.
Who said
That was Walz.
Yeah.
Or Walz said that last week. He said that last week on the White Guys for Harris call. So, and there's clips that just keep coming out showing how left he is. Like, I just saw a clip just now of him apologizing for being a white man. Like, it's just gonna blow up in their face, but this was totally intentional by Harris. She and the Democrats who support her, whoever handlers, have been moving the party farther and farther left, and this just continues that trend.
So, did you finish with this topic? I want to go back to Cody.
I would say one other thing. That's just that the party has been moving to the left because Democratic voters have been moving to the left, and in combination with elected officials deliberately moving the party to the left. So it's not like some kind of it's not a mystery, right? And I think you're right. That's why Walz was chosen, because he's further on the left. He's way more liberal than she is, like by a lot.
I don't know if that's true. She's super liberal, but
No, by a lot. She's a cop. He wants to defund the police.
No, she's not a cop. She was a cop that allowed 1,000 people to go off.
He's a Soros idiot.
I'm saying that's the critique of her, right?
So, okay, so let's talk about the critique of her, because that's important. Once we get past the stupidity of the bar and her race, which is all the time, and we talk about the actual critique of her, is that she's far left and she was rated even further left than Bernie. Then her picking someone that you're calling more left than her is playing right into the actual critique of her. Now, she might get away with it by not talking to the media and doing it after the convention and like Trump not being pulled together and attacking her. But if they attack her on issues and the media should actually answer a question, this was a very bad pick for her policy.
Anyway, let's try to get back to the topic of the room. Because I saw that Daniel and Cordy were having an exchange there, and I think that they're ready to continue with it.
So Cody had a read, and now we will hear what she thinks.
I read the article, and it does show how the media in general can be biased towards whatever side they're being paid to be biased towards. But my point of bringing up the dog attacks, and you said the attack of the old woman.
Hold on. Let's talk about the because we're talking about the Down syndrome. Like, we can go to the old woman, but I want to touch about the Down syndrome because this is what the problem is. This is what Jakob was talking about. This how do you say it? The bias, Maya, again.
Survivorship bias or stuff like bias.
Confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias.
The whole point
It's all the
is
same thing.
the article did not disprove my point that military dogs can and are trained to attack. Did the media spin the attack in the direction that they wanted to? Sure, but that was not my point. My point was that dogs can be trained to do whatever the F you want them to do.
What is the problem? No, you brought the story about the Down syndrome boy. Now that you have like more context into what happened and who are the people involved and what happened with the family, and that basically the person that gave the eyewitness was not there, and that they were like a family of PIJ, and that they basically the army left immediately, but they said like nothing of the BBC article was true. So what is the problem with using dogs in Gaza?
I didn't say that there was a problem. I said that it was done. And the article that you sent me proved.
No, hold on. So why did you bring it?
The article that you sent me proved that dogs are trained to.
Hold on. No. Listen, we have dogs in the army. Okay, hold on. One second. No. But you say it. You're saying it as if it's a bad thing. Okay? There is a unit called Pockets unit in the army, and they use dogs. Okay? It's a known fact. It's not a secret. What I am saying that they're not just like sending them to kind of attack civilians or to rape people. The fact that they're using dogs, yes, 100%, but zero problem with this, okay? You brought this Down syndrome boy as the point to say what?
I'm stating that they do use dogs to attack people, and they train dogs to attack people. So it's not far-fetched in my mind that in a prison setting where they have people that they are alleged.
Hold on. That was a whole.
Do you think they use dogs to rape people?
Hold on, 1 second, guys. Hold on. You're being dishonest. You brought the story. Because you brought the story about this stuff.
I said the down
1 second.
is because you brought up the old lady that was attacked. And I'm like, yes, in addition, there was a Down syndrome person that was also attacked by a military dog.
And what is and now hold on, now that you
and are able to be trained
to attack, not to rape. No, hold on. One second. Let me just finish it.
Daniel, can you ask her if she believes that they rape people? Like, I'm confused about
she
that.
did. That's how
she did. There's something called an attack dog, okay? Dogs are known to be able to attack. That is like a known fact. I don't think that anyone is like shocked that a dog can attack a person, okay? And it's also a known fact, it's also known that the IDF is using dogs. That is also completely legitimate, okay? You talking about attacking civilians, and you were talking about raping. That is a big difference.
I was speaking about civilians. I was speaking about the articles that were saying that there were prisoners that were raped to death by dogs and electrocuted with.
Wait, are you? Where did you read this article?
Hold on. This is how exactly we got to this point, because we were talking first about rape, and they were trying to develop Israel and whatever, and then she brought up dogs, saying, oh, what about dogs raping people? And we're like, what the fuck? Like, how do you have a dog raping people? And so she's like, yeah, it's in the articles. And so Daniel said, okay, so where are you getting this from? And then she's like, oh, for example, Daniel asked her, give me an example of that. And she said, okay, the Down syndrome guy. And so Daniel's like, okay, I'm going to provide you with the articles because so that you can read them and then we can talk about it. But now Cordy has read the articles, and now she's saying that she didn't say the raping dogs thing. And she was the one bringing up the Down syndrome. Nobody threw that to you. You brought it up to the conversation. Yeah, this is what Daniel is addressing.
yes, I brought it up as a way to show that dogs actually have and are being used to attack people. And
No, you hold on, because now here you are misconstruing the thing. No, because you're saying something is false. You brought the Down syndrome. The context. You brought up the Down syndrome boy in the context of raping dogs.
No, I did not. I brought it up in the context of dogs being able to be trained to attack. And Daniel mentioned the old lady, and then I said, yes, in addition, I was not talking about the old lady, because he's like, oh, you're talking about the old lady. And I'm like, no, I'm not talking about the old lady that was.
Okay, so we're talking about the Down syndrome. Great.
Down syndrome.
Great.
And I wasn't bringing it up in the context of rape. I was bringing it up in the context not part
Got
of
it. Got it.
That
Hold it now.
be trained to do violent things to people.
Got it.
If that's what they
Got it.
to do. That's what
Got
I'm
it.
saying.
Now that you read this, the full context.
Attack people?
She did say people have gotten hurt with dogs. Are you seriously surprised that a dog might fight a human?
No, that's not what we were talking about, bro. You need to be recapped. We're talking about where the prisoners in the IDF, in their care, were raped with different.
No, they were not raped. No, again, Cody, you're making allegations with zero proof, and this is exactly what you did with the Down syndrome. And hold on one second. Can we stay for a second?
Self-report this.
Cody, can you stay for a second? Can you stay for a second on the story? Can you stay for a second on one topic before we move to another? I want to finish the topic about the Down syndrome boy, and we can talk about the old lady or the other person, but we cannot jump from one thing to another. I want to stay for a second with this Down syndrome boy, and I just want to understand, now that you read the full context, okay? I want to understand what you learned from it, or what do you know now that you didn't know before. And then we can move to another story, and we'll do the same thing with it. No problem. I have enough time, and I will debunk everything, and I will provide you all the context that you need. So you'll be able, for the future, not to use like bias and not claim things that didn't happen without seeing any proof. And also understand that there's not everything that you read, even in the BBC, is true. And I'm really happy to do this. But I want to understand first with the Down syndrome boy. Now that you read the whole story, what do you think? Like, give me some, like, feedback.
I told you what I thought. I thought that it further proves that dogs are used for military purposes to do violent things.
Okay, so hold on. So let me stop
that
you for a second.
article did not dispute that
hold on.
any way.
Nobody is debating that. Nobody is
No one is saying. I actually say, Code it. Again, no. We are not on the same page. No, because you're trying to paint it as proving something, and I'm telling you, there is a unit in the IDF called OCTs. Okay, hold on, Cody. Can you hold on, please.
We all agree on
Hold on, please. You're kind of trying to expose something which is out in the open. There is a unit, and I said it before, called OCTs. O-K-E-T-Z in English. Okay, this is a K9 unit in the army. You did not expose shit. You did not prove nothing that we didn't know that Israel is saying, okay? But you brought this Down syndrome not to prove to me that there is OCTs unit. I know there is OCTs unit. I can give you information about OCTs unit. You want to learn more about OCTs unit? No problem. Let's learn about OCTs unit. But you brought the Down syndrome boy as, like, why did you bring it? To prove that there is OCTs unit? That there are dogs in Gaza? That was your point? Okay, so there is no point. We know it's a known fact. It's not a problem. There is a unit called OCTs. As I said, it's a K9, and I can tell you what they're doing. That is zero problem. Do you have a problem with having OCTs unit in the IDF?
No, I don't have a problem, but the use of them for torture was what we were talking about, was it not?
Okay, so was the guy tortured?
The guy in prison that they arrested 10 times.
No, we are talking about the Down.
Stay on one subject, please.
That's why they were arrested, right? Because
No, you were wow.
The IDF.
No, we were talking about the Down syndrome boy. No, we are talking about the Down. Oh my God. Just one sentence. Again, then I will hand it to you. I put a link to a Wikipedia page about the OCTs unit, so you'll see that you didn't expose nothing. It's a known fact it's a very great unit that we have in the IDF. You can learn more about them. You said you were brought in. I'm not sure why you brought this Down syndrome, and I do know why you brought it, and I just think that you're not being honest.
You mentioned the old lady being attacked first, and then I was like, the Down syndrome boy was also attacked by a dog.
What was your point about the Down syndrome boy? Was it like what?
That everybody on this stage, save a few people, was trying to imply that dogs cannot be trained to
rape.
Whatever.
To rape. No. Whatever it makes. No, listen. I can train a dog to go next to my leg. Okay. I cannot train him to go on Google and do a search. Okay. I cannot train. There's a big difference to do an attack dog to a rape dog. It's a big difference. I cannot train a dog to do whatever I want. Training dogs to be attack dogs is something that is doable. Okay. Training dogs to be rapists, this is a complete different story. You cannot put them and bundle them together, Colby. So when you brought the story about the Down syndrome boy, what was your angle? And this is why I said you're being dishonest. Because now you see that there was zero...
can be trained to do, and they are trained to do.
To do what?
You want them to do.
Really? You can train a dog to do whatever you want. Can you train a dog to do magic tricks? Can you do it? Can you train a dog to drive a car? Can you train a dog to use a gun?
This is so stupid. This is
like a serious?
This is fucking stupid, honestly. I can't believe that we are spending any brain cells on this fucking garbage.
Yeah, really.
No, honestly, I honestly want to know if she understands this is why propaganda works for dumb fucks like this, because this is absolutely inane.
By the way,
let's just get down to the point. Daniel, let me just ask
We are choosing to engage with her, so thank you very much, but Daniel will continue with his interrogation, because this is how we do it all the time, like one dumb head at a time.
Like I'm trying to really take one point at a time. An OCUPS unit exists since 1939, so there's nothing new about it. No one has a problem. Yes, dogs can attack, and like basically this is what dogs do. They can go into small places, they can attack, and like I'm not sure, like you cannot train a dog to do anything, okay? You can train a dog to sniff, you can train a dog to attack, you cannot train a dog to rape or to drive a car. I'm not sure what
dogs. Can I ask you a question real quick? Because I think, you're trying to teach her that dogs can't be trained to do anything. She's already responded and said, yes, they can. So I've got a quick question. Cordy, could Israel train a dog to teach you how to think properly?
I think that as a no.
So you don't think an Israeli dog can teach you how to think? Does she have the assistance of an Israeli thinking dog?
So many units use dogs.
For at least as long as man has been engaging.
Marshall, trust me, you're coming in the middle. This is not what's happening now. Cordy, I have a question for you. Are you a Hamas trained dog to argue with them?
I kind of feel bad for her actually now, because this is so stupid. Like, honestly, like, babe, just.
Hey, but it doesn't matter. This is one of the talking points that people have on the against Israel side, and it's okay. It's just like, okay, so we're just challenging you to actually stick to your point and make good arguments on what you're saying.
It's also on par with like Jews turn into rats and then they go into the walls and then they turn into rats again, but they shape shift.
No, the problem here is the double standard, okay? The IDF has dogs like many armies in the world and many police in the world and many customs in the world. But some reason, Cordy Council stated she has a specific problem only with the IDF. And I want to know why. Why only the IDF? Do you have a problem with the United States using dogs? Do you have a problem with any other?
I saw posts and I saw articles that stated
some TikTok art.
that dogs were allegedly being used for sexual assault. That didn't just come in my brain out of nowhere.
Who posted that? Was it the BBC?
Okay.
Hold on.
So, we believe you for that.
No, we don't.
Hold on, then. Even if it was true that he saw that anywhere, posted somewhere. Now the question is for you because you're the responsible person of what you allow in your brain. So what did you do after that? Just was like you just were like, oh my God, dogs are raping people, or did you actually do a little bit of research? I mean, you took 10 links for us today. Did you?
There's another guy. There's another guy in the chat saying the same thing. This Arnold said also like he's saying basically what she said about the Down syndrome. Hold on, I put back the other link.
That's why propaganda works on idiots like that. Like this isn't new. It's been going on since the dawn of time. Hello.
And that's why we, it's one thing to engage idiots who have no respect for the truth. It's another thing to state their claims as if they're facts when they've proven that they don't have anything behind it. She posted the articles. Not one of them stated that dogs were being used for rape. They stated that dogs were used to attack. And there was allegations of rape, and she just combined them. So, we can't accidentally reinforce these ridiculous claims.
It did say that they were using them for sexual assault. That's what the article stated. I don't know if you didn't.
Which one?
So you believe that article because you can't think for yourself? Is that what you're admitting right now? Is that what you're admitting?
I'm admitting with...
You just need to think sometimes, okay?
I'm admitting that with the footage I've seen and the violence that I've seen...
I'm raping people?
Okay, let's talk about.
The way that they have them tied up in a way that they're having to amputate several of them because.
What are you talking about? I haven't tried to.
Where do you read this from? From TikTok? Corey, I need you to just think more, okay? This is embarrassing. You can't make arguments like these.
Prisoners, I can see how they've been tied up.
The release prisoners? What are you talking about?
Okay, I will explain, Colby.
So you're getting this all from TikTok. We can't debate every one of these, fake facts that you have. I don't know where you're getting from. I'm going to tell you right now, it's bullshit. It's embarrassing that you're just propagating this without any shame. You have no shame. The marks on their wrist. What?
Hold on, Colby, hold on.
They've been amputated because...
What?
Colby, hold on. Colby.
Have you fought in a war, Cody? When were you in a war?
Guys, hold on. Colby.
Allegedly, and they've arrested their own soldiers. Why would it be
Colby, hold on. Because exactly, Colby, can you hold on 1 second? Exactly because what you said. When there is something that is substantial, like this, there's a real case, we investigate. Okay? And we are the one exposing it.
Why are you saying that it's not a
case?
You're the ones who brought it out.
Have you investigated the rape?
Your people brought it out that these things were allegedly happening. That's why 10 soldiers were arrested.
Our people.
What?
We're going around and around in the circles. I think for several times we've identified logic gaps where taking point A and getting to point B requires a leap of faith. I don't think we can convince her. I think if she wants to, echo chamber, well, just to persuade through data, I think it would be better if we moved on and she goes to an echo chamber of like-minded individuals because it's, I don't know what we're doing. We're centering this discussion on something that requires a complete leap of faith.
But why is everyone trying to tell Daniel what he's supposed to do? He wants to do this.
I've just made a suggestion. If people say no, let's move on. Or yes.
What I suggest.
But this world is not a democracy, yeah.
I didn't. I made a suggestion to Daniel, and I'm just saying,
No, I want to just a few more. I want to try one last thing. Cody, what I'm trying to the reason that I kind of insisted. The story that you read about the Down syndrome dog came from the BBC, okay? Not from Euromed, okay? Which is completely biased and bullshit and they write propaganda. From the fucking BBC. And even there, you were able to see that you didn't really get the full picture. What I'm suggesting that you try to kind of step back a few steps and kind of reevaluate the things that you believe that are true or not true, and ask more questions instead of just automatically believing anything you say, especially from biased sources. But even from BBC, CNN, Fox, yes, they can be manipulated, especially when they're talking to people that don't tell them, hey, I'm also working for PHA or Hamas. And you can also ask yourself, for example, if they say the woman was a widow, you can ask yourself, why is she a widow? Who was her husband? Why were they there? Like, ask yourself some questions. And you can also come here and ask questions. So my point to you is, if I was able to show you the BBC was able to manipulate you, believe me, the Euromed can easily manipulate you. You saw no proof except allegations. And allegations are very easy to give. You always need to look, for example, what is the IDF response? A normal news channel would always ask for comments. If you don't see comments and you only see one side, that is a problem. Okay, a reliable source, if it's CNN or BBC, they will always ask for a comment. And then you will also read the comment. You don't have to believe it, but at least you will have it. So what I'm asking you to use the example that I showed you with the BBC to use critical thinking, because all the other stories that you said are based on nonsense, on complete bullshit. The only thing that you have is when Israel came and said there was a complaint from a terrorist that was in captivity, they made a complaint, and we are investigating. And if the investigation will bring something, the people that are responsible will be prosecuted. Another thing you need to know, that Stetteman, where the prisoners are held, is monitored and recorded 24/7, okay? If it kind of calms you. So no funny business. And believe me that the rest of the IDF soldiers don't want to be labeled as rapists, so we all support those prosecutions and we all support those investigations because we want to have a moral army.
Okay,
and the fact that we expose the story shouldn't be against us, it should be for us, because we are not hiding those things like our friends on the other side who say that that rapes didn't happen. That's it.
Okay, I invited Arnold to come on stage so that
I also he refused.
Yeah.
But Arnold
I just put a link in the chat and I opened it, and it's a song by Blink 182 called "I Wanna Fuck a Dog in the Ass."
Oh my God. But Arnold, look at the article that is at the top. Read it, and maybe you can write in the chat if it gives you more context about the story that you also, the blood libel that you're spreading. Because this is the problem. People believe one story, and then when they hear another story, they automatically believe another. Like, they don't care for facts anymore. They just run with it.
So Daniel, what are the soldiers actually being accused of?
That they.
Well, that is what you have to tell us.
No, the accused that they, how do you call it, like a sexual molestation, that they put something in his anus.
Yeah.
Not raping, not gang raping, none of this, but they abused him and they put something up his ass. This is the accusation. No, the soldiers. Yes.
If you do put something up somebody's ass, that is sexual assault.
Yeah, it is
sexual assault. Yeah.
And what Daniel is saying is that this is not seen as okay either by the IDF. So when one thing like that happens, what usually is done is that they do an investigation, and when they find the guilty people, they are punished. They are not allowed to do these things when they are, actually never, but especially not when they are IDF, representing the IDF.
And the IDF has an independent prosecution body. Also, Israel, the judicial system is independent and is actually very highly regarded in the world. I think that people should praise the IDF for doing this and not the other way around.
Plus, they are not even negating it. They're saying, okay, there have been claims, we're doing an investigation, and they're taking accountability for it.
You know, in in a normal world with normal people, instead of this being an hour and a half conversation, it would have been, there were allegations and there were arrests and there's an investigation and there may be a prosecution, and there probably should be. It's justified, and that's the end of the conversation. Not all the rest of this. This is what happens when you engage someone who is intentionally being obtuse to the point of making any interaction pointless, other than to entertain Sarah for how stupid she sounds.
That's the thing I'm gonna laugh for.
Now, the question that I would like to ask Cordy, and it's going back to the title of the room that we actually have completely ignored, is, okay, you see that these things are happening, it's not right, everybody agrees that these things are not right. But now my question to you is, what is it that you as a supporter of Palestinians are standing for? I mean, because maybe I am making too big assumptions, but I guess that you're not supporting them because of the dog thing. You're not supporting them because of the what they did to the prisoner. You're not supporting them for this, but what is it that makes you want to support the Palestinian cause? Cordy?
For me, I'm not politically versed enough, historically versed enough to support the quote-unquote Palestinian cause. For me, it is about humanitarianism and seeing that children blown to smithereens for 300 plus days is clearly not okay.
Why do you have to use those terms?
Hold on, don't, Brian.
So it's just, for me, maybe I don't understand war, but I just feel like with the technology that we have today, I don't think that it's impossible to not blow up so many children and to.
What do you mean so many children?
How many children? Hold on, Brian. How many children?
It's like more ammunition has been used in these 300 days than.
Yeah, we know the talking points, but before you move to the next talking point, you were talking about children. Cody, how many children did you see that were blown up to smithereens?
Have I seen with my own eyes? Hundreds. It's terrifying.
Hundreds.
It's like an ongoing snuff film. I should not have to ingest
I understand.
these images. These images are things that I've never seen in my lifetime.
I just asked. Hold on.
had to see this shit,
Hold
but it's
on.
not.
Do you want to watch October 7th, Cordy? We could give you October 7th to watch.
But hold on, let's focus on the
You can watch more
right now.
children get slaughtered. You could go watch that.
Everybody hold up. So the question I asked her is, what is her stance? Why does she feel that she needs to be in support of the Palestinians? She said she cares for the children. So Daniel is asking her, do you know how many children have died in the war? In this war?
The last number that I saw reported, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, but it was like 14,000. And that was a couple months.
Okay, but that's not true. Where are you getting those numbers, by the way? And a second question, follow-up question, what do you consider a child when you say children?
The children that I've seen are like toddlers. There's more child amputees in Gaza than anywhere in the entire world currently. And it's disgusting. I don't see how the moral army.
Daniel, can I try for 1 second? Just 1 second. I'll be chill. So Cordy, when you get these numbers from, where do you get these numbers from?
Let's not focus on the numbers. Let's focus on what's actually happening.
Well, it goes into the bias problem that we.
I understand the bias, but
Mayor, maybe we should focus on the fact that her parents and grandparents are all first cousins.
Oh my God.
No, let's focus on this fact. Cordy, now you said that in modern warfare you don't think it's necessary. Can you tell me how many militants you can take out without civilians? Because I'd love to lower this number too. I don't like watching civilians die. So show me another conflict. Show me like a war historian or strategist that can tell you what is a acceptable number of militants to civilian.
I'm not sure, but I know when you concentrate a population into a very small area and it's so dense, it's hard to drop.
Okay, this is already wrong. This is already wrong.
We didn't concentrate.
So you don't know. So you don't know. This might be the best war ever. This might be the worst war ever. You don't know. So I think that's the first thing to see is
Well, I'm just
has
basing it
Israel
on the
success?
type of ammunition that's used, the pounds of bombs that have been dropped.
No, but
Do you have a military experience, Cody?
That's what I'm
Wait,
basing it off.
Cody,
And
do you have
when
military
you compare it to
experience?
other
Corey,
wars,
that's
when you compare it
irrelevant.
to other wars, it doubles
Let's
and
compare it to
triples
other
the
wars.
numbers.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes,
But
it
you
does.
can't. No, you can't compare it to other
If you
wars.
look
because-
at Russia and
Corey,
Ukraine in an entire year,
how many
they didn't
civilians-
kill as many kids as they killed.
Right, because they were all evacuated. Hold on.
No, Yaakov,
This is a
stop.
great talking
Cordy,
point.
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Right.
Look at the numbers. About over 100,000 people were killed in Russia and Ukraine. That's a lie of a talking point. Once again, you have a bias. But the question here was very, very different. If Israel did this entire war in one day and killed as many militants as it did, it would still be justified. The length of time is irrelevant. So my question to you is, how many civilians does it take, unfortunately, to kill militants? That's the analysis here. If you don't know, so you could say, I'm going to research and then come back. But you cannot tell us that too many children have died until you tell me how many it takes to do this operation.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I was asking her this question. Because when someone supporting Palestinians comes in the rooms and they say that they're offended by what's happening, I like to dig a little bit more and understand what is it that is important, this war for them. So she's saying the children. So let's see if it's true. If you actually care about the children, Cordy, about, let's say, the Muslim children, do you know what's happening in other parts of the world to Muslim children?
Oh, can I just?
No, hold on. Sorry. If your reason to support Palestinians in this war is the children, are you also taking care of worrying about other children around the world?
Well, yeah, this conflict has opened my eyes to the Congo, which is completely atrocious. Everybody sitting here on our cell phones. Our cell phones are being powered on the backs of children.
Okay,
who are
how many
digging with
children
their
are
hands.
dying per day in South Sudan?
Or in Yemen?
Do you know?
Or in Yemen? Yes, we know.
Yeah, I know.
Because,
Yes, I
we
know.
know. Tell him.
What's the numbers?
You're sitting down in Yemen only from starvation, not from any other cause. 130 children die every single day. Again, 130 children die of starvation every single day.
Starvation. Now, here's the shocking fact
So
for
that's
you.
30,000
Hold on.
children that have died
Hold on.
since the war with Israel
Yeah.
has started.
And
And
here's
Yemen,
the shocking,
only-
here's the shocking thing as well.
What destabilized Yemen?
Okay, hold on. Here's the
Yeah,
shocking thing
Israel.
for you about
Starvation doesn't come about
I'm gonna mute
without there
everyone.
being destabilization.
Yes,
Cordy,
from Iran.
this is the shocking thing about that, Cordy.
Okay.
That Yemen, instead of actually caring a little bit of shit about these kids dying, they're spending their money, you know, in what? In weapons to attack Israel and kill Israelis all the time. So
Wow, it sounds
how do
kind
you
of
think?
like America, because we have homeless people
No, so-
freaking
Yeah, well,
everywhere.
America is
We're
like
You're
that.
complaining America to Yemen? Stop right
Yeah,
there.
anyway,
Have
so
you seen the amount of homeless
Cordy,
people?
But you care about the children, no? You care about the children.
Children.
I'm gonna call bullshit.
And we are giving our money to Israel.
No,
While we
okay,
have
so
homeless people,
Cordy,
they're about to make homelessness illegal.
No,
This
you
is
need to
why-
stop right now.
No, let's hold on. No, we're not gonna move the goalpost again. We're not gonna move the goalpost again. You wanted to talk about children? Let's talk about children.
So this line of questioning, the reason why I'm doing this is just to prove that the reason you told us that you're supporting this war is bullshit. Because it's not because of the children. Do you want to tell us? Hold on, let's try again.
I'm going to ask you
Corey,
something specifically.
Let's try.
I'm going to
Let's
ask you
try
something
again. Hold on. The
Do you
children
mind if I ask you a
argument. The children argument didn't work. So
No, we're
No,
not
but-
asking
but-
children argument. I want to ask you a question.
Hold on, Isha. Hold
I
on.
want to
Hold on.
answer a question based on the children argument. If you have a bunch of children that are dying of starvation, they're sitting in a room not eating, so they're slowly dying. Is that the same as a room of children being blown up by a bunker buster missile?
I want to answer, please, okay?
Is it the same
I want
thing in your mind?
to. One second, please. I want to answer, please.
Is it the same in your mind? Do you have the
Yeah, you asked it. Hold on, everybody, please, hold on. Okay, hold on, everybody, please. Cody, please, first of all, let's try to kind of do it in an exchange that you don't need to repeat the same thing like 20 times because we really catch fast. I want to tell you something, and I really hope that it will echo, okay, in your head. The reason the children die in Gaza, and I will say it like slow so it will, like, baby will sleep on it. And I don't mean to be mean, okay? I'm trying to open your eyes. It's because of people like you. And I will explain why. The more pictures of dead children circulate around the world, the more support the Palestinian so-called cause has, and the more defamed the IDF is. You said yourself that you support the Palestinian cause without even knowing what it is because of the dead children. People like you incentivize Hamas to sacrifice children to gain support. I repeat, people like you, and I'm not saying that you're a mean person, actually I think that you are emotionally blackmailed without your consent. But people like you that support the Palestinian cause because of their children are the reason the children die in Gaza. Hamas is the only party that has any interest in having children dying. Israel has minus incentive to have any civilian casualties. The more children are reported dead in Gaza, the more defamed Israel is, the more pariah state we become, which is exactly what Hamas wants, and the more support they get. I repeat again because it's really, really important. It's the heart of the entire war.
So you're letting
people like you.
So you're letting them.
No, you are. Listen to me. If you care about the children, you need to start pointing out the reason that they are being sacrificed by Hamas. You are actually doing the opposite. You are incentivizing Hamas. You're telling Hamas, yes, killing children is good. I'm supporting you because children are dead. Do you understand how sick, twisted, and evil this is? And you are being used and manipulated, and you are actually, and I will say it, I'm sorry that I need to repeat it because it's the heart of this entire war.
Who's pulling the trigger? Who's pulling the trigger? Who's pressing the button to drop the missile?
Putting
Who's
the
doing
children in front of the guns.
Who's pulling the trigger?
One second, I will pass the mic in a minute. Whenever the IDF attacks, okay, they send evacuation orders that anyone can run away with due time. They usually have more than 24 hours to rest. You need to understand that I will show you quotes from
up the people on their path as they left.
No, you did not see it. You did not see it. You read it. No, you did not. You read it.
No.
Again, Cody.
Daniel, can I put you on
Cody, you need to understand. You need to understand. Once again, I will pass the mic. You need to understand. Okay, maybe you said you don't understand war, and I will try to explain a bit to you. The IDF and Israel has zero incentive to kill any civilian. Okay, zero.
Yes, they do it every day.
Okay, I give up. Next.
Okay, I just want to put you up on the point about the leaflets, if I may.
I just want to say this, Cody, if you will continue like this, like you will have to live with yourself because people like you are the reason that children are dying. Not because of the IDF, because of people like you.
People are pulling the trigger are the reason children are dying.
No, people like you are the reason.
Let's let Zach go. Go ahead. Thank you, everybody. Hi. I have joined this room before, and I have seen like some of the moderators before. I think some of the moderators also kicked me out last time, but let's give my point of view a bit of a go here.
So it's going to be another Hamas. It's going to be a Hamas one.
Okay, just one talk.
Take a breath, Brian. It's okay. Relax. It's about having a conversation, okay? So now, the point I was going to make was, Daniel, you said something along the lines of, I guess this is kind of to kind of say the IDF is a very caring kind of military, and it sends, it drops orders or whatever it is, leaflets, whatever the mechanism is, to say, please evacuate the area. I just want to highlight that there is this kind of, it's kind of a silly thing, because if you drop that everywhere, if you make everybody in a particular area know that you're going to be dropping bombs there, I'm pretty sure the first people to hightail it out of there would be Hamas. And then there would be no need to drop any bombs in that area, because the Hamas people would not be there anymore. So you see, this doesn't make sense.
Okay, this is already a bad argument. So Zach,
hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Hold on.
So this is the thing that I find really kind of very disingenuous.
Got it. And that's your point. I will answer your point.
I understand, but just 1 second, Dave. So the question I really have is that, and I think somebody in the UK on a talk radio show made a very, very valid point, which was that if, for example, Hamas were hiding in a hospital in Israel, Israel would take the utmost care to be as precise as possible, not dropping 2,000-pound bombs.
Okay.
And I think that's
let me answer.
Okay, you made the point. You made the point. You made the point. Go ahead.
Let Brian go briefly, and then you can go.
Okay.
Let's just let Brian go.
Yeah, there's a lot of people talking. So first off, on the pamphlets thing, Hamas isn't going to leave. The reason why they're targeting that area is because there's a tunnel in there, or weapons, or something, or they're launching missiles. So Hamas has no interest in leaving those missiles there. If they want to leave, they'll have to take those missiles, and they'll be blown up anyways. Just because, they drop those pamphlets saying you need to evacuate doesn't mean IDF isn't going to open fire on people carrying missiles, first off. Second off, well, that was really your entire argument. I want to go back to Cordy now. So Cordy, do you understand there is a difference between aiming for a terrorist and killing a civilian by accident and killing civilians on purpose? Do you understand that distinction between those two?
I think one thing before Cordy answers.
Okay, stop now. That was my only question. That was only my question.
They killed him with such precision, so I know there's a difference.
It was amazing.
I know there's a difference.
It was amazing. Okay, so now let me respond real fast. So, you're not going to believe Zach, let me speak, Zach. It's my turn to speak. No, Zach, it's my turn to speak. No, stop. We were having a discussion. Zach. Oh my gosh. Hey, mods, can you tell them to shut up? Okay. Now let me speak, okay? God damn, you're making me lose my train of thought. Okay, so let's go back to the death counter, okay? You get this death counter, it's always from Hamas, right? Hamas are the people reporting it, right? Okay, so let's just use their numbers. We can use their numbers. So their numbers say that there's 40,000 people that have died. So since the beginning of the war, UNRWA says 50,000 people have been born. So their population has increased, by the way. So first off, let's get that out of the way. You guys probably believe it's a genocide. It's clearly not, because their population is increasing. The Jewish population increased during the Holocaust. That would have been great. I would have loved that, Second here. Military experts that have looked into it, or looked into the death count, have said that it is by far the most targeted war in history when it comes to terrorists. For ISIS, let's discuss ISIS. There were about 50,000 militants, similar to what Hamas has actually. And there were hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. And that was because ISIS did things that, just like the Taliban, just like Hamas does, they did shoot rockets from hospitals. You didn't hear about it. They left. Fucking dumbasses. Okay, Zach. She left, so we can discuss it later.
I'd like to answer that for a second.
Oh, sure, Daniel, I'm quite interested in your response. Oh, sorry, who's that? Oh, hey, sure. Hello.
So, Zach, first of all, we made 2 points. So, I think that, I assume that you think that you are smarter than the IDF. So, no, the IDF knows that when we send pamphlets and we call people, that also the Hamas terrorists will flee. You are correct. The reason that we send those bombs is, as Brian told you, the target is not necessarily the Hamas people, but the infrastructure. as you know, I don't know why the world is in denial, because you do know that there's the Gaza underground, 350 kilometers of tunnels underneath Gaza. Hamas doesn't have bases. He's using mosques, and using hospitals, and using private homes. And there's lots of evidence if you just open your eyes. So when we want to destroy infrastructure, we let the population know to leave beforehand, and then we can destroy the place where Hamas is hiding. Then when we leave the area, Hamas has nowhere to hide. Okay? So this is one thing. Why we're doing it. You're right, Hamas are also going. This is why, by the way, the war takes time, because we are warning people and Hamas are able to move. Okay? This is exactly why. Now, the second thing, you would try to compare it to a hospital inside Tel Aviv. So in Tel Aviv, for example, if there was a hostage situation in a hospital, yes, we will not go up the hospital, but also the hospital is not surrounded with hundreds of militants with RPGs. You're right? It's just an isolated building. Gaza Strip is not an isolated building. The entire area is surrounded with people. And case in point, the operation that we did in Nusayrat camp to release the hostages. Why were there so many deaths there? Because when we released the hostages, we went to 2 apartments. In one apartment, we extracted the hostages that were there. Only the people that kept them were killed. In the other house, there were watchers that called Hamas people that came with RPGs and whatnot, started firing everywhere, and that is why people died. So you cannot compare what is going into Gaza, which is a war zone, into a civilian hospital in a civilian city done by the police. So that is a false equivalence, and it kind of not looking into the nuances of the big differences of those two cases. So I hope it kind of helps you understand that it's not the same.
I think it kind of highlights the point though, right? So the infrastructure and everything else that you talk about, you're right. We do hear about this a lot. I have to admit that as much as I try and see what the actual evidence is, there's always some kind of simulation or some other kind of diagrams that are shown by the Israeli military. I don't know that there's actually a full-blown description and detailed, independent verification of what the IDF is saying is there. But okay, we can put that to one side, because I will say hand on heart, to be an honest member of a conversation here, I don't know, okay? But I understand what you're saying, but we need to take a look at exactly what we're talking about in terms of Gaza. Okay, so for example, flee an area, but it's 25 miles and 11 miles at its widest point. This is the kind of dimensions that we're talking about. You've got 2.2 million people in there. So where do they go? And that's why people do. That's why people do accuse Israel of indiscriminate bombing, because there is such a pattern of destruction. And the infrastructure. I would not claim to be an expert, but I kind of feel like all of the apartment.
We know you're not
absolutely every single bit of. Listen, at least I'm putting my hand up to kind of say it. I'm not claiming to be anything I'm not, but I'm just saying from a logical perspective, somebody from the outside would say, well, goodness me, is it necessary in such a small patch of land to have such wide-scale destruction? Because there's no way you could claim any kind of moral authority if you do such an intense bombing campaign in such a small patch of land. The amount of
I'm just going to quickly to your question, where do they go? I don't know where do they go, but I'm just going to tell you where they won't go. And that is none of the 50-something Arab states, because no one wants Palestinians in their country. All of them have closed the doors to them, because every time they have Palestinians in their country, there's shit going on. So they don't want them in. So I don't know where they're going to go.
I mean, that's deeply, I want to say racist and bigoted.
Blame the Muslim countries. That's the blame.
I just blame Jordan. One very small question, please.
Hold on. You just called me racist, so I think that I'm gonna say to you, why not?
Please do.
I am in Switzerland. I am not the one telling them not to come here. I mean, I don't want them here. But the racist ones are the Arab Muslim ones. They don't want them in their countries. Why is that? 53 or 56 Arab states. Why don't you call them? Why don't you call them?
Can I just say one thing before you answer it, Zach? So I just want to discuss what has happened when some of the states have taken them. I know you're not familiar, so let me familiarize you. Kuwait took a lot of Palestinian refugees in one of the wars. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in the first Gulf War, there were 300,000 Palestinians who all sided with the invading force, and they helped to commit atrocities against the Kuwait people. And so once Saddam Hussein was defeated, all the Palestinians were evicted from Kuwait. Many of them went to Jordan. In Jordan, a lot of the Palestinians formed a terrorist group. You might have heard of them. They're called Black September. And Black September assassinated the president of Jordan, and tried to create a civil war. And so they had to kick them out. When they got kicked out, they went to Lebanon. When they went to Lebanon, they created Hezbollah. We all know what's happened with Hezbollah, but, Lebanon used to be one of the richest countries in the world. It's now, their economy contracted 50% in 2 years because of Hezbollah. So it's destroyed their country. In Egypt, when Egypt signed a peace treaty,
Brian, they had.
Wait, I'm not done. I'll give you your chance to speak. Just give me 10 seconds.
Sorry.
You should be grateful he's giving you a nice history lesson so that then you can respond back. So go on, Brian.
I have one more, I promise. Egypt took a lot of Palestinian refugees in one of the wars, and when they signed a peace treaty with Israel, the president was assassinated by Black September as well, because they didn't want peace with Israel. Okay, now I'll let you go, but you can see why nobody's taking Palestinian.
So, thank you, Brian. I'm going to commit to you that I'll have a look at some of the things that you just said, because there's some of them that are so factually inaccurate that I can't even begin. But anyway, let's
go ahead. We can discuss it.
So why?
But it was the funny thing is that it was very easy to call me racist without knowing actually what I was
I'm bigoted. Right? You're right. I think racism is wrong, but I do think it was a very bigoted thing that you said. And you asked, but in there, in your words, there was a question.
Because they're always staring.
Okay, forget about the reasons. At the end, no one was taking, the war is going on for 10 months. When the war in Ukraine started, you saw many Ukrainians fleeing, and they went to many countries. We didn't see this in Gaza, right? They didn't let the women and children, for example, go to Egypt. And you need to ask yourself why we're not, no Arab countries wanted to say, come to us. It's not about being racist or bigoted, it's just facts. No one.
Yeah, but let's remove the responsibility of the Arab Muslim countries and let's make the Jews responsible for taking care of the people that are killing them.
So just 1 second. Okay, look, you have mentioned multiple times, and I think this might be part of your position on worldview. It's a Muslim problem. So there is a significant portion of the Palestinians who are Christian, but so then why don't...
There are thousand Palestinians who are Christian.
Why do they not...
That's not actually correct.
Because they're the good guys, are they not?
I'm just saying that there are thousand Christian guys.
The Christians have already been absorbed. They've already been absorbed by other countries because they've been persecuted so bad. There used to be a lot of Christians, but now there's only okay, go ahead, Dan.
Out of 2.3 million, if you call 1,000 a significant portion, I think that it's dishonest.
So I'll go check the numbers in a second. Again, I feel that this is a very...
politics, but expecting for countries that are way further away from where the conflict is taking place is very stupid to take refugees somewhere else. You need to take them in the nearest area so that when the conflict is over, they are allowed to go back to their place.
Well, that was just that point, really, that one precision point. I promise I'll go on mute right after this. The point that you just made, which is that when there is an issue, first of all, why do people not want to take in these Palestinian people? Why do the neighboring countries not take them in? Is it because there's something wrong with them? And the reason why I say that's bigoted is because that is exactly what happened to the Jews in Europe. The Americans did not want the Jews. The Europeans did not want the Jews.
I already hate that side. Wait.
Your argument basically lands like that. You need to think about that.
Palestinians, in 40 years, they have helped in, an invading force. They have killed multiple presidents. They have, destroyed multiple economies. The Jews are not like that. People just hate Jews. And as a Jewish person, I understand this, okay? I'm Jewish as well.
Yeah, sure. Jewish
and that's why Israel exists, because nobody would take Jews, because everybody hates Jews. We understand this. Zach, this also might be why you support Hamas.
Is the Palestinians to be hated then? I'm just asking.
Okay, so
Palestinians hate Jews.
This is the question that you...
Jewish countries. I mean, these guys are being kicked out of Muslim countries. Their own people cannot stand them. They think that they're dangerous.
And during the Holocaust, there was zero other Jewish state, and during the Gaza genocide, so-called 57 Muslim states that are saying we are standing behind our Muslim brothers, but they're not opening the gate. So just, we don't need to discuss it, you can just think about it for yourself. Why is that a thing? Maybe there could be many reasons, and we can have a whole discussion about why no one is accepting the Palestinian refugees. It's just a fact. You cannot call it bigoted, you cannot call it racist, because facts are not racist, facts are facts. So that's one thing.
Sure, but there is definitely some bigotry there, and I'll tell you why. Because the conversation now is pivoting into a point where you're basically making an argument that the Palestinians are the garbage and the trash of the world, and nobody wants them, and that therefore they are not entitled to any freedom or liberty.
No one was saying this. No, what we said, we said that we don't know why, but for some reason.
And you guys put forward quite a few reasons.
You asked, where are they
told you,
hold on, Brad. You asked, where are they going to go? And I said, I don't know where they're going to go, but I'm telling you where they're not going to go. And that is the 56 Arab states, because none of them have opened doors to any refugees from Palestinians, because they have had very bad experiences with Palestinians. Is that bigoted or not? I don't really care how
you said that last bit, I think there's a conversation to have. Beyond that last bit where you say that nobody wants them because, and then you start giving reasons why they don't want them because they're trouble, I think that's when the whole argument collapses. That's when the conversation not being valid.
Can I say one thing?
Should we talk about the places you can go? Oh my God, no, just stay in the room. You don't even know what we're talking about. Zach, if you need someone to take care of your feelings, you can go to a therapist. Here, we're talking about facts, and we don't care if you feel it's bigoted or if you feel it's racist. To be honest, I don't give a shit. If I feel racist to you, fine. If I sound bigoted, that's all right too. I don't care.
I put back the racist comment, but
can I say one thing? Let me say one thing. Zach, we think you can call us bigots. We think that you're a bigot because, a lot of the arguments you're making are very, cherry picked. But there's no point in us calling each other. Which argument? One second. I want to make a different point though. Just totally separate. Okay.
Well, you have to defend your first point. You said our arguments are bigoted.
No, he called us a bigot.
No.
I just want to finish one thing. So if you think that people should be taking Palestinian refugees, then why is it that the argument people are making? People are making the argument that they should be taking Palestinian refugees because then they'll lose their land. That's what they believe. That's what they're making the argument of. Nobody made that argument with Ukraine, by the way. And so the thing is that you guys, through your efforts, you get more Palestinians killed and you dehumanize them. They should be safe to go be a refugee wherever. I understand that there's been these arguments as to why people won't take them, but why aren't we just why isn't the international community out there being like, yo, like, at least take them for like 10 more months and then they can go back once the war is over. We could be making those arguments, but nobody makes especially the children, but nobody makes these arguments. I've never heard anybody discuss this. And it's because people like you, Zach, don't actually care about the Palestinian.
If I was bigoted making that comment, and I don't even call anyone anti-Semitic because I think sometimes it's very hyped, you know.
Yeah,
but if you're calling me bigoted because of that comment, then you bringing me to like, oh, so then how do you call it when then all the Jews were kicked out of their countries? Then I will call that comment anti-Semitic. Are you an anti-Semite, Zach?
So I'm not anti-Semitic, but I'm drawing a comparison.
Zach, are you an anti-Semite?
I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. No, Lisa, I'm not anti-Semitic. I was trying to give you a parallel situation that is
you calling me a racist or a bigot is just bullshit. Anyway.
Okay, Zach, let's divide this argument into two. One is the fact that no one accepted them. The reason, you can think, maybe you can bring up your own reason, but we're talking about the fact that, since the beginning of the war, you could have said, like, let's open the gates to whatever, and let's at least let the women and children out. But that didn't happen. And that is a problem. And that happened only with the Palestinians, because any other war, and we saw it with Ukraine, the first thing that happened is that they let the women and children leave there to flee the country into safety. And, this is not, like, we cannot argue this. We can argue on why this has happened. I guess each country has its own reasons, or not. But the fact is that they didn't do that. That is one thing.
So I believe that there have been some...
I haven't even got a word in edgewise. I get it. The men would like to dominate here, but can a woman edge in a minute?
Isa is not a man. Maybe she sounds a bit valuable.
I would like to dominate. I'd love to dominate.
Well, you're the leader of the room. This is
go ahead, Del. Go ahead.
So, wow, I hadn't considered that, Zach. You're bigoted of Egypt to build that wall. You were right. I hadn't considered the fact that is really bigoted of them. I don't ever hear Arabs calling out these bigoted countries, literally keeping the Palestinians out. I think you should start a campaign. What say you?
What say I about what? I'm sorry, I'm still trying to filter out your sarcasm and the point that you're trying to make. What is it?
What about the Egyptians who built the fucking wall? We'll not let them in. Those bigots, my God. Why don't we
the Egyptians have allowed a certain number of people through, but you're quite right. They haven't had people on full scale. But I just want to...
I'm sorry, I'm still talking.
That's okay. I thought you wanted me to answer. Sorry.
Do you have shit in your ears? You can't hear me?
Oh, don't you put the conversation down. That's just sad.
Is it? Is it sad for you?
Okay, let's go back to
What about the Egyptians and what about all of their neighbors? Are they just bigots, Zach? What about all of the Arab countries that won't take them? I think we should start a campaign and you should head it up.
Okay, so just answer your question.
Hold on, please. Egyptian, I saw your hand. We'll move your mic in a minute, okay? But Zach, first I want to take a second.
After Zach, of course.
Yeah, and I was just in the middle of the point to answer that, but Zach, go ahead first, answer to Al or to whatever.
Of course. Okay. So sorry. I understand the point that you're so vociferously making, El. Yes. Okay. So if the reasons that the Arab countries gave for not accepting or not allowing Palestinian refugees into them, then, and if they gave the reasons that were similar to the ones that Esau was pushing, and I think I've lost him now, but Brian or whoever it was, and if they gave that, then yes, I would say that was a very bigoted position for them to take. I don't believe that that's what they've said. I think
you just haven't said anything, Zach. You haven't asked them a question. No one's asked them a question, Zach. Nobody asked them.
May I ask you a question?
Let's
not try to go, as Daniel said, let's try not to go wide, but let's go deep. So let's not open more topics. Let's just go deep in what we have.
Zach, you want to finish what you said?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I know just a tiny little bit of detail here, which I know that this is another one of the talking points that happens to come up very often. Israel left the Gaza Strip, and therefore that is under the control of the Palestinians. But as we've seen, when you control water, electricity, all this type of stuff, utilities into a patch of land that is it's under siege, right? It's still not within the control of the Palestinians.
Yeah, but you're opening, you're opening a new topic now. I don't know. You're opening a new topic.
I will just land it for you, I promise you. But the point I was trying to make is that the feeling, as stated by Arab nations, is that the land belongs to the Palestinians, whatever little patch of it they still have. And that the Palestinians, were they to leave, it is so highly unlikely because of the point made by Israel, okay, that the return would not be possible. You know?
Can you show me source of this? Can you show me that what Israel said that
I'll go look for it, and maybe the Egyptian can have a chat about it.
Okay.
But that's the position I believe.
I want to just and Zach, I wanted to before we went to this refugee thing, you were talking about where would they go? It's like it's a small strip of land, yada yada yada. Have you ever seen how those evacuation orders look like?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so then.
I mean, if it is to go to this particular area, like the south of the Gaza Strip, and then Israel then start bombing the south of the Gaza Strip, it's one of those things where I think damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Because luckily for you, Daniel is IDF, so he can give you a lot of information.
No, so first of all, you're talking about evacuation, and there's a lot to know about this if you really care. You now made a small comment that we are telling people to go somewhere and then bombing them, which is complete nonsense, and of course it's completely fabricated. And I'm trying to understand because you sound intelligent. If we wanted to bomb them and wanted to kill them, why would we bother to tell them to go somewhere else and then bomb them? Those things don't add up, okay? So it doesn't make sense. But the evacuation order, how they look like, you will imagine there's you take a map of Gaza Strip, and then they take one neighborhood, let's say Khan Yunis, or let's say Gaza City, and then it's kind of divided into many boxes, okay, small cubes. Each cube gets a number, and then they say if you live in numbers 301, 302, 303 until 307, you need to evacuate, and then there are arrows of where you need to go, okay? What it says is those areas there will be an operation in those areas, and they can go wherever they want, which is not those specific areas. You're thinking that it's very big, but if you will see how small those cubes are, you will see that it's not indiscriminate, it's actually very, 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 very precise.
Daniel, one question. How much time do you give them?
I don't know. Usually, I think I don't know I think it's usually 24 hours, but
last time it was for 12 hours when we checked.
It could be 12 hours, it could be 24 hours. It could be sometimes there was even 2 days, because if you see that not enough people evacuated, then they will not just go, okay, we told you, and then we start bombing. Okay, they will do more action to evacuate them. So it's not like a rule of thumb that it's automatic. They try to evacuate them as soon as possible, but if they see that, I don't know, there's a problem or whatever, then they either will help them. Sometimes Hamas can block them from evacuating, okay? So it's not like the IDF said, okay, we told you, we don't care, we continue bombing.
5 minutes.
But people that are saying that we tell them to go somewhere else and then bomb them, just don't use their heads. Why would we bother paying for those pamphlets if we want to bomb them? They're already there. Why would they need to move them and then bomb them? It doesn't make any sense. Also, the numbers show that this is not happening. So try to look, and also you were saying before that you see the IDF showing graphs and whatever. I don't know where you're seeing it. If you would like, on idf.il, there is a war log. Every day of the war, there's per hour, the IDF is reporting what they're doing, including video evidence from drones or from soldiers. If you want, the data is available. Don't wait until someone will make an infographic in some kind of way, like a news article. Go to idf.il. There's a war log. you will find for every day of the war, 304 days, for each day, for every hour, exactly what happened and where, including evidence of what was found. Not graphics, but you need to understand, the graphics are because people don't have time to consume or to go check, so they kind of make it into graphics. But if you're interested and you have the time, go to idf.il, war log, and you can see everything every day. And if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I want to say one thing too, because Zach made this point. So Zach, with Russia, Russia's entire goal with Ukraine is to take over Ukraine. We can all agree with this. They've stated that was their goal. In the first 2 weeks of the war, they were the closest they were, period, to taking the capital. And that was the first thing they went for, was the capital, to take the entire country. We did not say to the Ukrainians, Russia is trying to take over your land. If all your people leave, then you won't have people there to populate your land, and Russia would be able to take it. We did not say that. We took in as many Ukrainians as possible. And the understanding is that the Ukrainians, if they hold out, those people will be able to come back. Although unfortunately some land has been taken, so some people won't have homes to go back to. But with Gaza, for instance, Israel has occupied Gaza multiple times throughout in multiple wars, and every single time they tried to, with Egypt, when after the 6-Day War, they tried to give Gaza to Egypt. Egypt said no. So, Israel held on to it. And then eventually they left in 2005. With their explosive war end, I might have got that history messed up.
Yeah, you're going a bit too far though. I want to let Zach reply and then we are supposed to go to Egyptian.
Okay. Okay, you got the point.
So my only response is, thank you very much for engaging in the conversation. It's getting a bit late for me. I'm probably going to go to bed, and I'm pretty sure people are sick of hearing me, so I'll wait for you.
No, actually, you're really...
23 where you are.
It's
Well, I feel bad now, because with how you're discussing, I feel like I've been a little hard on you, Zach.
No. I, to be honest with you, just so you understand, and I want you to, I kind of have a sort of general reading of the room, and although I think that we're obviously on opposite ends of this argument, you have given me some way, and I appreciate it. And I'm just here to exchange positions and ideas and have conversations with people, because it's actually very difficult to do it online a lot of the time, So anyway, I appreciate what you said, and I think, like I say, I think maybe Egyptian, he had something to say. He sounds like he might have some first-hand experience from the Egyptian perspective. So
Egyptian will go next, but before Zach, I see that you have you're not part of the house, so I welcome you to come click on the Make Awareness Great again, and we'd love to see you in the room again. We are usually talking about a lot of time about this topic, but not just this topic. We also had a room about Sudan, and we have a room about Yemen, because there are actual atrocities going on in the world. So I'm trying to...
And we oh yeah, shit, Ayn Rand. And we actually need more people that are on the other side.
Yeah, we need more of you, Zach.
Talking to each other. So, but the thing is that we love Egyptian. He's part of the family already, and he doesn't he's not on our side. And also Leroy and Soren and whatever. And yeah, even if sometimes the conversation gets heated, but they keep coming back because
Soren we don't love.
No, I
like Soren, and also with the program,
No,
so I like.
No, we waste too much of our time.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's okay.
but
Egyptians.
also, just a quick house thing, we have to discuss U.S. elections. I mean, Zach's welcome to join or not, but they're heating up.
It's true.
But let's read it.
We were discussing it.
Hello everyone,
Hi,
thanks for all your beautiful words, I really appreciate it.
Are we going to cry about today, Egyptian?
No, we mentioned Egypt a few times. I'm sure that he has things to say about we mentioned Egypt.
Don't raise your hand.
Yeah, I kept waiting for long, so kindly please no interruption. I didn't interrupt anyone. I will try not to make
Okay, and I'm just gonna set a rule here. I'm just gonna put a rule here. Norm and Egyptian, you guys, I don't want you to look at each other. I don't want you to talk to each other. I don't want you to interrupt each other. Please.
Totally agree.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I heard of the issue about why Egypt or Arab countries doesn't take the Palestinians and so on. Well, I have 3 points here. From the same perspective, why Western countries doesn't take the Israelis and so we will end the issue? Simply Israelis say that it is our land. Palestinians say that it is our land as well. Number two, it is the Israeli desire, so the Palestinians can remove, and so it will be the end of discussion, and all these things will be just fine, and all these things. But what will happen first? Next, they will say, for example, Egypt, you include some terrorism, and we have the right to defend ourselves, and blah, 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 so it's going to be a chance for having a war. This is another scenario.
Can you repeat the second point again?
And the second point,
the one you just said.
Israel really wants to evacuate the Palestinians from the land. But let's say the scenario come true, and for some of Palestinians, especially people who are from Gaza, they will come and cross the borders to Egypt. Then the next scenario, few years later, Egypt includes terrorists, and Israel has the right to defend itself.
Are you saying Palestinians are terrorists? We're talking about women and children, for example. Let's say women and children below 13, let's say, okay? Why don't you accept women and children below 13?
I'm coming to answer you. But the question, the answer here about, am I calling Palestinians terrorists? No, it is not what I call it. It is what Israel will call them. As for the people who are injured, not children, terrorists. As for the people who are injured and things that people like that who wanted to medical care and all the things, Egypt already received them, and we cure them either in hospitals near the borders in Sinai or even in the capital, Cairo. We already received so many injured people.
How many?
I don't think it's easy to count.
And why do they have to get injured before you accept them? Why don't accept them when they're still healthy?
Well, here I already answered why it is not about why we refuse them. It is about the end of the case if the Palestinians remove from there. And at the same time, we help as much as we can by providing aid. The problem is that from the other side, whom are the Israel controlled, they refuse so many trucks, and if they allow so few. Comparing
we're talking about refugees now. You want to talk humanitarian, we'll talk about humanitarian aid soon.
It's almost the same area, Daniel.
No, it's not the same area. It's a very complex topic. Everything is connected to everything, but we're trying to go deep. And if you want to talk about humanitarian aid, it's a complete different thing.
I'm trying, but may I continue? Because so many points you already mentioned about the place.
We didn't talk about humanitarian aid. We're talking about refugees.
I know, but still, it is all for the people. Either we accept the people who are civilians and want care and all the things, they still they need care in there.
So just to understand, you're saying that the reason that you're not saying that you didn't accept refugees is because A, Israel will not let them back, and B, because Israel will call them terrorists, right? So basically Israel is the reason why.
It's a possible scenario.
Got it.
It's a possible scenario.
It's a possible scenario. Based on what? Like, did Israel say that if refugees leave to Egypt, they will not be able to come back? There was any statement like this?
I can tell you things, Daniel, and sooner or later I can change my words for one reason or another. Let's say what are the guarantees that any international community may accept in order to respect the civilians of Palestinian and they will come back? Simply none. Just promises, words. I'm sorry.
What's the difference with the Ukrainians? Why did the Ukrainians leave? And did no one ask those questions, or will they allow them to come back? Like any war, why is this topic only for the Palestinians?
Simply, Ukraine is a country, it's a state, it is a declared state, it has its borders. Sooner or later, or anywhere, it is still there. It is a land already, but the Palestinians, they don't have a state. Officially, they don't.
So,
I'm
just trying to understand, because you made a claim that the reason that Egypt is basically because of Israel, and you said two things. A, because we will call them terrorists, and then I said, okay, why don't you accept the children, like let's say up to 13, not terrorists, and then they can return at the end of the war. Their parents can stay in Gaza to keep their land, the ownership, so we will not steal their land, but the children, let's say you have a family, so the man will stay in the house to guard the house against the evil Zionists. They want to come and steal his house, but the women and the children should not be guards
and will not be terrorists because they are children. So I'm asking again, why not accept the children? You know what? Only the children. Even the women can be terrorists, fine. Why not accept children from 0 to 13?
Same question. Why not the Israelis let them? They are civilians, they are children, right?
No, but forget about Israel. Israel is at war with them. That is not the question. The same reason why Ukrainians, the same reason why Ukrainians,
I'm sorry,
the same reason why Ukrainians didn't go to Russia.
Let's be realistic. Israel is having a war, as you say. Israel is having a war, as you say. I will use the terms that you use. It is a war against people who are professional at hiding.